Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, man. Happy freaking Monday. God, if you guys can not tell, I'm not feeling 100% today. I don't know what's going on. I had a buddy actually get a hold of me yesterday. Let me know that he had, the C, the big C. Yeah, so I'm definitely on watch for that. I hope that it's not just, me being a hypochondriac, but yeah. Was just watching my homeboy, Destiny. Oh, God. Well, yeah, we're going to be covering something a little bit later about that. Your homeboy. God, he really... I gotta say, man, his whole quadrupling down on it. Ugh. Yeah, he is definitely a special type. Gotta say, man. As far as the kind of vindictive person that he is, it's yeah. Oh man. Hi, hey Ryan. Maybe in a little bit. I'm actually kind of. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get my head right going, like right now, because I think that I might have a little fever. I gotta be completely honest. Trying to get myself going here, so I got some electrolytes and yeah. Definitely took a little bit of a turn, right around noon. I started feeling, I'm like, oh god. I'm hoping it's all psychosomatic though. I really am, because that does happen to me. But 2v, okay, so hold on. I just realized I was in Discord, my bad. Give me 1 second. Yo, Bandit, what up? All right. All right. No, guys. All right. I appreciate you all just bearing with me for a second, man, because I want to see Destiny grazing on some hay. Dude, okay, actually, with those horse jaws. Does he have horse jaws? I don't know. David Pakman kind of strikes me as that, where he does that. Although I shouldn't make fun. I kind of caught myself on a stream playback where I was like, "Oh crap!" Oh hell yeah. Man, all right, guys. Cool. Everything is set up. Awesome. So, yeah, I actually had quite a busy weekend. I did some homework, which Kirk, by the way, shout out Kirk for the $10 donation yesterday, which kind of got me going, huh? Was that like your way of just being like, keep going? Because it was so funny. I had gotten this notification right as I was going to move on from NIETZSCHE, and then going over to Dostoevsky, and yeah, man, it was kind of funny. Bloodstone, hey, what's up? It's good to see you. Happy Monday, everybody. Stephen Colbert Cheese, what's up? Destiny went live 20 minutes ago. Ugh. Oh, Kirk, so I see what you're doing. I think I have a Oh, that's what it is. Okay, that's... Oh, man, that was so funny. I was like, well, this is my day off. Interesting. And it was like, what, 2000% my day off. Like, Sundays are like my, yeah, no streaming unless there's something extreme going on kind of thing. Which is weird. I didn't do that for, obviously, didn't do that for religious reasons. So, but no, that was just so funny. I kind of felt like it was a pat on the back. It's like, keep going, because man, I think I had. Oh, okay, thanks, I appreciate it. But no, it was funny because I had gotten probably about 8 hours of just like straight up reading audiobooks, like too. That kind of helped. But man, that was kind of crazy. I gotta say that Nietzsche is one of those guys that I haven't really delved too much into his work. Which I'm gonna say it Nietzsche because it's just easier than saying Nietzsche. It's that little like. Bleh. Okay, got it. Well, first off, I started with The Art of War to bring me back because it's like the easiest read. So, I started with that, and I kind of felt like it was applicable to, just the way that, we argue online. There's some things there, which, then again, I did kind of realize just how much of a pacifist I really am. It was kind of funny. Nietzsche. I know, or Nietzsche. I know, Nietzsche. God, I really am bad at that. So then I went through here. Let me get my audio, my Audible. Where is it? Oh my God. All right. It was oh where are all my books going? Hold on. Might help if I sign into my account. Give me a second. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Well, I guess my... What? Wait, Eve, what? The Angry Ginger shouted you out on Saturday? Oh, cool, man. Hell yeah. Oh, sorry, guys. I am trying to get my Audible to work, but it's not signing in. What the hell? It's got my... Hold on. This is actually really bothering me because it's got my email and everything, but it has none of my books on it. What the hell happened? Okay. Here. I'll just go. So, give me 1 second. Can't rely on my audio. Okay. This is not helping me. I think it was called Beyond Good and Evil, but hold on. And then, there were parts of Antichrist, but hold on. Yeah. And then I did like a Cliff Notes, like YouTube version of the Brother Karzov. Or, again, lots of Russian. I don't know how to pronounce, but... Will the truth? Your books got hacked and leaked by Destiny? Dude, well, prepare to have a lot of sci-fi novels. That's all. That's why I'm actually kind of pissed off, though, is because... Why are all of them... It's like, yeah, they're all gone. It's like my audio. Oh. Oh, no. I might have not renewed my Audible subscription, and maybe yesterday was my last day. Doesn't make any sense. Did you already go through the Destiny allegations? No, we haven't yet. No, I was just going through some of the stuff that the light reading and listening that I went through. Which, hey, I'm trying here. But my biggest take on this one was that as much as I like Nietzsche, I'm getting there. I didn't like his takes on strength and weakness. I thought they were a bit too extreme. And I also think that the idea that literally caring is weak. I think that's... I mean, yes, it's reductive, but I still think that it's insane. But anyway, we'll be going into it a little bit. I saved some of the videos that I went through, and I think it was 2 of them specifically that I saved just for today. God, I can't get over this. Why is my Audible here? I've got to figure this out, guys. I know I don't want to do this on stream. It's driving me nuts, though. I just gotta check my sub. Okay, I know what just happened. I don't know why. Okay, yeah, it was an old account. We're all good. Everything's good. Yeah, that was just completely Nietzsche's sister was an idiot. I didn't get too much into the personal stuff with him as far as like biographical. But yes, my yesterday specifically was filled with learning a lot of philosophy. So, but Kirk, thank you. Honestly, I got to give you some props there. And yeah, what up, Mike? Mike, it's good to see you. Dead Inside, it's good to see you. Dead Inside, also ZZ. All right, so we got one, one fan of philosophy in here at least. Rubs the Sean, what's up, bud? Hey, how was that windstorm? You're still here, I see. So you did not blow away. That's why I stopped. Wait. Eve, what were you saying here? Nuded up. Oh, wait, what is going on in here? What? But either way, it drops the money on the Audible account. No, man. It's, hey, make sure that you're not signed into an old account that had, nothing on it and was pretty much dead. Hey, what's up, dude? Walker Hawthorne, Edward Sorensen. How's it going, man? Dublin was fine. The sticks got badly mashed up. Oh, damn. Gonna have some cleanups there. Also, yeah, actually the farmland, I was wondering about that, but philosophy in lieu of science is pretty pointless. Oh, I wasn't saying in lieu of science. The thing is, man, I gotta be honest, man. I didn't get too into philosophy, especially, left-wing, well, what could be considered left-wing philosophy. And, yeah, you know what? I'm glad that I got to go delve into it. Ugh. But also, guys, sorry. I hope you can bear with me. I did kind of just start the show off by telling everybody I think I might be getting sick. Fingers crossed that is just a psychosomatic thing, because a friend told me yesterday that he was sick and we were hanging out. I was like, oh. Oh yes, thank you for the subscription to Mike. I really appreciate that, guys. Can you get free audiobooks with the with a library card? Yes. I have a situation with my library though. I gotta figure out. I have to find out if they're still mad at me for not bringing back the copy of John Grisham's The Client, which I don't even know where it ended up. Like, I have no idea. Like, that one, this happened so long ago. I was still living with my parents, man, so not sure if you guys ever had a non-returned library book, but it turned into a thing. The gift that keeps on giving, the sickness that is. Oh God, can we not? I don't want to think about it. I'm trying not to think about it. My dad says they are working on quotas. So first they get known criminals, then everyone else. 1,000 people per day is what they are aiming for. Yeah. Although, we have to be very careful, because I did actually get caught up myself from sharing some accounts that turned out to be fake. Like, they were entirely fake. And I guess, like, some of these arrests that are being caught on camera, and shared, like, widely online, some of these are just old videos from other things, and yeah, I got caught on a few of them, but that's why, the only reason I'm even bringing that up is because I want to make sure that I at least got the right ones, you know. But I can tell you right now, in my area, it's happening. Like, we've already seen it in action. It's very close to, like, us as far as, like, next town over type of thing. Steven, I think Penguin has translated all of it onto audio. Yeah, I think, yeah, that makes sense. Got Penguin distribution. They're Penguin Random House. Is that what it is? I want Trump out. You went on Lakeshore Drive? Weird. Okay. Yeah, okay. The jokes are... Wait, okay. The jokes are not there today. I will become Ubermensch. Yeah, that was the other weird thing. I kind of, like, just, I don't know, the comic book side of me did think it was kind of cool, the way that he was just like, yeah, you know, if you do these things, you can be the superhuman, and you can just be proud of your strength. And I'm like, oh, I like that. But then I was like, wait a minute. The more and more they kept going on about superhuman, and then it was funny because I was watching another video that was kind of like just talking about it was like an analysis on some of Nietzsche's or Nietzsche his writing, and they kept calling him the German writer, and I was just like, it kept making me laugh. Information is being pushed down, but push whatever is actually going on in the background. I'm at that point where I was like, oh God, you know, once it became easy enough for me to just do like a little cross-reference, or because somebody even called me out on it. They were like, that video is from 2017, and sure enough, it was. So, Bloodstone by Stars, did they arrest a native though? Because I've been hearing about that one. Well, yeah, there's the one guy that like got massive publicity as far as like the veteran, man. But yeah, they also had a situation where I guess they've been waiting outside schools, and it's scary, man. It sucks. And the thing that really sucks is I've seen just like the true lack of humanity of people around me, that they're more than cheering this on. It's scary. Like, before it was kind of like, oh, you know, we You even tried to pretend that you weren't a racist and then go, "Oh, I'm not a racist." Now they're just saying like all the most heinous shit and then still going, "I'm not racist." Shit, my relief called in. Peace, you guys. Oh, hey, yeah, Eve. Take care. Is Fritz available, sir? Yeah. All right. So, actually, I wanted to go right into this one, which, puppy, he had himself a little weekend too. He's been really, really good, man. I'm a little worried though, because he started doing something specifically that dogs like his breed do, where he's starting to kind of bow like his legs out a little bit, where they almost kind of look hyperextended sometimes. So I'm a little concerned. I'm keeping an eye on him. I just hope he didn't hurt himself, because he like straight up jumped off like the back of the porch and like launched himself. So he may have also just had one of those moments. Dr. Phil deporting people. Yep. So you listened to all of Beyond Good and Evil? No, it was a what do you call it? Not a clip. They don't call it Cliff's Notes anymore. It was a summary version of the book. It was the same. I did the same thing with the what is it? The Korcherev brothers. That's the problem of getting too deep into it, or like too deep into like philosophy in general. It's just like, yeah. The reading comprehension kind of gets lost, especially if you do it, Audible and YouTube. Like, it's, yeah. That's why I started with Art of War, though, because I wanted to just make sure. I was like, number one, I know I could knock that out in under an hour, so I did just sit down and, grabbed it off the bookshelf and just went for it. Zarathustra. Okay. Yeah, which ones are kind of quick? That was the reason I kind of like the Antichrist one, but I didn't get all the way through that. Actually, I didn't even really get through it. That one I did just go, ah. And I moved. That's actually when I moved on to Dostoevsky, I think. I don't know how to say these names. But yeah, give me more to read. Give me the lists and I'll go for it. Also, if I can just link my Audible account eventually here. Let's get that going. Oh, jeez, I just realized this is something's happening there. What is going on Twitch here? Hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. Well, here's the thing that I wanted to get to today that was really, really important to me. And I put it right in the title. We got Dr. Phil out there. I mean, to some, according to some Trump supporters, doing the Lord's work. Ugh. Actually, Twilight of Idols is pretty short. Is it? Okay, cool. Yeah, Das Kapital. Oh, wait, here, guys. I actually meant like... Damn. Hold on. Oh, I just realized that Eve is not going to be getting off work anytime soon. Damn it. If her relief called in, that means that she's doing a double. Ugh. That sucks. Eke or Iki. Jesus Christ. Echo. No, so it's Eke Homo is 10 out of 10, but who the fuck cares? I mean, I do. Like, honestly, man, I'm not kidding. All I know is that Nietzsche is from the first season of True Detective. Yeah, the gay science covers most of the same themes as Zarathustra, more direct. Oh, it's his audio. Oh, okay, it's his autobiography. Cool. No, I actually do want to. I want to read that one. I really am like curious about that kind of stuff. So, all right, guys. As I was saying, I want to get to DR.PHIL, who I don't know how it happened, but somehow, DR.PHIL, Agent of Ice, man. Now I want to go and talk to some of these people. God, I used to have a really good DR.PHIL here. Maybe I just got to hear him. DR.PHIL thinks he's Steven Seagal. Dude, okay, so all I saw was one quick little clip on, God, whatever social media it was. And I just saw that he was wearing, like, all black, and I kind of did get that vibe. I was just like, this is real? Like, this is actually happening? It was all over the news today, where they were just like, did everybody see that DR.PHIL was out there talking to the detainees? I was like, this is... All right, our reality is officially weirder than I could even imagine. So that's fun. That's really fun. Definitely a great thing to come back to on a Monday. But oh, what did I misread? I think I misread. Oh, whatever. All right. Well, number one, haircut. Here's the hair update. There still is no hair update. He still hasn't. He has not fixed this, and I think it's just gonna. He's gonna ride this one out, guys. So that's happening too.
We currently live in the most dystopian timeline possible.
We really do.
DR.PHIL is currently in Chicago, where I live and where I'm building my studio, so he can film the routine ICE deportations and then blast it on TV to act like Trump is actually doing the mass deportations he promised when he's not. And a lot of Trump supporters are realizing that they're just doing the routine deportations with extra racism sprinkled on top.
Is DR.PHIL any more strange than he was now than during the election? I mean, yeah, I guess that was kind of like the start of it, wasn't it?
Days ago, enforcement updates: 538 arrests, 373 detainers lodged, and someone responded, in 2024, ICE deported 271,500 individuals. If you divide that by 365 days, that's about 745 deportations in a day. So what are they really bragging about here? Even Nick Fuentes, like the worst person in the world, tweeted out the other day, ICE deportations under Trump. January 21st, 308. January 22nd, 460, 538, 594. The total, it was 1,900. This was a few days back. That's an average of 475 per day, or 173,000 per year. That is less than what Biden did. ICE only arrested...
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, a lot of people are kind of starting to also wake up that this is all just a publicity stunt at this point. This is why he chose all these sanctuary cities, because it was just easy pickings for them to have, where they would just have the cameras ready.
286 illegal immigrants for deportation today.
But too bad that people are starting to realize, oh, yeah, you know, Biden and Obama, they were way worse with deporting people.
742 deportations per day in the fiscal year of 2020.
Isn't that kind of weird? Like, and they'd
24. Even someone named middlemaga.com.
All these years later, they're just starting to figure it out.
Trump understands it's all about the marketing, not about the action taken. I've liked Tom Homan, but I'm starting to think he's all marketing. So, of course, not every single MAGA voter has woken up, but some people on Twitter are like, wait a minute. Are they just recording this, blasting it on TV, sensationalizing it a little bit, sprinkling a little bit more racism on top, and acting like they're doing mass deportations?
Here we go.
The answer is clearly yes. Even a U.S. military veteran was detained the other day because he was...
I would like you all to really think about what you did. if you guys do come back,
vaguely brown, and they let him go. But it's just
make
they've
sure
been
it's the
profiling a
right
bunch of
way.
people only to carry out the average deportation.
What
Someone
does he
here
actually
said,
say to him?
"Sorry, but why is Dr. Phil out doing immigration bus? He's not a federal law enforcement agent. He is a talk show host and lapsed psychologist. This is just deeply silly." But there is an explanation, and it's that Donald Trump is good at marketing himself, but he's not good at the actual governing part. We've seen this time and time again. During Trump's first term, he made all of these crazy promises, then he under-delivered, but he still tried to market himself as this genius.
Tom Homan's mother doesn't like him.
And that's why Trump's cabinet picks include a lineup of former fellow TV stars. From MTV reality show contestants to billionaire media moguls, here are the former TV stars Trump has nominated for key positions so far. We have Pete Hegseth. We have Linda McMahon. I mean, all of the people he's floating, half of the people in his cabinet are straight from the
The problem I have with going for Dr. Phil is when I kind of start turning into Mr. Mackey a little bit, but
television, so that they could help sell Donald.
Oh yeah, Cash Me Outside. How about that? That's when I started developing a Dr. Phil impression. Was for that where it's just like, "I'll catch you out where?
Do anything so they can just.
You want me to catch you outside like a cat? Are you? I'm sorry. Are you just like a little strange kitty cat that's gonna go and claw up the curtains?"
Backed away from inflation not going down, prices actually going up when we continue to get in trade wars, so they can distract from the fact that Trump's not doing mass deportations. Again, he's doing the routine deportations, and I'm going to give you guys some more numbers in a minute to prove that. But look, Sean Duffy, MTV star turned politician, he's only hiring people, not only, but he's largely hiring people who have been proven to be good on TV.
Trump, the first president raised by TV. Yeah, somebody said that not too long ago, and I was just like, oh my God, have you guys seen Cable Guy? It's just like that.
Dr. Oz, TV doctor, Linda McMahon, Pete Hegseth, he plucked straight from Fox News. All of these people are performance artists who don't have any experience in governing. I mean, this dude is not qualified to run the Department of Defense, but he got confirmed. Which brings me back to the main story. Why is Donald Trump having Dr. Phil, who's completely unqualified, walking alongside Tom Homan, the border czar, in Chicago, where I currently am? It's to try to sell it, to try to sensationalize it. ICE arrests dozens in Chicago as a part of a targeted
but why
operation
Dr. Phil
with
of all
Dr.
people?
Phil broadcasting.
Like, he does. All right. I hate to say this because somebody mentioned Steven Seagal up in the comments. That would actually make more sense because Steven Seagal actually is a cop. Like, he does hold a badge. Love it or hate it.
Live. U.S. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement.
I'm a member of both there, where it's like, I hate the fact that it's true, but I also love the fact that it's true.
U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement.
Guys, you just don't want to admit. They came after me because they knew that my hands are lethal weapons.
Enforcement officially launched, quote, enhanced targeted operations in Chicago on Sunday following a week-long frenzy of reported sightings since President Trump's inauguration. But again, the numbers haven't really increased on a day-to-day basis compared to the Biden era, or at least 2004. Let's just break down.
Well, here's the thing. Actually, you don't understand that I also have these 2 registered lethal weapons. I also was an expert in Krav Maga, except they called it McGraw because that's my name. You get it?
These are deportations from the Interior and Border Enforcement per year from 2003 to 2024. Let's break down these raw.
Okay, guys, so get this shit. So somebody actually sent me this exact graph, right? And they tried to be like, see, look, it's definitive proof that autism is caused by vaccines. Because what they did is they took this graph specifically, and then they just changed all the information around it, and then they've been sharing it online. And man, you want to talk about like the stupidity that's just taking over the internet? That's somehow it's gone completely viral. So
numbers and just talk about the natural level of deportation that happens every single year. Because yes, there are criminals who come into the United States. That doesn't mean every immigrant is a criminal, as Republicans want you to think, but there are deportations that need to happen every year. And you can see under the Bush administration, it slowly goes up, and Obama carries on what the
Do you think they are filming a new reality show, Immigration Lockdown, with Dr. Phil?
Bush administration was doing? He was actually known as somebody who
Wait, I thought his show was off air. So
deported a lot of immigrants for a multitude of reasons. He had a really strong message on the border. And then it goes down at the end of the Obama administration, and Trump continues the base level of deportations from the Obama era. You can even see it goes down during Trump's first year. So this is proof that Trump in his first term was all
seeing Dr. Phil
bluster.
ask an immigrant if they are a pedo while they are being detained by ICE is like cartoonish.
It's all talk. He talked.
I mean, yes, the fact that he at one point did hold a license in psychology.
About being
that's
this
insane.
Border enforcer. He was going to do mass deportations, but
there tends to be a causation and correlation between pedos and the brown people, according to Mr. Trump, who is now our president. See, I love this guy. This guy over here, he knows what he's talking about. This is why I put him out there.
Continued the same rate that Obama had because
I'm starting to get back.
The president isn't really able to increase or decrease deportations in a massive way. Biden wasn't purposefully decreasing deportations here. This was just during the COVID pandemic where there was a natural decrease. And you can see by the end of Biden's term, he increased it back to the base level where it was during Trump's first term. If Trump's actions lined
like
up
asking
with
a
his
jaywalker
rhetoric,
if they're a
then
murderer.
we would see a huge spike in deportations during his first term. But you just don't see that because, yes, the president can do some executive actions to prioritize certain resources, but you cannot deport 12 to 15, some people have said 21 million illegal immigrants. But let's break this down. Dr. Phil joined Chicago immigration raid as border czar says more arrests are coming. The TV personality Dr. Phil joined the U.S. border czar Tom Homan in a
Sorry if it just couldn't be hammered home anymore that this is actually happening.
choreographed immigration raid in Chicago. Completely choreographed. It's all for show. Kind of reminds me of Trump's McDonald's stunt. I know that we thought that was cringe, but apparently they polled focus groups, and a lot of people liked Trump's McDonald's stunt, his garbage truck stunt.
Yes. Have you ever seen the episode of Dr. Phil where he interviews the owner of Bum Fights? The guy comes dressed as Dr. Phil with a reverse mohawk. Yeah. Yeah, and he also he does like an impression to Dr. Phil. He's like, I don't understand exactly what you're insinuating.
Market himself, but he doesn't know how to actually govern or increase the amount of arrests. And I would play this clip of Dr. Phil. I'll play a few seconds, but I don't want to give their stunts free coverage when I don't have to.
That we have with some of the pushback that ICE has been getting from the sanctuary cities is they're saying, no, we don't want to cooperate with you. We don't want to give you access to some of the people that we may have arrested that may be in jails. You need to go get warrants.
All right, let me reiterate something I've been saying a lot over the past few days. Trump and the people around him always manufacture problems. They create problems out of thin air. Then they convince people that these problems are real.
All right, that makes me feel a little bit better.
And then they come in and do nothing and act like they solved the problem. So, for example, we can look at the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization.
Well, the thing is, I also thought that they were punishing us by having all of these immigrants like use up our resources or whatever. So is this technically them coming and saving blue cities? I don't understand the optics here that they're trying to go for entirely.
Is a pretty well-functioning body.
Outside of what I've already said, where it's like, it's just easy pickings.
The U.S. was a founding member of, and Trump recently pulled this out because of conspiracy theories that he created. We can even go to what happened yesterday with Colombia. Colombia and the United States are allies. During Biden's presidency, hundreds and hundreds of planes were allowed into Colombia to drop off immigrants that were deported, mostly illegal immigrants. And then what Trump does is he manufactures a problem by sending deported immigrants yesterday in a military plane, handcuffed with chain links around their legs. And then when the president, Petro, says, hey, we're not going to take our citizens like this. They're not criminals. They're human beings. Trump manufactures the crisis even further.
I'm going to put a 25% tariff on them, and everybody's going to be really mad about it, but it's their fault. They're going to have to do what I want them to do. And now people are like legit news orgs are coming out and saying like, yeah, Trump pressured Colombia into taking back the military plane, or taking these people back on military planes. It was just like, okay.
He starts to talk about tariffs and visa sanctions. He basically throws a tantrum.
Everybody got mad about the expensive coffee. They said, that's no bueno.
And then Petro picks up the immigrants the right way with the presidential plane, and then Trump and his White House come out with a press release saying, problem solved, Colombia caved, everything is good, when there was no problem in the first place. Colombia, they're our allies. They have been our allies for a while. There was no need to turn it into this big debacle. So what I'm saying here is they are claiming that there are sanctuary cities. DR.PHIL and Donald Trump will relentlessly claim that Chicago is a sanctuary city. I mean, the way they talk about Chicago, you would think it's Afghanistan right now, and that there are illegal immigrants running around committing a bunch of crimes while there are gunshots ringing out. It's not like that at all. It's an incredibly nice city, but they talk about sanctuary cities. And they talk about they want to keep all of the criminals like safe from being arrested. That is not what's going on. For example, here, Tom Homan and DR.PHIL posted a video of them engaging with a Thailandese national who has been detained by federal authorities due to a history of sex crimes. Here's the thing. If you want to deport somebody with a history of sex crimes who was charged and actually convicted, then
I have been missing pep time. Hey,
ahead.
legend.
I'm not going to be like, yeah, keep
hey, Sean.
this person in the United States, especially if they're here illegally.
Let's go, dude.
You can deport people who have committed a repeated chain of crimes. And this guy, in particular, was only charged, not convicted, number one. So he should have due process. But also, this is something that would have happened either way. Their own wording in this post proves that the system is working as intended. They posted a video of somebody who had been detained by federal authorities and was going through the process of being deported.
Literally, they're just like, wait, we need you to stop. I need that van. We need the person in it. Look, we caught this dangerous criminal. He was already on his way out. He was in this van on the run.
And
it's literally got federal tags.
Now they're just televising this, and they're making it seem like DR.PHIL and Trump and Tom Homan are onto some huge national scandal where people are being held. Let me just play part of this video.
What's your name?
Seda. Seda what? You have a person that's name? Sarah.
Oh yeah, just a heads up, guys. If the stream goes like dead, like it is because of an internet outage, because we are having a massive windstorm.
Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
Why is there a TV psychologist carrying out mass deportations? This is one of the
this
wackiest
is
things I've
actually
ever seen.
more clownish
Never
than
deported before from
Steven
the United
Seagal.
States?
No.
Never been deported.
But I've been in the system before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with
Charged for it?
before?
I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna talk about lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Your mother's a citizen?
Yes.
Again, he asks, what have you been charged with? And even if he was charged with this repeatedly, then yes, you can deport him.
But you're not?
Nope.
But you've never been deported before?
You're DR.PHIL.
You're DR.PHIL. I mean, it just, you guys get how it's all sensationalized. It's all for show, right? David Axelrod said, what does it tell you that the delegation that arrived in Chicago yesterday to commence the deportation operation included DR.PHIL? Was he there to minister the ICE agents, the arrested immigrants, or was he there to turn this into must-see
I love the fact that everybody's just
TV?
like,
Again,
what?
This chart right here proves that Trump's first term didn't have any unique amount of deportations. In fact, Obama deported more than him. But also, this says the Biden administration is on pace to match Trump's deportation numbers, and this was for the year of 2024. So just to recap, the deportations themselves are just routine enforcement actions carried out every single year since the Bush era, the Obama era, the Trump era, the Biden era. But Trump adds a layer of overt racism, and now they're profiling more and more people, and a showmanship that's designed to inflame tensions, a showmanship that's designed to make people think these mass deportations are being carried out. And we've got a lot to push back on. And really quickly, I think we can...
The thing is, it's working. I have to just say that all this media coverage, it is working, though. Like, I've seen so much crap online right now with it, where it's like, ugh.
all agree
Hey, what's up, smart conservative?
that
Good to see you.
social media is often at the heart of the misinformation and
Been happy to see you in MR chat.
disinformation in our political landscape. Right now, Twitter is a mess that amplifies all of Trump's lies in the algorithm.
Actually, now that you're here, we can go through the Israel-Hamas stuff and get some updates on that, because you were asking about that on Friday.
And I was equally as surprised to hear that Meta appears to be
I never
giving
got
up
to
any
that.
guardrails to ensure honest information.
Okay, he's doing another. My bad. I didn't realize that he layered his stories in this one. He usually just does one and then releases a video with it, so that sounds wonderful. Oh yeah, cool. Smartly dressed. He's a sharp dressed man. How, how. That's one of my favorite bonfire bits with Big J Okerson and Dan Soder was it was geriatric ZZ Top. I take my pills 2 times a day, and I go eat dinner at 5. That's PM, yeah. I fancy myself to be a decent dresser. Oh, look at you. Not today for me, guys. I'm actually, I don't usually just wear, like, the PJs. I think I've done that one other time. And, got the flannels on today. It was kind of, when you start feeling sick, for some reason, you feel a little bit better when you just wear the PJs. So. Or is that just me? I don't know. Who knows? Hey. All right. So let's go to the news on these.
They have been waiting as well as praying for this moment for months. Tens of thousands of displaced Palestinians are returning to the demolished neighborhoods in northern Gaza. As you can see there, images, really moving images captured in this drone video convey really the size of the crowds making their way in waves along the coast of Gaza. This was meant to happen on Saturday, but they were kept waiting for another 48 hours after Israel accused Hamas of breaching the terms of the ceasefire. Hamas and Israel later agreed to release more hostages. Meanwhile, a startling idea floated by Donald Trump is raising alarm. The US president said he would like Jordan and Egypt to take in more Palestinians, suggesting Gaza, which lies in ruins, as we just...
You were kicked out of Majority Report today? For what? All right, hold on. Smart conservative, I got to cover this with you. We'll finish this, and I got to talk to you about this.
Jordanian and Egyptian authorities swiftly rejected the idea, saying it would amount to displacing Palestinians from their homeland.
Can you let us know what happened, and I'll cover it here.
Palestinians and human rights groups also condemned Mr. Trump's
That sucks.
Although a leading far-right figure, Israeli Finance
was giving
Minister Bezalel Smotrich, has welcomed the proposal. Our Jeremy Diamond has more now from Tel Aviv.
I mentioned it earlier. Oh, Ruben. Oh, you did. I'm sorry, man. Dude, hey, it's Seth Rollins. I can't get over how much this guy looks like Seth Rollins.
Palestinians who lived in northern Gaza and have been displaced for months now.
I'm permabanned from MR. They are dicks with the censorship. I mean, I'll be honest. They get bombarded like during stream. I have to give them that, but at the same time, I do think that they are also a little bit too quick to do permabans, and I think they're also too quick to time people out because like. I've seen them legitimately just be like, "Oh, you're a lib bot" to somebody because they were just making a statement about like the Democratic Party or something.
An emotional journey for many, as we have seen people carrying all of their belongings with them in their hands on donkeys.
Someone said conservatives are bad. I said not all conservatives are bad. Some are disabled like me.
Or piling into buses to try and make their way to northern Gaza after so many months of displacement. What they are finding there, of course, is an enormous level.
Yeah, Ruben, definitely. I like having at least two parts of the story.
Of destruction, perhaps more than anywhere else.
50 minutes and no messages in Twitch chat? Really? Yeah, dude, I was wondering about that. What's up? Hey, Ryan, how you doing, dude? I know, Twitch is like dead today. I guess this is the punishment that I get for not doing Saturday stream. Which, come on, guys, help me unlock it so I can stream on Saturday.
In northern Gaza. They were only allowed to return to northern Gaza after a nearly 48-hour delay in when they were initially supposed to be allowed to return north based on the ceasefire agreement. That was after there was a dispute between Israel and Hamas over the release of one of the Israeli hostages who Israel expected to be released this past Saturday. Instead, a female civilian hostage named Arbel Yehud was not released. 4 female soldiers were
the weekend felt oddly quiet. That's a good thing for you, though.
Instead,
That's a good thing
Israel
in all
demanded
this.
that she be released in order to move forward with this part of the agreement regarding the return.
But
of
also, if you're saying that it was quiet because I was not on, I appreciate that.
Gazans to the northern part of the Strip. Arbel Yehud is indeed now expected to be released on Thursday, and with that agreement in place, Israel opened that checkpoint to allow Gazans to return to that part of the Strip. But as we are watching these images of people returning to this devastating
MR is great. Don't be a ding dong. Oh, well, I didn't say anything.
section of the Gaza Strip, we are also now hearing.
Bro, I meant Streamwise. LOL.
is shared on their platforms like Facebook or Instagram. This article headline reads,
Whoa,
Meta is
what's
ending
happening?
its
President
fact-checking
Trump calling
program in
for,
favor of
the
community
mass
notes.
displacement of Palestinians from Gaza, for them to be moved to Egypt and Jordan, and saying that Gaza needs to be cleaned out.
And we just clean out that whole
Yeah.
thing.
He said it. See, people thought that I was making this up because he had been saying this behind the scenes and people were reporting on it. So I was reporting on it like, no, Trump has been on record through other people saying we just need to clean it up. We just need to. It's great beachfront property. We can totally start building on it right away.
That's many, many conflicts. That's,
Undip Banana, what's up, dude?
and I don't know. It's something has to happen.
No, Autumn knew I was not trolling. She said I was being ableist, and they said I was pushing my views when I was just agreeing with them. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, and also talk about pushing their views. Like, that's kind of my
And President
problem.
Trump says that he
Like, it's part of having these conversations, so they got to be able to hear you out. Like, that's just bad faith on engagement on their end.
wants Egypt and Jordan to be a safe harbor
Agree
for
with
these
us
Palestinians,
or
but
leave.
This has rings of notions of mass displacement that, of course, are triggering for many Palestinians who have suffered displacements over decades and decades in Israel and the Palestinian territories. And it's also a notion that's already been rejected by both Egypt and Jordan, as the Jordanian foreign minister says that Palestine is for Palestinians and Jordan is for Jordanians, rejecting any
I don't know why
notions of
YouTube
mass
just did that.
displacement. We should also note that these ideas
There we
being
go.
spawned by Trump already have drawn a lot of favor here in Israel from
I was wondering why that was so low.
ministers in the
bad.
Israeli government who have
And everyone
talked
started
about,
saying
quote,
I was blocking
voluntary
them when I wasn't, so every kind.
emigration for many months
literally
now.
one.
Those ideas, though, being soundly
up, Genghis?
rejected in the
How you doing,
region.
dude?
Not clear what the path forward is for President Trump and his administration. towards
Dude,
making that a reality.
whatever, sorry.
Jeremy Diamond, CNN.
Dude is not gendered. I
And our
have
thanks to
established
Jeremy
this
for that
here, so.
report. Meanwhile, the United States says
least
a
in my
separate
community.
ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks to February 18th. Lebanese officials said Israeli forces killed at least 22 people and injured dozens more in southern Lebanon on Sunday. It came as thousands of people tried to return to their homes, defying an order by the Israeli military not to go back. Israel said Friday its forces will not withdraw as initially agreed, blaming Lebanon for failing to comply with the deal. For more on all these very
Well, yeah, it's not their freaking land.
fast-moving developments, all these strands.
Alirdo was there and defended me, but they kicked me anyway.
I want to bring in
Oh
Firas
my God.
Mirsad. He's a senior
You've got to be
director
kidding me.
and a senior
Dude,
fellow at the Middle East Institute.
I hope that she
and joins us
pops
from
up in
Washington,
chat today
DC.
because
Firas,
I want to
great
discuss
to have you
this.
back on
We're
the show.
going to
We'll
cover
speak
this.
about Lebanon in just a second, but I really want to pick up
sorry.
with what we heard from our Jeremy Diamond really in Tel Aviv.
All right, we got 5 more
those
minutes and then,
comments
yeah.
by President Trump of cleaning out the whole thing, speaking of the enclave. I mean, this is pretty alarming. Just frame this for us. Is this a slip of the tongue, or do you fear this is future U.S. policy?
Thank you, Ela. Yeah, I actually recently just
That's more conservative. That sucks. People need to chill out and be more nuanced.
came
Yep.
back from meetings with senior officials in Jordan, and I could tell you, even
I'm doing good. Finished painting a miniature Warhammer fig. Use speed paints for it.
when it comes
Nice.
to the Egyptians, that
Wait, what type of speed paints did you use? Did you use like the Citadel contrast paints, or did you use like speed? God, I forgot who the brand, but actual like it's called speed paint.
what President Trump is insinuating is simply not on the table. And
Army
a
Painter 2.0?
non-starter.
Yeah.
It touches on the very
Actually,
national security of
I got
both
back there
countries.
is
In Jordan's case, almost some 60% of the population is believed to be of Palestinian origin. It's a very tight balancing act between those of Palestinian origins and those who are not. The Jordanian monarchy just will simply not accept this, despite the considerable leverage that President Trump has in trying to bring about this transfer of Palestinians from Gaza. This is in addition to the fact that the idea of transferring Palestinians out of their land is
just so you know,
a very sensitive issue
random.
For Palestinians and part of the Palestinian national trauma and narrative. So we've seen President Trump make some comments like that before.
Best metallic paint that you can use.
He mentioned withdrawing
is
from
the
Syria on a phone call with the Turkish
plate mail metal by Army, Army Painter 1.
President had to eventually walk it back, given pushback from within his administration.
Random.
I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happens in the weeks down the road.
Yeah, and look, we've heard from Hanan Ashwari, Dr. Hanan Ashwari, famed Palestinian activist, scholar, politician as well. And she says, note to President Trump, this is on X, Palestine, including Gaza, the West Bank and Jerusalem, is the land of the Palestinian people. It's where they live and where they belong. They're not pawns, she says, in a chess game. To ethnically cleanse them is not only inhuman and a war crime, but it also presents a dangerous threat to the stability of the whole region.
Yes, MR should allow any and all right-wing people to clutter the chat and for fairness. I'm sure that would cause no issues, and they would be honest actors. No, Duke, and trust me, man, I'm trying to say, like, I actually understand why they have to boot people, especially as often as they do. Like, trust me, I've seen them pop up as fast as they can get rid of them. But when you have somebody like Smart Conservative, they were like what they were doing was they were on Friday they were baiting him to try and find a reason to kick him. Where they kept asking, did you vote for Trump? This isn't, you have to answer this. You cannot not answer this. They were like being really forceful with them and just very, very uncharitable. So they have to find some kind of like medium there.
And to the sovereignty of neighboring states. That's how.
Especially somebody like Smart Conservative that is literally coming into these communities to learn, because he's self-admitting that he doesn't know all of this stuff, and he's finding communities like this that are more willing to engage with them. And then look at how we got him to MR.
To start wars, not.
No, and I've seen your engagement. I saw a little bit of your engagement today, but again, I had no idea you got banned. Yeah, it seems like you're always like actually engaging with people.
So let me pick up
in good faith
really,
too
with what you got when you were out in the Middle East, because as we well know,
I use slaughter red for the
give
word bearers.
Significant amounts of aid to Egypt and to
Red's a
Jordan.
good color.
Could Trump, who, as we've seen,
I'll say this though, real quick, Genghis, is the Citadel, the new wave of contrast paints are really good.
Well known for us, is a very transactional president. Could he pull this aid if countries continue to refuse taking in Palestinians?
Well, at this point, Ela, President Trump has given a directive to stop all foreign aid, all foreign U.S. aid, with the exception of Egypt and Israel, because of that crucial peace treaty that's been in place since 1979, and in many ways which the U.S. underwrites. Jordan, the U.S. assistance to Jordan is a lifeline. And so there will be serious questions if, in fact, President Trump wants to bring that leverage to bear to try and force Jordan
to
take
a pain in the
on more
buttocks.
Palestinians,
Nice.
whether Jordan can survive by finding means of aid elsewhere in the region, particularly the rich Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and others. But this is no doubt a very difficult position for perhaps America's leading Arab ally to find itself in. And yes, President Trump is going to try to push for that. The big question here is whether there will be a counter push in the other direction from many quarters within his administration to caution against such a move.
Yeah, look,
Well, I have a feeling, because they're still dealing with the internal politics with the Israeli cabinet. Like, because didn't Ben-Gvir actually, resign?
Already heard, and our correspondent was mentioning this, that Bezalel Smotrich, the far-right finance minister, is already endorsing his proposal, saying, quote, there is no doubt in the long run, encouraging migration is the only solution that will bring peace and security to the residents of Israel and alleviate the suffering of Gaza's Arab residents. And then he basically went on to say that he's working on a plan to implement Trump's
He resigned.
vision. But, I want to tap into your expertise yet again for us in the region. How does this
resigned on the 19th.
complicate then the relationship, the negotiations with the Saudis, who have themselves called for an independent...
I wonder what Trump's plan here is, because I don't think what he's going for is going to happen. Jordan and Egypt aren't fans of this. Egypt closed their borders with Gaza for a reason. Again, dude, no. This showed how profoundly unserious he was. And honestly, had he said this during the campaign, I have a feeling that it would have changed the election a little bit.
Palestinian state. I mean, what is Saudi Arabia's role here?
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised if there are some who question whether Trump's idea of a transfer of Palestinians out of Gaza to Egypt and then Jordan is part and parcel of his attempt at achieving normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Essentially, he's throwing some red meat to the more radical elements, the far right in Israeli society, to then perhaps say, then in return, you need to move with me.
MR Chat is a cancer. I just said I like Sam more than Emma. Everyone called me a sexist. What? For real?
On the issue of Palestine.
What? Man. Yeah, what the hell is up with that? Dude.
So that we can get to a normalization with Saudi Arabia.
God, they need to take a chill pill.
In Trump world, this is something that they're conjuring. I think it's a non-starter. If anything, the Saudis have only...
Which, by the way, is what I call my little, my incredible mints. I call them chill pills.
On the issue of Palestinian rights, because of the backfire of,
if I can change my name, I would. I explained to moderators and they understood.
3 months of horrific images playing out on their television screens and the impact that has on...
Yeah, I did kind of say that was going to cause an issue, Smart.
Saudi and Arab public opinion. So again, I see this as perhaps not a fully thought through proposition by the Trump administration that eventually one would hope they would have to walk back. But no doubt, President Trump is very focused on the big picture of trying to get normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. That's just not the way to get there.
Yeah. All right. Smart conservative. This one, I think that I've already covered. Like, I think that I have watched this with you guys. But I wanted specifically to watch this with you in the chat. But real quick, before we go for that, I want to address this a little bit. Okay, so they kicked you for being ableist, which is weird because I had to explain to them that you had a traumatic brain injury. So, how does that not actually... Y'all behaving over here? Hey, Squish, what's up? Yeah, and I agree with you, Duke. Trust me. They do need to be able to moderate their chat, and they need to be able to do it quickly, too, because... God, yeah. I mean, the channel blew up, so on average, they have somewhere, I think, between like 1,000 and 5,000, followers, and then also chatters for that matter. So yeah, I get it, but they also don't use an auto mod, which they really they should, because that would take care of a lot of those problems. But I think that this is going to be a little bit of a hot take. I think that they do get off on the actual action of banning people. Otherwise, dude, they wouldn't be so quick to like ban people who agree with them in the community. Do you know how many people in this community have also been banned from MR chat, but are, they're self-identified leftists who they're totally for the cause. They're totally I just don't understand it. So it costs 10 times as much to use a military plane to deport 80 people at a time versus 737 ICE uses that can hold 150 at a time. Yep. Oh yeah. Don't explain the math. Trust me. Oh my God. You know what really sucks right now? I have a crock pot going with a lemon butter chicken, or lemon butter garlic chicken. And it smells delicious in my house right now, but that's also part of the problem. It smells delicious in my house right now. So I'm probably going to be starving this entire stream. Garlic butter. Oh yeah. Garlic butter. I got I put a bunch of like different types of spices. I used a little bit of paprika. Oh my god! Actually, here I got my list right here. Let's see if I got the list, because the last time I did this, my Audible was just like, "No, you don't. What? That's crazy." Yeah, I used garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, crushed red peppers. I used like 6 garlic cloves, so yeah, just the way it should be. And then yeah, dog is watching it. Yeah, well, dog is sprawled out right now behind me. So, hello, this community is going to be led by the nose by liberals and reactionaries because of civility trolling. What do you mean? Civility trolling? Let's not do that. Because also, like, I'd like to avoid that. MIDI Doctor is the only mod that I like. Yeah, MIDI is the one that I really get along with. Yeah, Autumn is very reactionary. And you can see that when they pop up in other chats and then start trying to tell, like, this happened in the Vanguard chat, where during Emma's interview, they were sitting there telling mods what to do and who to ban, which, yeah, man, even if you were trying to help, it's just like, not trying to step on toes, but step. I want to make black pepper chicken with mushrooms. Ooh. Hey, yo, link that recipe on here. All right, yeah, here. Let me see. Where did I get that damn recipe? Crock pot lemon garlic butter chicken. It's so damn good. Yeah, here it is. What the hell? Here. Civility trolling, what does that mean exactly? Yeah, what does that mean? Because now I'm sitting here, I'm like, you know what? I'm glad that they asked. Because my understanding of civility trolling is literally just being like, guys, come on. Can't everybody just get along? And then doing, actually, no. I had somebody on Friday that was kind of doing civility trolling, where they were doing this thing where they're like, I'm just asking questions, bro. But they were doing it in a way that they were totally trolling with it, where they were just like, what, you don't think that there's just 2 genders? What? Like, come on, bro, that's so weird. And then it's, why you getting so mad at me, bro? Damn. Yeah. Oh no, not Nietzsche. Anna, I'll be honest, never actually read any of his philosophy. No, I also can tell you right now that I do not agree with a lot of it. This is not working. Oh. Here. You know what? I'll just do it off my phone. Screw it. There we go. Hey, Anna, what happened with Smart Conservative in MR chat today? We're actually discussing that, and he mentioned that you were in chat standing up for him. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to find a recipe that I'm making right now. Just want to make sure it's the right one. Teaspoon of garlic. Yep, this is it. All right, cool. Don't want to give you the wrong recipe, man, because honestly, Also, I would need to substitute because some spices and things may not be available in Australia. Hey, you know what? I hope that you don't have to, because I'm telling you right now. The little mix of paprika and then having the red chilies. Ooh, yeah. People were going after him for a dono message. What? Wait, so you made a donation and you got kicked? Oh my god, this is getting a little bit worse than I thought. Maybe Duke of Bread is insinuating I'm a civil troll? No. I don't think so. Mike James, I would explain how he would make more money and be better off if everyone made more and was better off. Everyone was on the world would praise him if he helped not hurt. Oh, you mean Trump? Okay, yeah. All right, so yes, it was a $50 donation. They booted you after a $50 dono? What was your question on the dono? And what the hell? What the hell, guys? Seriously. Seriously, I cannot believe this. And if... Oh, man. That's wild to me, because smart conservative, the fact that you really are here in good faith and you're just asking questions, you're not, I mean, you're not the civility troll, I guess. I mean, Duke, are you insinuating that smart conservative is kind of doing that, though? They were saying I was trying to buy them out. Oh my god, they're so insecure. That's insane. That's insane. MR community is a caricature of blue-haired justice warriors. I gotta say, man, like, they're not doing themselves any favors. Man. You know what? No, screw it. Because the fact that I have to sit here and even be, like, I have to worry about something like, oh, I talked about MR mods on my stream, you know, and that gets back to them. It's like, oh, he talked shit. Like, they already kind of pulled that. MIDI Doctor kind of insinuated that me getting booted from the Discord, and they had a talk about it, and they're just like, yeah, he's not worth it, kind of thing. Whatever, man. You see why I was that surprised. You're a chill guy to talk to. This type of thing happens to me with so many people. Yeah, I'm starting to get that. I'm starting to understand that. Because I've also had... Like, I had a chatter, like, accuse me in the MR chat of having a refugee type of situation with my chat, where they're just like, oh, it sounds like... Because I kind of mentioned that I had Smart Conservative in there. I actually mentioned that I had Anna in there. And I was just like, yeah, guys, like, what's going on? We all watched the show. We discussed the show. And, yeah, they got, you know, just kind of shitty about it. Insinuating like, oh, you have a really great chat community over there. Civility trolling is something you know when you see it. One is correct because they are civil, and you are wrong because you are mad. Oh, it's what Tim Pool does. Tim Pool does it, where it's literally you're being hysterical. Calm down. Calm down. Come on, Sam. You're being hysterical. Calm down. Yeah. No, I get that now. One is correct because they are civil, and you are wrong because you are mad. Right wing and liberals do it often. Yeah. Thinking Sam could be bought for $50. Yeah, right. That is kind of funny. Leftist community mod are the biggest culprit for zero cross-pollination. Shocked leftist mafia is still around. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. Leftist mafia, I have never even tried to chat in. Not once. That's one of the ones if I even catch the show, because now that I stream, I literally stream at the exact same time. So, yeah. Duke of Bread, do you have a problem with me? Yes, I do. What is it? Oh, shit. Oh. Hey, well, at least we can talk it out. people get so defensive they're unable to have a damn conversation. Yeah. Man, I can say this, and I know it kind of sounds stupid to you guys, but the reason I even am even semi-okay at this is because I've smoked with so many people that don't think like me and just had good conversations that didn't break out into like debates. And you know, I've had so many conversations where I'm just like, okay, we'll agree to disagree. You know, now let's go smash some, Waffle House or something. Like, God, I haven't had Waffle House in a long time. Probably about 20 years or so. Duke of Bread, you're a conservative. It's not a big deal, but technically I do have a problem with that. Oh, so this is a technicality. So, okay, so no. Duke, remember, like, you're actually the one in this community that has gotten me to be very aware of just reading things and losing context. Just remember, Smart Conservative, again, has traumatic brain injury, and he he has admitted that he loses context a little bit quicker than others. So just keep that in mind. Yes, that is my only issue. Okay. Well, then then it's fine. Then we can just continue to have some good old fun conversations. And also, Smart Conservative, I like the fact that you already put your the trans flag in your description. The fact that you again have been very open with your situation, where you're just like, yeah, I have people in my life that I care about that are like this. I don't agree with the way that Trump has been so openly cruel. Like, you're pretty cool, man. Double hash brown, triple pepper. All right, love me some Waffle House. Yeah, so here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I do not live anywhere near a Waffle House, and yeah, the last time I went there, I got such severe food poisoning that even going just for a waffle, because that's like the thing. I used to get the breakfast sandwich, but now it's just strictly 2 waffles, a hash brown, and that's it, and maybe even some eggs. What's the difference between a liberal and a libertarian? Serious question. At this point, it is getting a little bit more murky, but realistically, it's because libertarians are. I've always thought of them like as the unrealistic, like, we don't need rules, but then they're like, we need rules on other things. You guys are so weird. There's one around the corner from me. Lucky. Although, you know what? I'm lucky. I'm lucky too. I gotta say, I have, you don't go eat there because it's healthy. No, I understand that. Thank you, Anna. Trust me, I know. I'm going there making a deal with the cholesterol demons, okay? I know exactly what I'm doing when I go to a Waffle House. Trust me. There's a place called Pancakes in Paradise where I live. That sounds amazing. Pancakes. I'm thinking Jimmy Buffett immediately. But I've always found it weird to have bacon on pancakes. That is a little bit weird. Wait, they put the bacon on the pancakes? Interesting. Yeah, I just kind of got some cholesterol things going on, so I gotta try and watch my cholesterol. So, bacon is going on the back burner. Oh, yuck. You don't live anywhere near a Waffle House? Tell me about it. Yeah, no kidding, right? Pep is starving, guys. I really am. Did you guys just figure it out that I had a food stun lock, so immediately they're just like, uh-oh, Pep's hungry. No, but so to wrap this one up, I can't believe they kicked you off after you made a donation. That is insane. Well, either way, I'm glad that you're here, but I'm also like, guys, can we, what the hell? This does not help our community. Like, this just does not help the community. I'm actually like really upset about that, because how are we supposed to grow? And I know it's just a silly YouTube chat, but realistically, dude, MR is one of the biggest YouTube like channels on the left. So if we can't engage in their YouTube chat, like, I don't know. I do know that they have a Twitch, so you can always go to Twitch chat, but I'm sure that their mods are just as bad over there. Like, I gotta say, guys, like after dealing with the Discord situation that I did too, you know, there is such thing as over moderation, and they're definitely guilty of that. But anyway, that's enough of that. Smart conservative, here is the comment. Not all conservatives are bad, just some are just disabled like me. That's literally, what is bad about that? So they're saying that you're ableist because you're pointing out that other people are disabled like you? What? What? You know, like, did they even bother asking, are you actually disabled? Or did they just go right on their, you know, their high horses and just immediately assume that, oh, nope, there it is. See? Because again, that's why I was also kind of accusing them of just waiting, like looking for any reason to kick you. So, I'll tell you what's crazy. Some nutjob attacked me via whispers on Twitch. I didn't even know who he was, and then admitted to being a racist and called me a MAGA supporter. And I'm like, what the F? I don't follow politics at all, but I'm like, what the hell? You don't follow politics at all, but you're watching a stream called High on Politics. I do appreciate that, though. I hope that I can at least give you, like, that little in, like that, or that, an entertainment value to it, and also kind of make you interested in politics. Like yesterday, man, I had a really good conversation with a conservative that she explained to me just how she does not get, you know, news that is telling her the truth, essentially, about what Trump is doing and all these things. So, yeah, yes, I am, because, like, oh, Godzilla and collectibles. Yes, I do. I am, yeah, a political nerd who loves him some Godzilla. Love me some Godzilla. I actually watched a few Godzilla movies this weekend just because it is literally my comfort zone. So, might even do that tonight. I'm gonna watch Shin Godzilla if I'm gonna watch any of them. I'd be disputing the dono if that happened to me. Yeah, me too. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow, Genghis Khan. I really appreciate that. Didn't realize that you were already following. Have I seen -1? Have I seen -1? Kashaw. Dude, I saw that. I saw it twice in theaters, the original version. Then I saw the black and white version twice as well. And yeah, I actually was lucky enough to find a 4K copy at one of my stores, like my local stores, so I was just like, oh, hell yeah. The donation was for the show, not the chat. I think the money is well spent. Man, you are really, like, that chat is superior to all other BreadTube chats. THC and this is the special sauce. A little bit, yeah. Oh, all right. I was going to say Pep is the special sauce, but all right, that's also a little weird. So, well, Japan is going to be making a new Godzilla soon, and then you have the Godzilla -1 black and white version. Yeah, the black and white version is really good. Also, I got to say the dub, like, if you guys don't like watching, you know, subtitled stuff, the actual, like, dub is really good. The voice acting is spot on. Sam would not appreciate the heavy-handed moderation if he knew and understood it. No, and that's why every time that they come to, like, the shilling part of the show where they're just like, yeah, join the Discord, I'm like, does he understand just how small that community is kind of staying because they keep booting people and they have absolutely no way to bring people back? Or if they do, they're not using it, I should say. Like, dude, I've had no way of doing, like, repealing my ban. Like, it actually really bothers me. And the fact that they're kind of bad faith about it in their, like, with the way that they're handling it even. You can say, Pep is the special spice. The spice melange. Ah, yes. Well, no, I'm dead serious, guys. Like, I appreciate all my chatters, like, on Twitch and on YouTube. You guys are really good. So what's the dinner in the crock pot? Oh. Lemon, garlic, butter. Sorry. My mom actually just texted me, and I think she's watching, so that's cool. Hi, Mom. She'll pop up occasionally. Sorry. Where are we at, Mike James? We are weed friends. Well, yeah, like, dude, again, the fact that we kind of like brought that like real life kind of vibe, like to a YouTube chat is really cool, guys. I think that it does make this place a special place. So, hi, Mrs. Pep. She's no longer Mrs. Pep, but I appreciate that. she'll yeah, just call her, yeah, Pep's mom. That's fine. Trust me, because she'll be the first one to be like, I am not Mrs. Pepper. She's like, no, there is another woman named Mrs. Pepper, and she's, yeah. Duke of Bright, I agree with you. This is why I think I should not have been kicked out. I think it's, dude, it's whack. Dude, I'm sorry that happened to you, but... Oh, Miss Pep. Yeah. Well, no, she's a Mrs. She's remarried. It's just one of those things where we've had that happen where they're just like, oh, Mrs. Pepper, and she's just like, like you see her like visibly cringe at it, where it's like, oh, okay, so that does bother you. It's kind of like dead naming Anna, where she does kind of react the same way, where it's just like, whoa, don't. I just realized how angry she does get at it, though. Because, like, it recently happened. One of my friends did it to her, and she kind of snapped on him. She's just like, I've not been Mrs. Pepper for over 25 years. I was just like, wow. Hey, guy, air out the laundry. Oh, God. Oh, I mean, hey. Nah, my mom is, where do you think I got this from? My mom is the queen of overshare. Like, you know how many waitresses know my life story? A lot. Thing I've noticed is that a lot of left Twitch streamers hiss at others and turn them away because of them being on the other side of politics and don't want to talk to them, which is wrong in my opinion. They should just talk to them and have a good conversation regardless of the person's views. It depends. So, like, for me, Genghis, like, I have, like, I'm open to conversations with a lot of people that I disagree with. And, like, I can even say, like, I have small disagreements with Ryan. I have small disagreements, even with Anna. I don't know. Like, I'm just saying we've had, heated conversations before. But the thing is, we all come together and just say, cool. Like, it's like we all try to understand. But I feel like you can't get that with a lot of right wingers because they don't actually want to meet you there. Like, a lot of them are just there to troll you. So I've been very aware of that. That's also where it kind of brings it back to like the MR conversation where, yeah, I've seen it. Like, I've actually seen it where they get bombarded by a bunch. I'm not sure if they're bot accounts, but they do, yeah, they get, it gets pretty bad. But, long and short of it is if they consider trans people to be human and actually say like, yes, they deserve the same rights that I have, then immediately I'm willing to engage with you. But I kind of find when people immediately are so quick to be able to dehumanize trans people that there's no way, there's no reason to even try to engage with them because they're just too far gone at that point. Your mom's watching and we're just on the wholesome look at this community part. That's really sweet. I just gotta realize that is happening. She's gonna be so proud of you guys. Just got a little happy about that. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay, well, she did say that this is nice. So be good, guys. Be good. This is awkward. I actually think that this is the first time that my mom has ever checked in on a stream. So it's kind of funny. Man. Your mom is getting dead honorific. Yeah. Well, I gotta say, man, again, I just that day at the courthouse when she finally did get to change her name, that was a real thing for her.
The recent conflict between Israel and
Whoa. Sorry, I just started the thing I wanted to play here in a minute, but wait. Same way the algo can find if you do things like it can be used by algo owners to find users they don't like. Won't be long before anyone speaking out is singled out. Yeah, I've been worried about that. I've been worried. I've been kind of noticing like certain ebbs and flows that start making me think like, oh, okay, that's convenient timing to just kind of lose a little bit of steam. Especially after I have a stream where, actually this happened last week, I had a stream where I had almost 800 people view the stream live, which, dude, that's crazy to me. But next day, live viewers tanked. So I have no idea, but that made me think a little bit. If the channel is option based with a lean, it is important to keep opposing views out of the chat because the space is for like-minded people to gather, not debate. Not entirely. You can do so, like the way that you can do that is you can just ask, are you guys open to debate? And then you can just solve that just with that simple, asking. And if they're not, then you can just back off and then just be like, all right. You think my real name is Nilbud? Oh, man. I disagree. Politics channel should allow debate. I also think that, if you're running a politics channel, you should actually be a little bit more open to discussing, ideas. Like, we're literally in something called the marketplace of ideas. So, it's kind of counterintuitive to just sit there and be in a bubble. Like, that's kind of what put us in the position that we're in. It's just constantly being in a bubble. Hell, I think that that's also kind of where we really do differentiate, like with the Conservative Party and like the right is they're in their bubble, but they're also not like paying attention to like the smaller nuances of like Republicans that they disagree with. They'll just call each other rhinos and then just be like, okay, well, we're still all voting for this because we're still all conservatives, right? Yeah. Like, for instance, here's one thing that I have also noticed is how many people have gotten so invested in being conservatives because it's just all they've ever known. It's the only political like affiliation they've ever had. This actually goes back to the conversation I had last night with this girl where she was just telling me specifically like, yeah, I've always been a conservative. I grew up in a conservative areas, but I just do not agree with the way that they are doing these raids. I don't agree with the dehumanization. I don't agree with the way that these people, like in my own party, are just cheering this on. They're like, she's like, it's gross. And I just asked her, I'm like, why are you conservative? And she was just like, well, mostly because it is all I've ever known, but also like my religion. And I just said, well, yeah, but if you're a Christian, then it's a little bit easier to even understand that, yeah, Jesus was a bit of a commie, like when people say that, they're not just saying it to be funny. Like, yes, they are trying to do a little bit of a zinger, but they're dead serious. Like, the guy had some pretty, like, intense left-wing beliefs. So, also, I've never understood and I've never agreed with conservatives that are so quick to be able to use their religion to try and keep other people down. I think that's insane. At Undead, not all two people can take over major field offices with like two people. If Pep would finally have me on, I can explain the whole start. Oh, sorry, John. Yeah, I'm gonna plan that with you, man. It's kind of busy this weekend. I totally kind of biffed on that, so my bad. You know what? I'll hit you up tonight after the show, and we'll discuss a little bit what we want to talk about, okay? Yeah, guys, Legend of Sean's going to be on the show this week. Just so you know. Scott Lacrosse, it is a very big problem, but it does not mean that those communities should not exist. We should try and expose people to opposing views while they can still enjoy their book clubs. Well, yeah, actually, just say it the way that I think you want to, where it's like, enjoy it while we can. Also, even if someone didn't ask, it'd be solved so much quicker with, actually, I'm not open for debates right now, instead of going after the person. Yeah, that's another one. I've done that, like, personally, where I think you guys have seen it, where I'm just like, nah, not now. Honestly, I did it at the start of the show, where we had somebody that was asking me if I wanted to do debates, and like I kind of panicked. I was like, oh, not right now. My brain is mush. But yeah, it looks like it will be in the near future here, so I will keep you guys posted on that one. Undead, because everyone is a cluster F and DSA is dog shit like the DNC. Oh, I think DSA, I mean, don't completely just throw the baby out with the bathwater, which, dude, you want to talk about like a dark saying? Holy crap. I mean, we can still enjoy our bubble topics while being learned on opposing views. Yeah. Yes, and also, you know, it is easier to apply like different types of like philosophies to your own life when you have good conversations with people that, you know, you do respect and kind of respect you back. Hate to say it, but yeah, the days of being able to openly criticize your leaders are numbered. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Right now, I mean, I'm not gonna preemptively just start doing the thing where it's like, well, I'm just gonna stop and I'm gonna self-censor until, like, I've seen some people doing that. Like, one dude was threatening to just quit YouTube entirely. I'm like, you're doing this because it theoretically could happen. It's not happening right now. So, yeah. Also, I don't know. Lawyers will have a field day with that one. Yeah, until the actual until the day it actually happens where the Supreme Court just says, yeah, the Constitution doesn't matter anymore, then I'm not gonna even really put too much stake in that. Be completely honest. Oh no, don't ever stop. I was just saying that. No. I got what you're saying, Steve. I'm just saying that there are other people that I follow and that do similar types of content. Wasn't saying that. No, I understand that, man. Sorry. All right, guys. Here. Smart Conservative. This one was specifically for you. I don't do this often where I pull up videos for specific viewers, but because you have been so good faith with everybody and that you have been so open to new information, you were asking on Friday about the Israel Hamas situation, and if there was something that can kind of give us like a breakdown, like a simple breakdown, which, yes, I know, a simple breakdown is kind of like an oxymoron in this situation, but I did find this video that I think can definitely get you started in the right direction, and then we can also learn a little bit more afterwards. So here we go. What happened? Oh. Grab the center of the screen. Please, not that video again. It's not that video. This one's a little bit different. Ryan, I don't think you've seen this one. This one is not. This one's just Illustrate to Educate.
The recent conflict between Israel and Palestine has become increasingly important to understand. The recent conflict between Israel and Palestine has become increasingly important to understand where it started and what's happening now. Hey, it's Dan Zimmerman. Welcome back to Illustrate to Educate. In this video, we'll take a look at the root of the conflict, all the way up to the current events happening now. The conflict between Israel and Palestine is a long-standing complex dispute over territory, national identity.
Also, if you guys don't know this channel, it's called Illustrate to Educate. He does this with all types of topics. That's also why, yeah, oversimplified is actually, I would claim it's oversimplified, and it does come from a bias where this guy is literally just like, he's an infograph type of person, so.
And security. At its core, it revolves around the historical and competing claims of Israelis and Palestinians to the same land, particularly in the area known as Israel and the Palestinian territories, the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. Additionally, the militant group Hamas is a significant player in this conflict. The roots of the conflict can be traced back to the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when Jewish immigration to Palestine, then part of the Ottoman Empire, began to increase. After World War I, the League of Nations granted Britain the mandate to govern Palestine. During this period, tensions between Jewish immigrants and Arab residents grew. In 1947, the United Nations proposed a plan to partition Palestine.
Legend of Sean, but being called smart conservative does echo troll accounts, FYI. He knows that. He said that he was trying to change his name, so honestly, smart conservative, it's not that hard. We can walk you through it.
Jewish and Arab states, with Jerusalem as an international city. Jewish leaders accepted the plan, but Arab leaders rejected it, leading to violence. In 1948, Israel declared its independence, leading to the Arab-Israeli War. Arab states intervened and a ceasefire was eventually declared in 1949. This war resulted in the displacement of hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs, creating the Palestinian refugee crisis. Israel has since occupied various territories, including the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem, as a result of subsequent conflicts. Israel's establishment of settlements in these occupied territories has been a major point of contention, as it's seen as a violation of international law and hindrance to peace. Palestinians have sought self-determination and statehood, with the Palestinian Liberation Organization representing their interests. Negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians, often mediated by the international community, have been ongoing for decades but have made limited progress. Now, how does Hamas play into this? Hamas is a Palestinian militant and political organization founded in 1987. It emerged as an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood and opposes Israel's existence. In 2006, Hamas won legislative elections in the Gaza Strip and subsequently took control there, while the West Bank remained under the control of the Palestinian Authority, which is dominated by the Fatah Party. Hamas and Israel have engaged in multiple conflicts, including wars in 2008 to 2009, 2012, and 2014 and 2021. These conflicts have resulted in significant casualties and damage. So what's happening now? Hamas officials cited long-simmering tensions, including a dispute over the sensitive Al-Aqsa Mosque, sacred to both Muslims and Jews, that led to the surprise attack out of Gaza. Hamas also has cited the expansion of Jewish settlements.
Quick update. My house smells incredible.
On lands Palestinians claim for a future state, and Ben-Gvir, an Israeli religious nationalist's efforts to toughen restrictions on Palestinian prisoners in Israel.
Buckle up, everyone.
This attack by Hamas resulted in the Israeli government declaring war. The surprise attack included militants blowing through a fortified border fence and killing civilians and soldiers in Israeli communities along the Gaza frontier during a Jewish holiday. Israel continues to strike back with airstrikes on the Gaza Strip, including one that flattened a 14-story tower that held Hamas offices. On October 9th, Israeli Defense Minister...
I cannot change it for 10 days. I can only change it once every 14 days. Yeah, yeah, you're right about that. Okay.
The authorities would cut electricity
all right, that's
and
fair.
block the entry of food and fuel to the Palestinian territory.
Yeah, and you already changed
there
it
continues
to
be captives held on both sides
the flag.
and isolated conflicts arising in the
all
area.
right.
Several Western nations have
Smart conservative, thank you for the answers. I appreciate that.
voiced their support and solidarity for Israel, while many nations or groups in the Middle East
By the way, I hope this is helping.
support for Palestinians and the resistance of Hamas and its
Displacement
fight
and
against
murder.
Israel.
Lots and lots of murder.
Did you enjoy this
Yeah.
video explaining the Israel and Palestinian
Yeah, as I said, very simplistic, but I do feel like it is one of the better videos for getting, just quick information on YouTube from. I think people like Duke of Bread have suspicions of people like me and telling me I'm a nice person. Acknowledging my civility may be what suspicious people think I am looking for, furthering their suspicions. Yeah, well, trust me. I've been accused of being naive. Somebody said that. They were like, yeah, you're being naive. You're being too charitable to people. I do kind of feel like, yeah, sometimes I am, especially at like the beginning of this. I've gotten a little bit better about not letting trolls just kind of, run rampant, and even the ones that I would consider, good faith or, fans even, which is weird. Legend of Sean, don't turn into that. What you don't like. Yeah, don't do that. Up to speed now. Nice. All right. Well, I'm glad that this actually helped. Like, I hope it did. But that was specifically for Smart Conservative. You were very curious about like the Israel-Hamas war, and you asked it specifically. You're just like, do you have a video or something that can describe this in a very quick way? I was like, you know what? I do. So that worked out. Anyway, we're going to move on to the next segment here. Give me 1 second. Stay away from the dark side. Yeah. Definitely. Well, again, guys, like this is pretty neutral so far. My seal of approval so far. Hey, cool. Ryan, I was about to say, like, right? I feel like that was the most... Well, I can't say it's nuanced because you would argue that it's missing a lot of nuance. Again, I feel like it was fair. Especially as far as like an infograph, because that's all it is. Like, we need more of that, guys. Like, honestly, this is why I love this channel. Illustrate to Educate's one of my favorites because it does break things down so well and in a way that is so palatable. Definitely put that one in your YouTube. This one's a lot better than the last one. Well, yeah, as I said, like, I admit that the last one came from, like, literal... I think the guy's a leftist content creator, so... not saying, as I said, not saying there's anything wrong with it, but... as far as... bringing it to you guys in a way that you're not just going to be like, oh, this is just left-wing bias. It's a little easier when, we can give this and then move on from there. I'm not explaining this well. Anyway, give me a second. Oh my god. Yeah. I hate to say it, guys. I think I do have a fever. I've been trying to trick myself like, you don't have a fever. You don't have a fever. You don't have a fever. Yeah, I think I do. That sucks. But the nice part about that is I don't necessarily need to worry about getting y'all sick, right? Oh. Insert virus joke here. He's just like, I will not be on camera anymore for that. Drink tea with ginger, cinnamon, lemon, and honey. That's literally what this is. So, and yes, I will actually be going for a second cup here soon. I'm at that point. All right. So, stay hydrated. Yeah, I'm honestly, again, why I'm gonna be peeing like a racehorse today. Trump. Here we go. Oh, we didn't get to this. Here. Yeah, the mainstream media actually called out DR.PHIL at like the whole stunt as being as ridiculous as it was, which surprised me. So
begin the hour with CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. Priscilla, are these raids still happening this morning? It sounds like this is ramping up as the days go on.
I'm told by sources that this is going to be a multi-day operation that is going to happen across the United States. They're calling this enhanced enforcement operations. What does that mean? Well, this is going to be multiple agencies, not only ICE, but also Justice Department agencies who were given immigration authority last week. That includes, for example, DEA, ATF, the U.S. Marshals. They are all coming together.
How come they say Chicago area?
To what the Trump officials are calling force multipliers. I spoke to White House Border Czar Tom Homan last night, and he told me
I'm under the impression that Palestine has been around before Israel. Yes.
That this was a quote,
that's just an objective fact.
And that the focus in Chicago, and again, it wasn't just enforcement action in Chicago, but that's where he was on the ground, was a quote, criminal operation. So again, what we are seeing that is different in this scenario is that there are so many agencies that are coming together for this operation of arresting undocumented immigrants in the United States. Now, the numbers that Immigration and Customs Enforcement put out last night was nearly 1,000. So if we look at that as a day, well, in the last year, arrests hovered around 300 a day. So that would be higher, and they're expecting to ramp that up over time. Now, as far as where else we may see this, well, it can be in multiple cities across the United States, according to the sources I've been talking to. And while they are saying that this is to target public safety and national security threats, it could very well also affect many other undocumented immigrants in the United States. If they are in the path of these operations, it has not been off the table that they may be taken into custody as well as the fear within the immigrant community as this continues on over the course of the weekend, weeks to come, according to Trump officials.
Yeah, a lot of fear right now. And Brazil apparently is calling out the Trump administration for its, quote, degrading treatment of migrants. What can you tell us about that?
Well, this was a pushback from Brazil over a repatriation flight. They said that they had concerns about the treatment of the passengers and the degrading treatment, citing U.S. agreements that say that migrants should be handled humanely and with respect. Here is a soundbite of a Brazilian man who's on this flight.
They attacked the kids. I sat there until I reached my limit. I couldn't take it anymore. People fainted. I asked to leave and he choked me. He pulled my handcuffs. I couldn't stay because I was handcuffed on my feet and stomach. There was nothing I could do. The security guard's arm started bleeding because he was pulling my chain, squeezing me.
Now, we're still collecting more details about the circumstances of this flight. Typically, immigrants would not be handcuffed during the flight, but it does happen in scenarios where there may be a specific threat or criminal history. So again, we're still collecting details, but just some context there in terms of what he was referring to when it comes to handcuffs.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you. In the meantime, migrant rights groups in Chicago are now suing the Trump administration and ICE, saying planned deportation operations are retaliatory and violate the First and Fourth Amendments. The lawsuit claims that the raids
I didn't notice any flights full of deportees coming back to Ireland. Yep.
Specifically target Chicago for its sanctuary city status. Let's bring in Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul. Mr. Attorney General, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I guess, first of all, this lawsuit says that the Trump administration has, quote, declared Chicago ground zero for immigration enforcement. What do you make of that?
Well, I haven't seen the lawsuit that you're referring to, but
Ryan,
we've heard.
Just so you know, I'm actually not going to allow or deny. Can you just just retype that up in
prior to
in a way that won't get
President Trump taking
me in
office
trouble?
That Chicago would be targeted. We were expecting it. I think immigration enforcement should take place. However, it should not be targeted for political reasons.
And, sir, I wonder if you can help us out with something. NBC is citing Trump administration officials reporting that more ICE operations are expected today in Illinois. Are you hearing that as well? Are you getting notification?
Yeah, but here again, we covered this at the very beginning of the program that even with these raids, he's doing way less than even Biden did. It's just the fact that they're televising it and they're sending these news crews, and CNN is actually running roughshod for Trump. The Trump admin.
From ICE officials, from the administration.
Come on, brain, catch up.
This is ramping up.
Wow.
Quite frankly, the notification I'm getting is from you and the rest of the media, unfortunately. Historically, we've had a good working relationship with our federal law enforcement partners, and we want to continue that. I started that halfway through first Trump administration, and we plan on continuing that focus on criminal operations. However, it's been a collaboration with communication, and I'm learning about things.
YouTube chat hurts my soul. Come on, guys, don't start a civil war now.
Through the media.
And Mr. Attorney General, what is the reaction that you're hearing from the community right now? Are you hearing?
You're the ultimate instigator.
About
Damn.
Heavy-handed tactics, U.S. citizens being picked up accidentally. Can you tell us anecdotally what you're hearing, what's coming across your desk as these operations are unfolding?
Well, unfortunately, this shock and awe approach, which involves trying to have cameras and having celebrities like DR.PHIL embedded within is.
Now, doesn't this guy understand that I'm actually a expert in immigration reform? I don't know, Pep. If we point out Trump isn't deporting a lot of them, he will just double down. Yeah, that's why we just kind of go, just wait until he doesn't need this one to be in the news cycle.
To come forth and
remember, once we hit year 2, then they kind of forget about it. Then we can go through 2026. They usually don't use immigration for midterm elections. They usually only save them for every 4 years when there's a presidential election.
With law enforcement to solve crimes when it's being said that this operation is to focus on people who have committed.
All the farm workers are staying home because it's all over the TV. The food's not being harvested. The shops will run out. Well, we're already running low on things like lemons, and it is causing a run on other things at the grocery store. Although I think that that's also being overinflated.
Crimes. I think it's going to have,
because even when you look at it, if you were to deport every single illegal immigrant worker, it only upends, I think it was something like 30. It was like 30 or 40%, but it wasn't like what I thought, where it would just literally cripple the entire nation.
Have an opposite effect in the long run. It's a wide net seemingly being casted, and inevitably,
if you want to throw profiling
and upsetting a community that would otherwise collaborate with law enforcement.
Well, you mentioned DR.PHIL, the daytime talk show host. I did want to ask you about that because he is now apparently joining in on Trump's immigration crackdown, or getting access to it.
They gave me a real smart jacket. It's North Face, very cozy, comfortable, and smart. The black on black, very intimidating. Steven Seagal also
filmed at the ICE.
Dude, I swear, at some point, Steven Seagal is going to join this, and he's just going to be like, you guys know I'm a cop, right?
Command center in Chicago even questioned a detainee with Tom Homan, the head of ICE.
Where is he? He's actually a police officer in a cop. Louisiana.
Do you know why DR.PHIL?
Sandwiches are life, changed my mind. I love sandwiches. I love sandwiches.
I think it's ridiculous.
Good pastrami on rye.
Making a mockery of what is supposed to be.
Although I like a good club sandwich, man. But it's got to be cut in the clubs, like the club way.
A focused.
Otherwise, what are you doing? All right, you gotta go.
If it's law enforcement, if it's focusing on criminals. You don't invite folks like that who have no law enforcement background to be embedded within. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's done for the show, and I think it's done to upset community and to score political points with those who want to divide.
And it sounds like he's getting access, whereas we're not seeing the rest of the media getting access. What does that tell you? Isn't that a little strange?
Yes, it's you have somebody that's favorable to the message that you want to send. That's it's adverse to our First Amendment for sure, but it's also adverse to appropriate law enforcement practices.
Mr. Attorney General, this immigration crackdown is sparking fear across the country. I'm sure you're hearing this. Migrants are refusing to leave their homes. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to go to work. We learned of 2 young sisters.
Well, it's almost weird what happens when you start, treating them a little bit differently.
In a Chicago
Weird.
suburb who haven't gone to school since.
Why aren't you guys going to the places that we need you, huh?
Trump took office. And let's listen to a woman who says her father was taken by ICE yesterday after living in the U.S. for 30 years. Let's listen to this.
For them to just take like that. I'm already heartbroken myself, and I can already imagine little kids whose families are breaking apart because of this.
I miss Mad TV Steven Seagal. Yes, that was one of the best ones.
Mr. Attorney General, what do you say?
I don't really like what you guys said about me. I didn't find that very funny.
To the migrants in your
Speak
state
up.
right
I
now
can't
who are
hear a word you
terrified.
said.
What's the message to the White House borders are, Tom Homan?
Actually, Tom Segura, now that I think about it, sorry for the stall luck on this one, but Tom Segura actually has one of the funniest bits about Steven Seagal, where he talked about how he did like this whole karate tutorial against like this like he was a true master, and he's just like, yeah, so what you want to do is you just want to walk up to him, you want to just kind of hit him like that, then you want to just kind of kick him like in the shin like that.
The reality is,
he's doing the laziest movements.
Haitian immigrants and who made tremendous contributions.
You guys don't know
to this country during their decades here. Likewise, that we have millions of immigrants who are doing the same, upon whom our economy leans on. And I think this is going to have an upsetting effect on our economy, on the stability of our country.
Might actually get sent to military Joel. Wait, what?
These are people who make contributions, pay taxes, and are just part of the fabric of our community here in Chicago and throughout the nation.
Huh.
And Mr. Attorney General, I mean, one thing that we heard from Tom Homan and from this administration is that they are warning public officials like yourself not to get in the way of these ICE
Your boy did an oopsie? Uh-oh.
What's your response to
What'd you do?
that?
What'd you do?
Are you making any
Also,
efforts on your part to say, hang on a second, you can't go in there and do some of the things that you're trying to do? Or are you concerned that if you do that, the administration will come after you?
Well, I don't react to such intimidation tactics. No, I have no intent on interfering with legal immigration enforcement processes. What is clear here in the state of Illinois is that we have a Trust Act that says that local and state law enforcement resources cannot be used for such unless there's a federal criminal warrant or other federal law. And so it's my duty to uphold the law of the state of Illinois. We have
fascism is a form of socialism.
Amendment that grows out of it doctrine that says that.
Dude, socialism really is just like the most milquetoast way of just doing everything right now, and it's so funny how many like people actually agree with socialist policies when they're told, hey, so like I was talking again to a conservative last night, and she had never heard it broken down like this, where I was just like, so what is your understanding of what a socialist is? And she's like, well, you support communism. I'm like, that's, again, conflating it. I'm like, no, I just broke it down as simply as, do you like the fire department? Do you like the police department? Would you like to actually have, more Medicare? Do you think that, teachers getting paid more is a good thing? Do you think that, more socialized school is a good thing? Just these basic things led them to just go, yeah. I'm like, well, you would be called a socialist right now in your own community. So just so you understand that. And she's just like, wait, that's what socialism is? I'm like, yes.
The federal government cannot.
Yes, democratic socialism, especially like if you want to maintain this capitalist freaking facade that we have, then yeah, Like, that would be the one you would probably want the most. So
commandeer local and state officials to do the work.
No, fascism is not a form of socialism. You are wrong. You're stupidly wrong.
The federal government, and I'm going to stand
Properly
by our
storing a
Constitution.
mag.
I'm going to
Ooh,
stand by
crap,
our
dude.
state law.
All right, Mr. Attorney General Kwame Raoul of Illinois, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Begin the hour with CNN's Priscilla out.
Oh, dog just went outside. Or he just came back inside. Dude, the one thing I can say about Stan is having wood floors kind of sucks for him because he gets really like, he gets the Bambi thing where he's just like, It's actually what I was saying earlier. I'm a little concerned that he might have hurt himself on the wood floor when he was trying to walk. Well, this was his fault because he got excited and tried to go and see what the neighbor was doing a little too quick, and he just kind of did one of those like sprawl outs. But yeah, he's been like, as I said, he's doing this thing where he's like hyper extending his arm, like his leg. So I'm a little worried about him. So hope he's okay. A Dead Banana was a direct opposition to the Soviet socialism. Yeah. Absolutely not real socialism. Well, I mean, again, am I reducing it? Do I want another cup of tea? Oh, do I? Yeah, I do. Yes. Big yes. What do you guys think? Earl Grey or green? Nah, Earl Grey. I'm gonna go get Earl Grey. Single, not double. Okay. I get it. Hey, I'm getting a tea delivery. Hell yeah. Love tea. Definitely need it. No fair. The NSDAP called themselves National Socialists just because of real socialists. It was a scam. Yeah. Socialists place control of the means of production in public hands, as do monopoly capitalists and fascists. What? No, what? Jeez. Bro, I can tell you right now, I'm not exactly the most, well-read on these subjects, but I can tell you, just even with my understanding of this stuff, I'm just like, what? You're so off. And you're doing it in a way that is kind of funny, where you're just like, you're kind of trolling, but you're not really trolling. Whatever. It is interesting that you do spend as much time in this community as you do. Because it seems like you don't really enjoy yourself. Mint tea? Oh, you know what? I do have mint. No, I want I want an Earl Grey right now. Especially because, like, I just got one of those, like, you know what I mean? Like, when I say fever headache, it's not even, like, a headache. It's just, like, from, like, sweating. Dude, this sucks. I really hope that I don't have what I think I have, guys. Like, God, that would be twice. That would literally be twice in, like, 2 months. That would be insane. That would suck so bad. Oh, my God, I just thought about that. Oh. Man, does anybody happen to know if the new strain is really bad? Because, I'll tell you what, man. Like, the first time I got it, like, or not first time, but, like, the last month when I got it, it's not fun. Okay, what do y'all think of the D the Pac-Man? He's very smug in the way that he delivers things, and on top of it, I don't like the way that he did things where I just kind of I don't like when people misinterpret how they sell themselves. Specifically, like, he would say, "Oh, I don't sell things. I don't do, sponsorships," but they started doing sponsorships and then he would forget that like he had the sponsorship, and he would just go, I don't do sponsorships. I definitely, you know, and then he's just like, this one's been sponsored by BetterHelp. Oh, actually, that was another one. I do remember one of his sponsors was BetterHelp.com. I was just like, ooh. If BetterHelp helps you, great, but I've had bad experiences myself, so I'm not exactly yeah. Is Charlie a libertarian? His name's Charles. Don't give him the benefit of calling him a Charlie. Plus, if he was a Charlie, he'd probably spell it with an EY. Never trust a or you spell it with an I. He's trying to be like, what's that? Charlie XL or XI or whatever the hell. Man, I am out of it. Charles has his own definitions, as we've seen. Everything is the same except his preferred brand of liberalism. This is what happens when you don't operate on academic definitions and just make it up. Yeah, dude. You know what? I hate crap like that. Yeah, it's always been annoying to me, where it's just like, okay, especially when you start reading up on, you know, the theories and although I'm gonna go into this because of what was happening here. Where is it? Yeah, Nietzsche's whole like be strong or be nothing philosophy. Yeah, I took some disagreement with that one, so I actually brought that to the show for some discussion. But anyway, Charles, capitalism is the direct opposite. Fascism is centralized control. Communism leans more towards proletarian control. Socialism leans more towards either state or proletariat control, but emphasis on the redistribution of services. Please go to in person if you can. It's so much better than telehealth, especially for therapy. Absolutely. Telehealth does have its place, though. If you're in an area that is like it's just hard to get to a therapist all the time, telehealth does have its place. But if you are doing telehealth, at least try to like every 4. Yeah, I'll even give you 4 months, like every 4 months or so, to try and do one in-person session, if you can. And you have hardcore libs and peace-loving libs, yeah. And then you have libs that don't know shit. Then you have libs that complain about everything, anything. Yeah, I'm like, you are right about that, man. Libertarians, the dumbest people in the room. Dude. It's because they're so confident, like, in their stances and they will never entertain like other ideas. Well, at least when you're engaging with them. Ooh, I'm getting a delivery. I'll trade you. Come on, Stan. There he is. Grazie. Oh, yeah. Deep dish pizza's ready. Ooh, hell yeah. Mike. Making a, like a frozen deep dish. Some of them aren't bad. We actually just had one not too long ago from Gino's. Like, trust me, I know a good Gino's, so it was, you know what? If I had to give it like a percentage as to like authenticity, I'd give it a solid 60%. It was almost there. I'm on team capitalism. Give me a MFing yacht. I'm on team. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, fine, take your frickin' yacht, but I'm on team as long as everybody else has enough. Like, I hate the fact that it's just unfettered capitalism, and then some people just, even if they agree with some socialist stuff, they find themselves going for the full-blown capitalist society. I'm working class and I hate capitalists and they make me sick. I hate the fact that, they always are taking advantage, number one. I know, hot take, guys, that, this entire class of people takes advantage of another class of people. And then on top of it, did you guys hear about, Trump just kind of on the DL, possibly getting rid of, mortgage credits for anybody making less than $400,000 a year? Dude. It is, not cool, guys. It's not cool. It smells so good. Oh, here. But I wanted to go through this quick little philosophy video. This one specifically I saved because I have a few disagreements here. But you guys are going off in chat. What the hell is going on here? I don't think anyone should earn from ownership. Yeah. Good take. People own the means of production through local governments under... What? 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 How? Yes, okay, because I benefit in any way from my local government collecting the... No. Actually, you could argue that I suffer from it even more because they take more from me. The biggest capitalist lie is that someday you can become one of them. Yep. No man, homemade, none of that frozen crap. Ooh, you made a homemade deep dish pizza? You will have to go through your method. I'm interested in that. Do you have a cast iron? You have to have a cast iron. If you have a cast iron and you're making it with butter crust, then hell yeah. Then you're doing that authentic. So I'll give you that. Too hot to eat. Nice. Money is icky. I'd rather trade in Monopoly money. It'll be exactly the same. Somebody actually said it. I can't even remember where I heard this. I hate to think that it was a TikTok, but I think it was a TikTok. It was this girl just saying, listen, I'm all for capitalism and I'm all for making money. She's like, but not like she's like, I don't need rule the world money or ruin the world money. She's like, I just want enough to be comfortable for myself and make other people in my life comfortable. I was like, yeah. Which then you can apply that practically to just going back to the tax rates from the 1970s. I think that Sam Cedar honestly has some of the best takes on the tax code and going back to that and why it worked so well. I will definitely have to you're conservative smarty pants. Are you though? Kirk, you actually you're kind of in the same position as my friend that I was talking to last night, where she's a conservative because she's just so invested with her community and that she doesn't want to be shunned. So I just wonder if you are in the same position, because you actually kind of strike me more like a almost like a center leftist. I hate to say, with some conservative ideologies, but I don't know. We also haven't gone too deep into if you actually think there is a practical place for socialism in society. So I'm definitely conservative. I just don't talk about my conservative values with y'all. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. I'm just going based off the values that you have talked about. Because also, it is kind of easy to come to conclusions when you do kind of argue against a lot of your average conservative, trolls. So Charles, I'm no fascist. I just know what that word means. Yeah, I never win at Monopoly though. Yeah, neither do I. Trying to think, have I ever actually finished a Monopoly game? I don't think so. Yeah, dude. My grandma, she was actually really funny when we played Monopoly. She was the one that, like, if she'd start losing, she'd be the one where we're just like, we're done. It's like, wait, what? I don't shove my liberalism in people's faces. Yeah, same. I mean, I kind of do sometimes in certain situations, especially if we're talking, you know, about politics and we kind of have the agreement that, you know, that's where we're at. But yeah, so what happened last night, because I could kind of tell that there was a little bit of like apprehension to have a political discussion, but then it just, you know, it went double time. So I don't know, man. I also think that you, like I was saying, I think that, like, even with the conservative values you espouse, that you believe, you tend to have some more centrist views there, my friend. Way more than any, like, because again, main conservatives might also be a little bit different than, you know, our, what do you call them? Our Midwestern conservatives. When AFK made some sweet Cuban coffee this morning. Nice. Ooh, Cuban coffee. Man, I could definitely go for that. Wait, who is gorgeous? You ever involve real life currency in Monopoly? Not money, but I remember as kids, if we ran out of bills, me and my cousins would just throw in cookies and snacks. Yeah, no, we used to do that sometimes. Yeah, man, I actually, like, I don't think I've ever finished a game of Monopoly. Uno was like my family's game, which, dude, to this day, actually, I just thought about that. I gotta plan a family Uno night, because that's cutthroat. You think that you think that Monopoly will definitely, you know, start some family fights? Well, Uno is some hard lessons. Fascism is not simply when you do a bad thing. Anyone from an ideology with power will probably do bad things. Yeah, even like the best ideologies, if you have too much power, somebody is going to be corrupted by it. I mean, that's just kind of one constant in all of human history, is that you're always going to have somebody that gets power and gets corrupted by it. That's just, I mean, I know, hot take. Fascism is totalitarianism, usually. Yeah, I kind of feel like we're going that way, though, here in America. Like, look at the way that they talk about everything. Like, everything is in absolutes. You know, look at the way that they even present things. Like, everything, again, has to be absolute, or it has to be propagandized. Like, look at the way that he's using just the news cycle right now. Like, this is a perfect example of it. The numbers are not there. Everybody in on the left and right thinks that Trump is doing, like, massive deportations, and they're gonna think this for, like, the rest of whatever time he's around. Like, passing back. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Bloodstone. Jeez. I mean, you lean toward... Wait. Anytime you go authoritarian, you go totalitarian by default. I mean, you lean towards... Well, yeah, in Rome, you're literally saying it right now. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we play Taki. Taki is Israeli Uno. It's not an original game. The concept existed for years, but Taki is actually older than Uno. Well, that's cool. I mean, hey, man. See, I'm all for, like, games like that. I just, especially with my family, that's the best way to stop any like intense discussions that are going a little bit, south. It's like, hey, you guys want to play Jenga? Actually, Yahtzee. That's another one. God, I haven't played Yahtzee in a long ass time. Yahtzee's a fun ass game. It's funny when you get into like other games, like Eldritch Horror and like the other board games, like the. Then you kind of look at those games and you're just like, oh, wow, I don't have time for those. Oh, Secret Hitler. See, actually, I hate to say it, Secret Hitler is hilarious. So I think you would enjoy that. Trust me, if you don't know what I'm talking about, then it is going to sound funny. Charles, you were saying, wait, Charles, what the hell are you even saying, man? Fascism is the partnership of industry and totalitarian state. Charles, you were saying that because socialism requires authoritarian steps. Fascism is not defined by its totalitarian nature. That's one small factor. Charles, I agree on the income tax. Either that or he doesn't know what fascism is. Fascists have been grooming us for over 100 years now. Oh, great. Here we go. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more of this, too. A lot more of the conspiracy play. People just being like, yep, we're going towards the one new world order. Like, categories was always fun. Have another one, Pep. LOL. Thanks, Mike. No, I know, and yes, I am totally, dude. Oh, I'm so hungry, but I have another hour until my meal is ready. So that's the bitch about crockpot meals. Is like, actually, I would say that this is the worst part about making a crockpot meal right here, where it's at that time where I can't eat it. I can't do anything except just smell the deliciousness. So, we also roll with Jenga, Remy, and video games in my home. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Ryan, in all seriousness, I hope that you don't get in trouble. Just a aside. Just kind of thought about that. Like, that's why you make it overnight. Yeah. Trust me, if I was smart, I would have done that. But I'm not. You need some stream snacks, Pep. Yeah, I actually have some. I got a little box of snacks here. Just trying to be good because I don't want to ruin my appetite. Also, like, this isn't me being hungry. Like, guys, I'm struggling because like, you guys see, like, I feel hot, I feel cold, I feel hot, I feel cold. Like, it sucks. But I'm pushing through it, guys. I don't know what conservatives think. I am loving DeepSeek open source AI. That is the ultimate troll to CPC. 1 trillion loss from stock market in one day. Dude, that was wild. And yeah, I did appreciate that. That was pretty funny. What would I do for a Klondike bar? It depends. It depends. God, you gotta love. You know what's really funny? Those are commercials that you like really can't even write darker than they already are. Like, those commercials went for it. I have to give Klondike some credit there. Some of those straight up just get like dark. Be right back. I shower, burn myself with cigarettes while I watch Inglourious Bastards in French blindfolded outside. What the hell? I am me. That's it. I am struggling because I am me. Oh, Bloodstone. I'm sorry. Well, you know what? Hope that you can feel a little bit better when you're here. I hope I do, like, at least bring some joy to you guys. Like, God. Especially in these times. I did kind of catch myself feeling a little bit bad on Saturday specifically. Because, yeah, I was getting into way more online arguments. than I usually do, and kind of put me into a bad mental space. Kirky wild. Charles, stay freaky. Oh, jeez. But like, funny way. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. Here, I wanted to play this real quick. If you're going to take a shower, you suck. Should do a Warhammer stream or a food stream. Genghis, actually, you know what? I'm gonna be doing some members only content as far as like filming my when I paint some figures and do a few tutorials, maybe do a playthrough. We'll see. Hey, at Pep Talks, did you know Fortnite has Godzilla this season? You can play as him. I saw that, and I saw that they had him to scale, and like his atomic blast is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. Y'all might have just found the way to get me to finally try Fortnite. Because yeah, man. As knows, Charles has a 2-hour video talking about how fascists are socialists. I'm actually interested in watching it. Seems dedicated. 2 hours? Jeez. I don't know. Maybe. Well, either way. I was saving this one specifically for doing a little bit of philosophy with you guys. So let's take a look at it. This is Be Strong or Nothing. Nietzsche's brutal philosophy. So,
have you ever stopped to think about what it really means to be weak? Not in the physical sense, but in the psychological, intimate sense. Is weakness just a harmless condition, a trait that arouses compassion?
I know a couple of streamers that got to be Godzilla. Oh, wait, so do you have to, like, try to race to get them? It's one of those things? Okay.
Or does it carry something darker, capable of eroding...
What the F? Why do I have to miss this?
...confidence and happiness? Friedrich Nietzsche believed that weakness is more than a limitation. It is a trap, an invisible force that leads people to mask the truth, to hide their powerlessness behind fabricated morality.
Man, he has sick-ass
Imagine
mustache.
a friend who always seems kind, but whose help is never genuine. Or a person who insists on playing the victim, manipulating others to cover up their own flaws. Nietzsche saw this as a form of dishonesty rooted
wow, that could be applied so well today.
in weakness. He believed that deep down, being weak is rejecting life, avoiding the truth, and embracing a mask that disconnects us.
There's
from
already
reality.
a term
where does this
for fash with socialist veneers called Nazbol. Oh, that's yeah. Okay. Hey, thank you for applying that practically. I actually did not know what the Nazbol actual definition was. I just knew the type of people that it was applied to.
And what does it reveal about our society and ourselves?
Jackson
For
Hinkle.
Nietzsche, weakness is not just an individual problem, but a contagious force that threatens what we hold most dear, our ability to live authentically. Nietzsche did not see weakness as a mere human trait, but as the foundation of one of the greatest mechanisms of manipulation ever created, morality. For him, weakness was the origin of resentment, a bitter feeling that arises when people, unable to face their limitations, seek to blame others for their dissatisfaction. The philosopher identified this in the creation of slave morality, an inversion of values that exalts suffering, humility, and submission, while demonizing strength, power, and autonomy. But what exactly is resentment? Imagine someone who does not have the courage to admit their envy of another's success. Instead, this person criticizes the merits of others, calling them arrogance or greed. This process of demeaning the strong to justify one's own impotence is the heart of resentment.
This remind you of anybody? Like, maybe I do have that, what do they call it, that TDS or whatever, because it is just like, I hear this and immediately I'm just thinking, what do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. How can you apply this to me?
For Nietzsche, it is in this space that weakness becomes dishonest. Instead of admitting their inability to achieve something, the weak
I mean, right there alone, the color palette is, I mean, right here, color palette, Trump.
A narrative in which their limitations are virtues. This slave morality opposes the morality of the masters, which values strength, courage, and self-assertion. While the masters create their own values, the slaves react, constructing ethical systems that place
We need
them
to become the Ubermensch, blah, 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 so overrated. Yeah, you know what? That's what, again, there are overrated things about him, but as somebody who didn't really read too much into it, there is a lot of good stuff that you can practically apply to your life.
and the powerful as sinners. Christianity, according
I also like how he kind of went out of his way to shit on Socrates. I thought that was kind of funny.
Nietzsche was the most notable example of this inversion of values. He believed that religion promoted weakness as an ideal, exalting suffering and humility while condemning pride and self-sufficiency. Of course, this does not mean that Nietzsche despised the weak simply because they were weak. He despised their choice to mask their weakness with illusions, transforming it into a corrosive force. For him, the problem was not human frailty, but the refusal to face it honestly. But why is this choice for dishonesty so common?
That's cool art.
Why is it easier to create a mask than to accept reality? To understand this, we need to delve into the psychology of weakness and its link to dishonest behavior. For the author of Beyond Good and Evil, weakness is not just a passive condition. It is active, insidious, and tends to manifest itself.
Well, you guys can understand why, they went out of their way to make sure that I did not learn about this guy, right?
in behaviors that distort the truth and sabotage human relationships. According to the German thinker, when someone recognizes...
Oh, hey, Alva, what's up? Good to see you. Jamie, how does someone deal with being disfollowed from a religion? I will get to you after we finish this video. I actually, I do have some advice on that one.
Recognizes their limitations, two choices arise: to accept their own vulnerability and seek to overcome it, or to deny this weakness and project it onto the outside world. It is in this second path that
I'll be honest, it's not easy, especially if you're going through it. But I can tell you right now, it is definitely a process that you can get through, and it only takes about maybe 2 to 3 years if you really...
Honesty arises. From a psychological point of view, this translates into the fear of facing one's own failure. Imagine a person...
What's his makeup, Pat?
Who constantly avoids challenges.
I got lost here.
By
What are you
blaming
talking
others or circumstances. For Friedrich Nietzsche, this evasion of responsibility is a defense mechanism that protects the ego, but which, in the long run, fuels resentment.
Since it's a judgment system, so you can automatically become unable to communicate with up to a few thousand people in your local area.
And what happens when resentment takes over? The weak individual becomes a master of manipulation. He uses self-pity to...
Alva, you weren't kidding, huh? Cool. I'll be honest. I read that comment during the weekend and kind of rode that one all the way to stream today.
To attract support, disguises his envy as morality.
I really appreciate
those
that.
in positions of power for his unhappiness. This pattern creates a cycle in which weakness not only persists but spreads. After all,
because I'll be honest, the loss of community was probably the hardest thing for me to actually navigate after I got I call it excommunicado because it sounds cool.
Critic of Christian morality observed, it is easier to seek comfort in a narrative that portrays the other as the villain than to face one's own powerlessness. But what is the cost of this choice? For Nietzsche, denying reality has profound consequences. First, it impedes personal growth. Someone who refuses to acknowledge their own limits will never be able to overcome them. Second, it erodes...
These are the practical things that when I hear them, I'll immediately go, yeah.
Trust. People,
and sometimes you do just need to hear this and go, yeah.
Constantly manipulate and mask the truth, lose credibility in relationships. Finally, it weakens society as a whole. The philosopher saw weakness as a contagious force, capable of creating entire cultures based...
Yeah, I got into a few arguments with someone over the weekend, right-leanings, or okay. I got into a few arguments with some weekend right-leaning streamers, did a lot of chewing on some deep thoughts, and now I've become fully converted.
Resentment and self-sabotage.
You are so more than welcome.
Example can be seen
Alva, I'm proud of you.
Consider that colleague who never admits his mistakes.
That's awesome.
Is always ready to criticize the work of others. This behavior not only generates distrust, but also...
Don't take everything from him, take it on an even heel, but he is a wonderful philosopher. Yeah, I mean...
the team. Ruckin's thinker saw this dynamic as a miniature version of society. When many choose dishonesty as a strategy, weakness becomes a virus, weakening the collective. However, the critic of modernity did not believe that this condition was inevitable.
I got the Rona.
For him, human beings have the potential to transcend their weakness as long as they abandon illusions and
I'm going to be honest, guys. Everything I'm going through right now is kind of pointing that way.
accept reality as it is. And this is where the notion of strength comes in. Not as something brutal or oppressive, but as the courage to face life without masks. This courage is what separates the weak from the strong. But what does it mean, in practice, to be strong? How can we cultivate this inner strength in a world that seems
I swear to God, everyone I used to watch on Twitch took some effing crazy pills on Friday. It was absurd. Man, I'll tell you what, yeah, there was definitely some some doubling down on the whole, like, woohoo, let's cheer, let's crack open some beers and definitely show just how racist we really are.
Manipulation and self-deception. For the philosopher who challenged moral conventions, dishonesty is the most evident reflection.
Yes, it is. I just had it. I agree, Pep.
When a person does not have the strength necessary to confront their limitations, they resort to falsehood, both to themselves and to others. This strategy creates a toxic cycle. By hiding one's vulnerability, the individual not only perpetuates his or her difficulties, but
I'll be honest, I had to do some checking into this channel. I thought for the entire time I was listening to him that it was AI. It's not.
Also destroys the confidence that could help him or her overcome them. Nietzsche observed this dynamic critically, especially as it manifested itself in the morality.
It does come off a little pretentious,
but of the time. He saw religion, especially Christianity, as a grand theater of collective dishonesty.
If I got my older brother on here, that would be interesting. He's very opinionated and more knowledgeable about politics and history than I am, loves debates.
According to the thinker in
I'd be open for
All Too Human, the weak project their incapacity as virtue, extolling characteristics such as humility and submission, while condemning qualities that they cannot achieve, such as pride and self-sufficiency. This mechanism for him not...
I'm talking about things that were a half hour ago, thinking it's live. That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm like, it seems like he's catching up.
Not only deceives others, but also alienates the
don't worry about it, man. I've been there.
Essence. Think, for example, of someone who insists on justifying their failures with phrases such as, I was unlucky, or people are against me. Behind this narrative is the refusal to admit mistakes or limitations. For the critic of traditional morality, this kind of self-deception is not harmless.
My body just
it is a
choose if it's cold or hot.
And a seed of resentment. This dishonesty also has profound effects on relationships. Imagine
voice gives museum narrator vibes. There's nothing wrong with that.
Or partnership with someone who is never honest about their intentions or feelings. Little by little, this lack of clarity erodes trust, creating an environment of
These videos make me feel like I'm going to ascend to the next level of humanity, like in Limitless.
Trust and insecurity. For the author of The Genealogy of Morals, dishonest weakness is one of the most corrosive forces in any human bond. It not only creates conflict, but also prevents authentic relationships from flourishing. Furthermore, Nietzsche argued that the dishonesty generated by weakness
can actually agree with that one.
Individuals.
Oh, I gotta get I gotta hit the hay. Talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, Mike, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Influencing political, cultural, and social systems. One example is when entire societies are based on narratives that avoid individual responsibility, such as the glorification of suffering as a path to virtue, or the idea that all problems come from external factors. This type of collective thinking not only impedes progress, but also perpetuates a culture of dependence and self-deception. However, the thinker did not propose that everyone simply abandon their weaknesses. He recognized that vulnerability is part of the human condition. What he condemned was the choice to hide this vulnerability through dishonest masks. For him, the true path to strength begins with the radical acceptance of reality, however uncomfortable it may be. After all, how can one build an authentic life if it is based on illusions? For the German philosopher, the first step to breaking this cycle is to cultivate the courage to look within and face the truths we try to avoid. Only then can weakness be transformed into genuine strength. But in the modern world, where competition and social media encourage appearances, how can we identify and resist these dishonest tendencies? Is there still room for inner strength in such a superficial environment? For Nietzsche, strength is not just a physical attribute or a display of external power. It is a virtue deeply rooted in the ability to embrace
The name of this philosophy channel is Santi D'Angelo.
life in
Here,
its
I'll link it.
entirety, even in the midst of difficulties and imperfections. For the author of The Antichrist, being strong means facing reality with courage, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to self-knowledge. But what characterizes this strength? First, it requires a conscious rejection of self-deception. While the weak seek to justify their limitations with excuses or constructed morality, the strong accept their weaknesses as part of the process of growth. This act of honesty with oneself is, paradoxically, what allows one to overcome limitations. Second, strength implies action. It is not enough to recognize reality, one must act upon it. For the critic of modernity, strength is demonstrated in difficult decisions, in the ability to adapt to adverse situations, and in the willingness to take risks to achieve significant goals. The German thinker
Again, this is why, like, this stuff right here, I'm just like, yeah, this is very practical. I agree with this.
who stood out for their ability to transform difficulties into opportunities. For example, consider someone like Leonardo da Vinci, whose strength lay not only in his exceptional talent, but also in his tireless pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement. He is an example of how strength can be a transformative virtue, inspiring not only individual achievements but also advances for all humanity. Furthermore, for Nietzsche, strength is closely linked to creation. Rather than simply reacting to circumstances, the strong are those who create new values, new ways of life, and new possibilities. The author of Thus Spoke Zarathustra argued that true strength lies in the ability to shape one's own destiny, rejecting conventions that limit human potential. But how does this apply to everyday life? Imagine a person who, after years of dissatisfaction in a stagnant job, decides to abandon the security of a steady salary to pursue a personal passion. This act, although risky, is an expression of strength, a commitment to authenticity and the search for something more meaningful. On the other hand, strength should not be confused with oppression or tyranny. Nietzsche often criticized...
Sorry, sometimes it is kind of like, oh. So you're telling me that technically there's more strength in taking chances? Wow.
The strong
Sorry.
who use their power to subjugate others. For him, true strength is generative, not destructive. It is the ability to inspire and uplift rather than crush.
These videos make me feel like I'm in a school trip all over again.
The German philosopher.
Well, so every once in a while, we're going to be doing some more education. Especially, this is kind of the fun part with me, is because I wasn't, educated on any of this stuff, especially in my school. Yeah, you guys get to have the fun with learning in real time with me, so.
First thinking. In a world full of distractions and external pressures, cultivating this inner strength can seem like a monumental challenge. Yet Nietzsche
I think this is boring as fuck, to be honest.
That it is within reach for anyone willing to let go of the victim mentality and take control of their lives. This requires...
I don't like the fetishism of strength and weakness. Honestly, that was kind of where I'm getting at with it, because the more, like, the deeper we get into Nietzsche's like whole virtue between strength and weakness, and once he starts incorporating saying that kindness and having any type of moral virtue is inherently like a sign of weakness, I think that is just stupid.
Above all,
I think that sometimes, especially in today's world, it almost takes more strength to actually show that kind of character, to actually care. It's so much easier, like, to just bury your head and also just be cruel.
A willingness to question narratives imposed by society, religion, or culture. As the thinker often emphasized, true strength is not something that can be given or passively learned. It must be earned, an ongoing act of will that requires effort and sacrifice. And it is in this process that the beauty of life lies, the possibility of constant transformation, of reinventing oneself, and of striving for excellence in all aspects. Thus, strength for the philosopher is more than a virtue, it is a calling. An invitation to abandon mediocrity and embrace a more fulfilling and authentic existence.
And don't look up what he thought about women. He was the world's first incel. Yeah, I kind of got that vibe.
But are we ready to accept this challenge? Nietzsche believed that true respect can only emerge from authentic strength. For him, it is not about physical strength or domination, but about a
Also, the
magnetic
individualism. This is all used for liberal capitalist ideologies. Same with fascists. They all use this guy's words. Yeah.
presence
No, that's my problem with philosophy. Is like it can totally be bastardized one way or another.
comes from someone who lives in alignment.
I mean,
with their
Socrates was
essence.
one of the ones
This
that
kind of
at
strength
least
attracts admiration.
it seems like he was
while weakness,
constantly
often
being
hidden by
bastardized.
masks, generates distrust and even contempt. When someone demonstrates genuine strength, it is as if they are a beacon in the darkness. Think, for example, of historical figures who have shaped generations, such as Mahatma Gandhi. Although his path was one of nonviolence, he radiated an inner strength so powerful that he defied empires and inspired millions. For Nietzsche, it is this authenticity that demands respect because it reflects courage, integrity, and the ability to transcend mediocrity. But respect is not just about being admired by others. It also involves self-respect. When someone is strong enough to be honest with themselves and act in accordance with their values, that individual experiences a profound kind of personal dignity. This self-worth is, in itself, a pillar of strength and a catalyst
not
for
necessarily
gaining
wrong.
external respect. However, there is a subtle trap here. Many seek respect artificially, trying to
Yes, and also old philosophies from guys that believed in slavery and natural hierarchies. Yeah, that's why I like the see, this is kind of what I'm doing though, is I have to obviously learn the basics to start going into like more modern philosophy, and then, you know, getting different like breakdowns of his teachings, and then like kind of doing the Bible study method, I hate to say.
impress or manipulate.
I'm sure that happens all the time in philosophy, where they're like, yeah, well, he meant this.
Nietzsche despised this approach, considering
here.
it yet another manifestation of
So that you
weakness.
said something.
For the author of Ecce Homo,
That's your
genuine
school?
respect cannot be demanded or forced. It is
Crap.
earned by the consistency between who a person is and what they
Wow.
demonstrate to the world.
Okay, I thought mine was militant. Holy shit, yours looks like an actual castle.
In the modern context, this lesson is particularly relevant.
Wow.
In a world where authenticity is often sacrificed for likes and
Philosophy is often abused as a form of religion. Yeah.
instant validation, authentic respect
I
becomes
kind
a
of
rare
got,
currency.
I'll be honest, this is kind of the reason that I wasn't into philosophy as I got out of religion, because I just saw it as like another religion.
The inner strength that
Or
Nietzsche
I saw
so
like the guys who were super into it as like using it the same way that people that would use religion. So it was just a major turnoff for me.
valued is the key to navigating these external pressures without compromising
stands back.
one's essence. In the end, respect is more than a consequence of strength. It is a reflection of a life lived with purpose and integrity. Are we ready to shed the masks we wear and earn genuine respect? Starting
That's
with our
not
own
terrifying at all. What is this, the
compassion,
Babadook?
often celebrated as an essential virtue in modern society, is, for Nietzsche,
Is that literally the
weakness
Babadook?
in disguise. At the heart of the philosopher's thinking is the idea that pity,
True, humans
while
turn everything into a cult. Oh, hell yeah, they do.
often well-intentioned, can breed dependency and perpetuate weakness, creating a cycle of vulnerability that can corrode the human spirit. For the philosopher, compassion is an emotional response that, rather than empowering, often
That
infantilizes.
actually doesn't surprise me. The school I went to was like big into like the iconography of like swords and shields and armor,
those on the receiving end.
which ironically,
This dynamic
you know,
is
the
particularly
Crusaders,
evident in how societies treat the underprivileged.
without actually teaching us about
Rather
what
than
happened.
empowering individuals to rise up and become self-sufficient, pity can transform dependency
This is why science is the best thing that ever happened.
to a state of being. Nietzsche saw this as a betrayal of the true nature of human beings, which is the pursuit of self-affirmation and personal power.
I'm sure
Imagine
dolphins
a
would make a
situation
cult.
in which a person faced with financial hardship receives help in a paternalistic manner. The intention may be noble, but the underlying message is, you cannot overcome this alone. This approach not only undermines self-confidence,
Religions have a lot of useful, cool and useful lessons and rituals, but people take it too literally. Yep. And that's usually what, well, yeah.
but also prevents the development of skills needed to face
And then use
future
it to justify taking lands,
Instead of
lives,
becoming
or
an
anything
active
else.
force in one's own life, the individual finds himself trapped in a cycle of dependency, analogous to a child who never learns to walk on his own. Nietzsche's critique of compassion is not merely an attack on human goodness.
One of the Greek philosophers had a little cult. I forgot his name, but it was a myth and philosophy cult. I think it was I keep wanting to say Socrates, but I think it was
It
Socrates.
challenges the very nature of morality. For him, traditional morality, which often glorifies pity, serves as a mechanism of social control, creating a hierarchy that valorizes weakness. Those who consider themselves virtuous often feel superior when they offer compassion, not realizing that they are actually fueling weakness rather than combating it. It is essential to realize that Nietzsche's critique of pity does not suggest that we should not help others. On the contrary, he argues that helping should be a
For real, dude. I wish my body would just choose.
form of empowerment. True compassion, in
I am
Nietzsche's
simultaneously
view,
hot
should
and cold
inspire
right now.
others
This
to become
sucks.
stronger, to rise up and to take control of their lives. Rather than providing support that reinforces vulnerability, we should seek support that encourages
Bert Stein, hey, what's up?
and
How you doing?
agency. Furthermore, the fragility of pity is manifested in the way it is
Welcome to
often
the show.
used as a tool of manipulation. People can use compassion as a form of emotional control, creating an environment where weakness is exploited for personal gain. Such manipulation is a reflection
I was
of
about to say,
weakness,
it's been a while.
not strength. Nietzsche reminds us that true strength is revealed in the ability to cope with life.
It's going well. Learning a little bit about philosophy. I think I explained this, over-explained it, so I'll just make it quick. I didn't really learn philosophy in my in any of my schooling, so this is pretty fresh for me. So yeah,
without resorting to emotional appeals that
Going through
devalue
Nietzsche.
the autonomy of others. As we approach the issue of pity in our daily interactions,
but this is
it
literally
crucial to
we're doing
reflect
one
on
little
our
educational thing here, and then we're
truly
moving on.
empowering
So.
others or simply satisfying our need to feel good. This self-analysis may be uncomfortable,
Feel bad,
but it is a necessary step in breaking out of the dynamics of dependency that Nietzsche so critically exposes. Thus, Nietzsche's critique of compassion and pity.
Yeah,
invites
here we
us
go. Here we go. This is where I would like. I forgot what the other one I was reading or was listening to, but when they broke this down immediately, I was like, "What?"
We examine not only our actions, but also the morality that underlies them. True strength lies in recognizing that every human being has the capacity to rise up, and that true help is that which fosters this capacity. How can we transform our interactions into opportunities to foster strength and autonomy, rather than reinforcing fragility and dependence? At the heart of Nietzsche's thought is the idea that life must be affirmed in all its complexities.
So being a chatty Cathy is a sign of weakness. Yep.
Contradictions. Self-affirmation, a central virtue in his philosophy, is seen as an act of courage that involves accepting life in its entirety, including its pains and challenges.
Again,
contrary to the pessimistic,
like it's he has these little ones where you're like, okay, you're getting it, and then he just does this like pivot where you're just like, and you lost me.
Philosophies adopt.
Ruling classes dependent on owning everything, and we are enabling them by allowing them to profit from our labor. Yep.
Self-affirmation, for the philosopher, is a reflection of inner strength. It's the ability to say yes to life, even when it presents seemingly insurmountable
I will work on that then. I don't necessarily agree. I mean, it depends on if you're just being like chatty just to fill the air. See, like I do that occasionally sometimes. My therapist actually kind of pointed that out where she's like, yeah, you're uncomfortable with silence. You need to become more comfortable with silence. I'm like, but is it silence I'm uncomfortable with, or is it just that I really want to have a good conversation? It was silence.
Instead of taking refuge in illusions or allowing themselves to be dominated by weakness, the self-affirming individual faces challenges head-on.
Most feral,
This
am I a
attitude is
lib?
fundamental not only for personal
Not really.
growth, but also for building.
Most conservatives, I guess, would consider me a lib. I consider myself a left. I lean left.
A strong.
I'm also not one of your standard streamers, from what I've gathered, that is just going to be like, what? You don't agree with me? Get out of here. I will not even engage with you.
Stronger and more resilient society. Nietzsche believed that by embracing our struggles and failures, we become more authentic. Weakness dissipates when we accept that we are imperfect beings with abilities and limitations. This acceptance is a powerful act of self-affirmation.
Anarcho-Bidenist streamer. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so Bidenist.
Life, honestly. Instead of
I like how people can even like try to call me that, where I make fun of him pretty openly. It just sucks. I've already said this too. I figured out how to do an impression of Biden the day he left office. Like, That was like the most insulting thing ever.
Escapism mechanism, self-affirmation
Who did
pushes
I
us to
vote for?
actively seek
Kamala
solutions to our
begrudgingly.
problems. A practical example of this virtue can be found in stories of
Was
people
not
who
exactly thrilled
overcame
about it.
great adversity. Think of Nelson Mandela, who spent years in prison, but instead of being consumed by resentment, he emerged as a leader who not only asserted himself, but also sought to assert the dignity of his people.
Unless you go with the right-wing Mandela that Michael Brooks used to do.
Your ability to embrace life
one of
and
the best
fight for a
bits.
better future is a powerful testimony to the virtue of
There you go.
self-affirmation. At the same time, Nietzsche criticizes society's tendency to glorify weakness and victimization. He notes that this glorification not only undermines the potential of individuals, but also weakens society as a whole. When you value weakness, you create a culture of passivity that doesn't encourage growth or
Let's
innovation.
start a new American Labor Party. I mean, if we could.
Instead of inspiring people to become
That'd be
protagonists
nice.
of their own stories, a cycle of dependence and mediocrity is perpetuated. In this context, the love of life becomes a call to action. Nietzsche urges us to embrace our individuality and seek self-affirmation as a way of living fully. This involves not only
Yeah, but what if your self-affirmation is literally, just talking?
accepting our
So,
challenges, but
I
also
don't know.
learning to love them, recognizing that they are an integral part of our journey.
I voted for
Each
Thomas the
obstacle
Tank Engine.
overcome is an opportunity for growth, a testament to our inner strength,
Percy guy, my
and a
God,
reason to
myself.
celebrate life in all its complexity.
How does one start a
Finally,
political party? Honestly, in America, you just kind of have to work within one and kind of be covert about it. It's the smartest way to do it. I mean, Bernie really did have a good way of establishing himself and then kind of taking over the party. Like,
self-affirmation and love of life lead us to reflect on how we can contribute to a stronger and more resilient world. If each of us commits to affirming our own lives, to creating a space where strength and authenticity are valued, we will not only improve ourselves, but also inspire those around us. The question we must ask ourselves
What is with this
are we
imagery?
ready to embrace life in its
What the
entirety
hell?
and become agents of change in a world that often values weakness? Nietzsche's philosophy is not limited to the individual. It also offers a blueprint for building a more robust and authentic society. The philosopher's legacy invites us to question the prevailing values that shape our interactions and social structures. In a world that often prioritizes conformity and mediocrity, Nietzsche's vision urges us to build communities based on strength, honesty, and self-affirmation. For Nietzsche, a strong society is one that values the diversity and uniqueness of its members. Rather than promoting homogeneity, it is vital to encourage individual expression and the pursuit of excellence. This emphasis on individuality is crucial.
the only way to get a third party is to get paid by one side in order to hurt the others in the election. Well, honestly, I was saying this during the election that the closest we actually came to a new party was actually Kamala Harris, and like them building a corporate party that was ex-Republicans, and then they kind of just forced the left into their own, their own party, and then the far right into their own party.
Crucial, because each person brings.
That's how that's how I saw it going. But then I got surprised by the outcome of the election. So
to the strengthening of the whole, society becomes a vibrant mosaic of talents and abilities where each individual can thrive and excel. However, building a strong society requires courage and a challenge to establish norms. Nietzsche criticizes conventional morality that often seeks to level differences in the name of equality. This tendency not only devalues individual potential, but also creates an environment that inhibits creativity and innovation. Instead of celebrating excellence, society often settles for the mediocre, leading to stagnation. It is therefore crucial that we cultivate a culture that not only accepts, but values the struggle for self-affirmation. Furthermore, the strength of a society is not based solely on its
men's
individual
intellectual
achievements,
ratio.
but
Oh
also
God!
on the
All
ability
right,
of its
starting to
members
see it.
to support one another. This does not mean resorting to weak compassion, but rather establishing bonds of solidarity that encourage self-sufficiency. By fostering resilience, a community can collectively weather crises, becoming more adaptable and able to overcome challenges. This active solidarity is an expression of the true social strength
Anti-DEI.
that Nietzsche envisions. For example, in times of crisis, such as natural disasters or economic hardship, communities that support one another demonstrate a superior capacity for resilience. They do not wait for outside help, but organize themselves and use the resources available to them to rebuild. This approach not only strengthens social bonds, but also empowers individuals to take decisive action, reinforcing the idea that strength and resilience are built together. Building a strong society also requires a continuous critique of the values that surround us. Nietzsche urges each of us to challenge social norms and not accept the dominant morality without question. Critical reflection is essential to the development of a society that values strength and authenticity. We need to be able to discern between what strengthens us and what weakens us, seeking a morality that expands rather than restricts our capabilities. Self-affirmation as a concept challenges us to be the protagonists of our own stories. Each of us bears the responsibility of asserting ourselves in the face of adversity and external expectations. This involves not only acknowledging our weaknesses, but also transforming them into strengths. By adopting a Nietzschean perspective, we can see our struggles as opportunities for personal growth and development. This shift in mindset is essential to creating a more meaningful and authentic life. Love of life, on the other hand, invites us to embrace all experiences, no matter how challenging they may seem. By cultivating an appreciation for our existence,
I mean,
even
where's
in
the disagreement in that?
we are able to find beauty and meaning where many see only despair. This willingness to love life in its entirety is a powerful antidote to the disillusionment and nihilism that permeate our contemporary society. When we choose to love life, we become agents of change, inspiring others to follow our example.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was a good summary of what to take from it. That was actually a little bit more, like, I was more in agreement than I thought I would be, based on everything that I was reading yesterday, so interesting. Good video, but it lacks some Subway Surfers for maximum stimulation. Yeah, whatever. I mean, God, it reminds me of those videos that my nephew watches, where it's literally just what are those games? Like the Maze Runner games, like. It's just a video of that, but it's got a whole bunch of like AI like facts behind it. Actually, you know what? I caught my wife watching one of those recently too, where I was just like, "What the hell is this?" She's like, "Yeah, whatever. It's mindless content." I'm like, "Yeah, no shit." Like, felt like I might have been a little mean there. Temple Run AI slop. That's exactly what. Yeah, Temple Run AI slop. Yeah. Bandit cool video. Yeah, you know what? I actually ended up yeah. See, this is, I feel better too. Like, guys, there's nothing wrong with going through a little bit of philosophy and just kind of trying to feel a little bit better about some stuff, you know? There's nothing wrong with it. I ran into a full-on Trump supporter on here. Clearly not a good space for me. Wait, here? Like, here? Like, we have a full-on Trump supporter in chat that was chatting against you or going against you? I'm confused. I mean, you're gonna run into some Trump supporters, but like, if they're coming after you, Jamie, please also like bring that to my yeah. Then please bring that to my attention. Because I'm guessing they mean Twitch. I'm not seeing any, like, again, I'm looking through my chat. Literally, are you a lib? LMFMA. FAO. Who did I vote for? And that's it. Literally, there's nobody else engaging in chat. So, I don't understand who this supporter is. Not safe space for me to speak there because they'll probably ban me because I can't point out that they're upholding inequalities via their power system. Oh, you meant a streamer. My bad. I thought you meant literally, like... Hey, now those read me Reddit stories. It's AI slop. You need to at least support somebody that, like, takes the time to make the content. Sorry. I will disagree with you on this one, Unimoogle. Do not agree with it. Alright, what do we got? Attorneys General. We already did that one. Existentialism. Ooh, I would like to go through existentialism. Plenty of people on this platform banning people just because they disagree. Sad, really. Yeah, honestly, Jamie, I'm trying to avoid doing that. Like, honestly, if somebody literally just says they voted for Trump and then somebody's like, you need to ban them, I'm not doing that. Like, the Majority Report is the place to go to for that kind of stuff, where it's just, but as long as they're not, I had a feeling you're not like that. No, I'm not. I don't want to just dissuade people too, because I've had a few people come here that they said the same thing. They all said the same thing. A few of them said the same thing, where they came here to troll me. I ended up disarming them by not freaking out and also trying to engage with them and just be like, yo, where are you actually coming from? And then they end up engaging with, other people in my chat, and then they have said we've changed their minds on some things, and that means a lot to me. And then we have other people, like Kirk. Kirk still holds that he's conservative, but he's not a Trump supporter, so I can take that and work with it. And I've tried in how I speak not to directly target anyone. It's just topic general, all coexist, but I don't think that other spaces or the other space is going to be like that. Yeah, unfortunately, again, I hate to even say this, but this is not exclusive in right-wing spaces. This is something that happens, in left-wing spaces too. That's why I have been trying to be better about it. I would like to actually, like I keep repeating it, I would like to engage and try and change minds, but I will not tolerate any shenanigans, and especially like hatred towards my mods, just being an overt troll, which I have gotten lucky on, as far as like not really dealing with as many as I thought I would. I thought it was going to be literally just daily, just all over the place, but surprisingly, no. And then, like I said, I've had the few that came in here to troll and then ended up like watching the whole show, and then they were like, I really enjoyed this. You know what? Thank you. It was like, whoa, that's odd. Okay. I gotta pee again, so we're going to do this quick CNN story, and then I think I want to I got a few more segments lined up. We will take some votes on where we go. Here we go.
2 U.S. deportation flights have just landed in Guatemala as part of President Trump's ongoing immigration crackdown. CNN's senior national correspondent David Culver joins us now from Guatemala City. So, David, what do we know about these flights?
Hey, Pamela, yeah, you're right. The one that just touched down, I'm going to be very careful what we're showing here because some of the folks have asked that we not show their faces. So sometimes you'll see the camera go down to our feet. But let me give you a sense of the process because you saw them perhaps stepping onto the tarmac, and now they're at the space where you can see these folks in yellow vests who are registering these folks back into Guatemala. So for many of them, it's been years since they've lived here, and now they're trying to figure out the reintegration process. And we're just going to be careful with faces here too. But let me just show you over here. This is where they're walking up and getting any sort of necessities, some snacks, toiletries. They have everything from Crocs to t-shirts, shoelaces, because if you notice, many of them here, I'll show you this right down here, he doesn't have shoelaces on because that's part of the standard procedure for security to remove anything that could be used as a weapon or self-harm. And they've even got toothpaste and some other snacks. I see them putting their fingerprints down, and then a lot of them come over this way and they start charging their phones I'll just move these sticks over here so you can come around here, Jerry. And that's when they're able to then try to finally reconnect with relatives and loved ones who might come to this space to pick them up. Now, as they're being registered in by, you can see this is some of the organizations that are helping in trying to get them sorted and essentially processed back into.
They're talking about merit, and I said if you can rely only on merit, it will result in mostly cis white men floating to the top because they have historically benefited more than others. Also via inheritance from power and social judgment systems that anyone else has much lower accessibility to that kind of power. Yeah, well, that's, yeah. Explaining to people why DEI was a thing in the first place, like, it is insane how many people already don't know about the civil rights era. So now it's just...
They'll then come over to this porch and they've got some of their belongings here. I mean, I can see a guitar case. You can see these are almost like potato sacks, Pamela, that have some of their belongings and stapled together. And then inside I've seen everything from Wawa wrappers to CVS receipts, so things that were just in their pockets that they emptied before boarding.
Wow. And you also spoke to the vice president, right, of Guatemala. What did she say?
So the vice president welcomed this group here. It's interesting because they leave the U.S. as criminals because they...
Yeah, and I felt unsafe. They said I'm too far into woke politics. The fact that they're using woke as like a new, like the new buzzword, well, new, but come on, man. We all know what they mean when they mean woke.
Illegally entered, and so that's now why they're
being a good person.
Back here
Oh,
no. The vice president made a point to say that obviously this is a complicated situation. She tried to redirect it mostly to the migrants and what their situation is, but I asked about relations between the U.S. and Guatemala, especially for what we saw in the past 24 hours with...
Just look at Hexeth. He didn't need as much as his predecessor to get the job. Yep.
Colombia. And
well, that's like, I've been bringing that up, how it's ironic that we're using DEI for like cis white dudes who are not qualified for these positions, and we're just giving it to them based on the idea that they were not offered said position because of their skin color. It's insane.
She said, look, that's Colombia's situation.
He accused me of using a slur saying the word cis. It means you had, whatever. Again, these guys are so weird. Like, they don't understand it, because they also get mad when like you just say Republican. They're like, well, I'm right because you get it right and left, and it's called right because we're right.
Be very careful.
It's a bunch of, like, honestly, they're a bunch of insecure dudes who are not getting enough like in life from what, like, whether it be sex or whatever the hell it is, and they view woke politics as being the reason that is.
I also asked, as we kind of walk around here, I want to give you another sense of some of this. I also asked about what's different essentially between what happened the past 4 years under President Biden and what's changed since under President Trump. As far as the numbers and the capacity of folks who have been deported, that has not changed according to the vice president. That's still the same for what
I strive to be able to wear a shirt like that and not have the buttons just like do this weird pop thing that make me look like I'm in the, like I'm the Incredible Hulk.
It's all under President Biden. In fact, in some cases, it's even gone down a little bit. What has changed, though, Pamela, is the use of military flights, and that began last Thursday here to Guatemala, and it's continuing with another military aircraft that will bring another round.
They would deport Jesus if he returned here and showed up. Yep.
Deportees here to this airport in about 2 or 3 hours from now.
Yeah, I think that's really important context, that there hasn't been some big change other than, as you point out, the use of military flights. Again, we'll see how this plays out.
My next guest is an Illinois state senator representing the 1st District.
I'm in Britain as well, so I'm not fully up on everything that's happening over there, and I'm learning to trying to, because I've come from being brainwashed by that same power system, which, by the way, I'm marginalized from.
In Chicago, Javier Cervantes joins us now. Thanks so much for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for having me this morning.
So you hear our reporter there in Guatemala City saying that Guatemalan authorities say that actually the volume of deportation flights have not changed. The kind of flight, they're now military flights, have changed, but not the volume. I wonder from your perspective.
No, and you know why they're doing it? It's somebody brought it up here in chat, and I looked into it. It's 100% true. It's all optics because those military flights cost so much more to put less people on the flights. So they're doing it just so it looks good. And then that's why Trump was crying about Colombia not doing it. It was because he was just like, listen, I need this. I need the news reporters to show that I'm totally bringing them back and that they're coming from the military.
Different in your view about how
I don't see Trump standing up for some disabled or marginalized people who seem hell-bent on spending their lives supporting him. Yep.
these raids are playing out.
Well, Jim,
What do you think costs more, military flights or commercial? It's the military flights.
communities are just, they're living in fear right
I actually
now.
just looked into that. It costs like
People are being affected at
an insane amount of money.
targets. Working class people, children. You just saw earlier today, they just knocked on this man's door and they just took him and his family now is suffering and don't know what to do. So that's what's really happening here. It's a lot of fear going on in our communities. We just recently had a scare in one of
Wasting money for optics. Yep. Trump is just going to bankrupt the USA.
That ICE had shown up. Tonight it was secret. It was a secret agent agency, but people are just very scared right now.
Yeah. What should, in your view,
Is it a
be
type of self-harm if you're someone who he won't help, but you continue to hold Trump up? Yeah, but at the same time, it's also like somebody who has empathy. You can't save everybody. So these people, they've had a decade. They've had a decade. So my grandma used to live by the moniker, you cannot invest too much time into somebody that does not want to help themselves. So
the response of city officials to this? Should they resist? Should they just stand back? Or should they be taking part?
Well, what we're trying to do our best is get the word out about the laws that we have in Illinois, the protection that we do, educate our communities, and try to be as helpful as we can to help these families out. So it's a lot of what we're doing. So right now we're trying to help people, and we're trying to make people understand what their rights are. I think that's where we really come in. It's really educating our communities.
Mm-hmm. There is concern.
Well, Pap, there's an article I wanted to send you. Another streamer sent it to me. Where would you like me to send it? Send it to Discord.
Migrants who came in, let's talk about one, say, who came in or attempted to come in through legal asylum.
Gosh, so they were pointing
process.
out
As that
some
becomes
unnecessary military transport planes to the border that break down easily. Yeah.
Might then seek to come illegally. Is that a concern that you have? That in other words, the flows won't stop, but they'll just be redirected in effect to illegal entry?
Well, yes. I mean, people want that American dream. My mother came into this country, on
Did you guys if you guys have had the vid, when you guys had it, did you have this where it wasn't just like the flu kind of like hot cold, that it's so random that it's actually annoying to me.
Once upon a time, and she could have come back to Mexico, but she decided that she wanted to stay here in this country even after my dad passed away, and try to give me that American dream, and now I'm here now. So a lot of people want to come to this country, and unfortunately, with what's happening now, they're going to do what they can to try to live that American dream that we have here.
How do you believe the Democratic Party should be responding to this? There have been stories about a disagreement among lawmakers here, both in the Senate and the House side. We saw some Democratic senators, particularly from border states, vote yes on the Laken Riley Act, and the response from the more progressive wing of the party was that this is you're going too far here. We need to have some sort of opposition strategy. What do you think Democratic lawmakers should be doing, short of saying we support illegal immigration, which I'm sure you don't support? What should the response be?
Well, what we need to do is we need to figure out a way to, like I stated, to protect our communities, but also figure out a way to make immigration legal status in our country. Because that's
My AC at home sucks. It's either too hot, too cold, no matter what temp it is. What I set it to.
what we
Yeah,
need
it
to do. We
sucks.
need to get legal status here. We need to help people get their documentation so we don't have these issues as we have right now. And we've been missing the mark a lot. So I think that's something that we really need to focus on moving forward is how do we fix our immigration policy?
Well, due to the fact that for the hundreds of years, the same type of people benefited from those power systems, that inequality is so great that unless you dismantle it entirely, you can't rely on merit, or by default, the same old people who benefited from generations of inherited benefit will float by default, seemingly deservedly, because of the power system that they have had an advantage on the generation. So just merit, there is or was a gender gap due. Oh man, automatically that means less women likely. Yeah. I don't think that its only qualification is a factor that decides power position.
In the United States.
Who do you believe?
Well, now it's literally the ultimate DEI thing. It's just you'll get hired if you just go, yes, I will do exactly what Cheeto Man wants.
These will be targeting next. Are they? Do you look at this?
Doesn't matter if you're qualified or not. Look at actually somebody said, look at Hexeth.
What they describe as criminal migrants at this point. Who else? Do you
And by the way, this has nothing to do with my AC. I can tell you right now, this is just me. I'm kicking something.
expect them to be targeting?
My body's just like.
President Trump has a quota to give back to the folks that voted for him. So I think you're going to see a lot of soft targets, unfortunately, like I said earlier. I unfortunately see them looking at I-9 verification forms going into a lot of places of business where there's a lot of folks that may have document issues, but again, they're soft targets because you have to reach that quota, and you're not going to just get on quote unquote focusing on convicted criminals. You're going to start looking at other folks, and again, that's where the fear is law-abiding people that live in our country that unfortunately are going to have to deal with this. So that's my biggest fear, and that's a lot of my colleagues in the Senate and the House.
If you help the underprivileged, that also does include me, and I'm white.
Here in
Yeah.
Illinois, and our local officials are trying to figure out what's going to be our next target. And I think that's what's going to happen is that unfortunately soft targets are going to deal with this issue.
Yeah.
Well, Javier Cervantes, you're welcome to come back and discuss as we see this play out further. We do appreciate you taking the time today.
As you guys milk it for all it's worth. God. Somebody actually said it too. They're just like, if you were to take out this story of like the detentions, what do we got? Like, nothing. Like, Trump's executive orders are being challenged. The big ones, the main ones where it's like he tried to upend the 14th Amendment, shit like that. Which, dude, I actually legitimately had somebody even say, "Oh, what amendments did he try to upend?" I'm like, well, we got the 24th, we got 24th, 22nd, and the 14th. Oh, geez. Hey, thank you for following. Just saw that. Oh, that was a while ago. My bad. Everything just caught up. I don't know why the hell that took so long. All right, guys. A lot of underprivileged are also not white, but still the white marginalized will float in. First, because we benefit from white solidarity and supremacy. Look, I'm not a. Yeah, unfortunately. Well, yeah, you are. You know what? Because Jamie, you're not just seeing that here in America. You are seeing that in Britain, in Germany. Like, you're seeing that all around the world. Like, look at the advent of the right wing, and like, you don't think that has anything to do with the fact that people are just kind of getting a little bit more racist because they have this perception of them losing their country? A lot of underprivileged are also not. Oh, sorry, just popped up twice. I don't know. That person then say, "Well, we are a republic." Like that is a point. God. What you doing, Stan? Where'd you go? Okay. I don't know where he went. Jamie, so do it in an unbiased fashion. Choose the most underprivileged community and go alphabetically. I mean, I guess that is a solution. So yeah, let's just keep it alphabetical, guys. Come on. I mean, anyone with OCD is just going to be like, all right, I can get behind that. I forgot about this story.
All right, you guys are going to love this story because we just got example 900,000 of Donald Trump using somebody to consolidate power and then kicking that person to the curb when said goal is achieved. Today we learned that Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, is straight up limiting Elon Musk's access to Donald Trump so he can't just follow Trump around the White House like a lost puppy, limiting Musk's access to the White House, making sure that he can't go in there, and then also limiting Doge's access to sensitive materials and limiting Doge altogether. And we've been saying for a while that Musk is bound to overstay his welcome or overstep his influence, whatever you want to say. And we're finally seeing that play out in real time. He's been pulling attention away from Trump at multiple times, but it was helping Trump. When Elon Musk was pulling attention away during the campaign season, this was a positive spin. Any publicity is good publicity. So when Elon Musk was doing all of this stuff with X and boosting all of this propaganda, it was helping Trump out. But now it seems to be a little bit like a burden, and we're seeing that play out. So drop a like. Make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler channel. People keep getting unsubscribed by YouTube, so double check below.
Yeah, guys, that is happening. By the way, I meant to cover that at the beginning of the show. Make sure that your sub on YouTube is still up. Definitely hitting a situation where, yeah, they're purging subs and they're also taking away like notification bells. So also make sure that your notifications are on. So yeah, I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Let's start off with
Mockler's on a roll. Yeah, he's, you know what?
Friction in the Trump White House.
Again, his personal politics, he's a little bit more center than me, and I can definitely tell you that we have some disagreements, but I think that he does good work, man.
A few days ago, Trump had Sam
and he still hasn't fixed his haircut.
Altman, other tech billionaires over to announce this new $500 billion Stargate project. But the project, according to Elon Musk, does not have the funding they claim it does. Trump and Altman and all the other people said they have the $500 billion secured, but then Elon Musk responded and said they don't actually have the money. SoftBank has well under $10 billion secured. I have that on good authority. And Elon Musk was responding to the press release from Stargate, the official Stargate account. So it's just kind of funny because Trump was using Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was using Trump too. It goes both ways. But to help him boost certain stuff on X, on Twitter, Elon Musk bought X. He leveraged it to help boost certain narratives.
Stargate made me sad because that means there is no real Stargate.
Where you reply to a post, and when he replies with Elon Musk's, I don't know, 300 million, 200 million Twitter followers, that in turn boosts it in the algorithm. It signal boosts it. But now Elon Musk is signal boosting things that hurt the Trump administration. He's not
the Oval Office hangs a piece of paper on the door written in crayon, no Elon.
Questioning the Trump administration's integrity and saying that they don't have the money, but he's also basically just calling them liars. He said they don't actually have the money. And Sam Altman said, wrong. As you surely know, want to come visit the first site already underway. This is great for the country, and I realize what is great for the country isn't always what's optimal for your companies, but in your new role, I hope you'll mostly put America first. And of course, Sam Altman has been oddly bending the knee over the past few weeks. He's been sucking up to Trump to help get his project off the ground. But everything he said here is right. Honestly, they're both right in different ways. And keep in mind, they have a personal beef going back to 2018 because of OpenAI. Elon Musk and Sam Altman used to work together. But Elon Musk is largely correct when he says they don't actually have the money. SoftBank has well under $10 billion secured. And Sam Altman, when he says wrong, he's not exactly telling the truth. But he's telling the truth when he says that I hope in your new role, you'll mostly put America first. And what's good for the country isn't always optimal for your companies. We can look at the H-1B visa scandal that Elon Musk was at the front of. Elon Musk was pushing this because it helps his own personal and corporate interests. And, you know, H-1B visas do help America. It helps us get the best innovators and engineers, but you can't also want to defund the Department of Education. Defund that entirely because that hurts homegrown innovators and engineers, while Elon Musk then can easily pluck them from other people. Either way, let's continue the story because Steve Bannon has also been a huge outspoken critic against Elon Musk lately, and it's for his own self-serving reason. I mean, they're playing Game of Thrones out here. It's like House of Cards, the Netflix show, because Steve Bannon wants to gain more power and more access to Donald Trump, but he sees that Musk is the one kind of soaking up all of the brotherly love, whatever the hell you want to call it, so it's pissing him off. This reads, Bannon berates Musk over his attacks on Trump's AI infrastructure project. Quote, I've never seen action like this in my life, Steve Bannon, Trump's one-time chief strategist, said. And Steve Bannon was the one who very cleverly came up with the tactic. He's a smart dude. As much as we hate Steve Bannon, as much as he's a racist prick, he actually is a decent strategist, and he came up with the term flooding the zone with bullshit. And that's what Donald Trump does on a daily basis. Some conservatives and MAGA
I don't know how that one hasn't actually like popped up, but you win, you get it.
Faithful are livid over Elon Musk's day-long public meltdown over Donald Trump's AI infrastructure project, saying the president's staff needs to get control of the tech titan. Well, that's exactly what happened. We'll get to that. Steve Bannon, in an interview with Politico, said Musk, quote, brought in his own personal vendetta when the world's richest man began railing against Trump's announcement of a $500 billion investment. Quote, I've never seen action like this in my life, Bannon, Trump's one-time chief strategist, said. He also called on White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles to sit him down and sort it out immediately. Keep in mind, this happened days ago. This happened
that is funny.
Before we got today's news. So, I mean, Steve Bannon...
Dude, so he didn't even do it himself. Like, I called this. I totally called this. That he was totally, like, behind the scenes, he was getting a little bit annoyed. You know what? He's a lot. I gotta say, I kind of like Elon publicly, but I don't want to deal with him. I don't, like, you know that at one point, they were supposed to meet up for, like, a dinner at Mar-a-Lago. And they're just like, Mr. Trump, Elon is here. I tell him that I'm not feeling good. I got a little bit of the upset rumbly tumbly. I'm gonna go.
For once in his life, actually got something right. The rift marks another break between some of Trump's MAGA loyalist supporters and Elon Musk, who only recently launched himself into Trump's orbit and has served as a social media.
I think Elon did that salute because of the H1 drama.
An advisor on certain tech issues. Now, Bannon has been sharply critical of Elon Musk, taunting the billionaire, saying he has autism and he's like
it tracks.
Child, whatever, monster. I don't know.
God, I'm so sick of that narrative. I called that one out like to some people in my life where I was just, they were kind of insinuating, they're just like, yeah, you know, he's just weird because he's got autism. And I'm just like, no, stop doing that. And on top of it, how come you guys are so quick to go and be like, we love Elon, we love Elon and his autism, and then you're just like, but I don't want that vaccine in my kid because they might get some of that autism.
This brings us to today when we got this article. First, let's just break down this tweet. It says, new. Susie Wiles has reportedly put a leash on Doge and Elon Musk's direct line to Trump. Instead of cozying up in the West Wing, Doge is getting parked outside in the Eisenhower building, far from the action. And here's the kicker. Doge won't be reporting to Trump directly anymore. It's Wiles calling the shots now. Looks like the power games are in full swing, and Musk's...
The Department of Doge essentially just got the treatment from when, like, your high school would need to get a new wing, so they'd bring in a trailer.
Influence just got a reality check. We've heard multiple times that Musk, when he arrived to Washington less than a week ago, it's felt like months that Trump's been in office, but he came to Washington to go to the White House and to meet with everyone, and he immediately realized that, I can't remember the exact wording, his very hyped up idealistic version of Doge met the inertia of Washington and really just, it collided, and he realized, oh, I don't actually get access to all the sensitive documents I want. Oh, I'm not going to be able to completely restructure the government like this with no oversight whatsoever. It's not that simple. And Susie Wiles was the one who said a few months back, straight up, she said to Trump, we are not letting the clown car into the White House. And Trump said, we'll try not to. But here's what it says. The power games are in full swing.
We'll try. Susie, you have to understand that I don't have a lot of money right now. I've got it all tied up in these court cases. You need to understand something there, Suze. We need Elon more than he needs us.
And Trump's ice maiden, chief of staff, launches brutal takedown.
Sorry for speeding, officer. It was my autism.
West Wing office and issues stark warning over being co-president. So chief of staff, Susie Wiles, has not allowed Elon Musk into the West Wing. Much has been made of the billionaire status.
Sorry, guys. I forgot to pay my taxes. It must have been my autism.
As he serves as the chairman of the Department of Government Efficiency, which in and of itself is redundant.
That one, they just be like, yep, still no dice.
The Government Accountability Office. And what kind of efficient office or department needs two heads? I mean, now there's only one because Vivek Ramaswamy is gone, but it's like the definition of inefficient. But he also causes controversy and has become an easy target for Democrats who have jokingly referred to him as the co-president. Wiles, a 67-year-old veteran of GOP politics, and actually I think Wiles is a pretty clever strategist. She got Trump into the White House throughout this entire campaign season. And as much as I disagree with her on everything, I'm sure you guys disagree with her on everything, you can acknowledge when somebody's a solid political strategist. Wiles, a 67-year-old veteran of GOP politics, saw her first victory on Trump's first day in office when he confirmed Musk would not have a desk in the West Wing. Musk was reportedly pushing for his own room just yards from the Oval Office, but his Doge team will instead be based in the Eisenhower building, which is all the way across the road from the White House. The chief administrator of Doge must also report to Wiles rather than Trump, which is a sign of her control over the White House. Experts believe that Wiles, who ran Trump's 2016 and 2020 Florida campaign successfully, has what it takes to handle the president in some way, at least reel him in slightly, but it's not always working. Trump does say a lot of dumb stuff, but honestly, it's part of the strategy. What did I say earlier about Steve Bannon? Flood the zone with BS, and your enemy gets confused, overwhelmed. When you do a Nazi salute on the same day that you pardon January 6th insurrectionists, there's only one me. How many videos of this stuff can I make before I get burnt out? That is the exact definition of flooding the zone. Quote, she has an abundance of charm, and she'll need every bit of it to survive this job, said Chris Whipple, author of a book on the 2024 Trump campaign, noting that there were 4 chief of staffs in Trump's first term. And of course, we see Elon Musk right here, but it continues. Temperament is actually an underrated quality among White House chiefs of staff, and Susie Wiles has got it, this person says. This is someone who knows the White House well, this new White House administration. But of course, it's the toughest job in Washington, if not on the planet, particularly when the boss is Donald Trump. There's never been an administration that has so many power plays so early. I would 100% agree. You can see the power plays every day. It's almost like a Game of Thrones-esque situation going on in the White House. And I'll leave it at that. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Mako channel. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
Oof. Man, tonight is going to be a long night if I keep feeling like this. All right. I gotta give Mockler a lot of credit, man. Like, for being as young as he is, he has definitely made a name for himself in this space. And he did. The coolest part for him is he did it in a very similar way to Emma. Like he, did the man on the street stuff. He licensed his videos to the Midas Touch. They eventually hired him on. So yeah, pretty cool. Is Orwellian. They made Department of Government Efficiency, and it's not a department nor a government agency, and it's not for efficiency. LOL. Yep. Yeah, the fact that it's even a thing, the fact that they're just like, they're letting him play government. Oh my God. It literally is just, they're sitting him at the equivalent of the kids table, or they're building his own little area. So it's just like, all right, here, you know what? Why don't you, like I said, why don't we just do this? We'll go put a trailer out there. We'll give him a little whiteboard and a computer, and we'll tell him that this is where he's going to do all the hard work. And we're going to tell him that it's super top secret. This is the reason that we need it to look super low key. Okay? Okay. And then for 4 years, we'll just lead him on. God. Oh, how funny would that be? Like, they just keep... Oh, all right, Elon. You know what? We'll take care of it soon. We'll take care of it soon. And they just keep pushing it farther and farther. Okay, Elon, I understand. I totally understand. Oh, what's that? You're telling me that you're under investigation for something? We'll totally have to take a look at that. It's a political witch hunt. It's like, yes, Mr. Trump, but it's being done by your Department of Justice. Well, I didn't say that it couldn't be done by me, but... Yeah, we really do live in the dumbest time. I'll keep saying it. Doge first act on canceling Kanye. Alright, that's actually kind of funny. Like in the movie Office Space where they move the guy with the red stapler. Yeah, Milton. Excuse me, it needs my stapler. I'm gonna bring the building down. I give him no credit. He is a liberal. He will be backed by corporate Democrats and news. He will attack the left when the time comes. Oh, yeah. 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 It's gonna happen. Well, maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. He's still young. Because, when he started, before he was getting backing from Midas Touch, he actually had a pretty decent little following on the left, and yeah. Oh, fuck. Alright, give me 1 second. Exclusive look. We already did that. Ah. go with Kyle.
When Trump was running for president, there was a brief moment where the media kept asking him about Project 2025. Because what happened is the Democrats learned about Project 2025.
All right, I got to go check.
And they decided, oh, we need to talk about this. This is a devastating plan. It's basically like the far right's Bible and their roadmap on how to destroy the United States government. It's like their wish list of everything they would want. It was the amalgamation of the policy ideas of every right-wing think tank coming together and crafting this document. And so there's a lot of horrible stuff in there. So Trump's reaction to this, he understood this was a political loser for him and there's no way he was going to win on the merits. And so what he did is lied. Deny. He's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I've never heard of Project 2025. I don't even know what you mean. I have nothing to do with Project 2025. And then the other half of the time he would say, there's a lot of wacky things in there and I don't agree with them. Which is like, okay, which is it? Are there a lot of wacky things and you don't agree, or do you have no idea what it is? Right? It contradicts himself, but of course that's, Trump on a day that ends in Y. So a lot of people fell for the head fake, including many in the media, that, wait, what are you talking about? He says he's got nothing to do with Project 2025. Stop bringing up Project 2025. Well, guess what? Spoiler alert, he does have a lot to do with Project 2025, and he's already implementing the agenda. So here we go. Look at this. Loyalty tests and MAGA checks inside the Trump White House's intense screening of job seekers. So they're implementing loyalty tests. Guess where that's from? You guessed it. Job seekers hoping to join the new Trump administration are facing a series of intense loyalty tests, with White House screening teams fanning out to government agencies to check for Make America
Al
Great
needs
Again
to dye his beard and mustache too. Honestly, at that point, I hate to even touch on the subject, but yeah, once you're like getting enough gray, and if you're like dyeing your hair bright blonde,
parsing
or
applicants'
shave,
politics and social media posts.
That's a rough
insane.
one.
They're going through their social media. President Trump has long said he believes the biggest mistake he made during his first term was hiring what he considered to be the wrong kinds of people. Now, aides are working aggressively to ensure the government is filled with only loyalists. Negative social media posts have been enough to derail applications. Those seeking jobs have been told they will have
except for JD Vance
to enact Trump's agenda, and have been asked when their moment of MAGA revelation occurred. This is literally like cult shit. This is cult shit. One federal employee said they briefly considered buying Trump's crypto meme coin in case the president's team asked about their voting record. Oh my God. I'll be scammed by the president if that means I can get a job as a bureaucrat. Sure. The intense screening has led some federal workers
I think the contrast looks good.
Trump
Okay. No, I actually
cares more about loyalty than competence. Gee, I wonder what the answer to that is.
Okay, so like if it starts going more white, like if it gets like bright white, do you think he like should keep it, or because now that you said that, I'm looking at this a little bit differently.
There is concern that his team is ousting foreign policy and national security diplomats and others who could offer the administration expertise and institutional knowledge at a time of conflict around the world. So guys,
It's very scary loyalty test. That means they will attempt things that require loyalty. Yeah, no kidding.
Understand, the core of Project 2025 is axing Schedule F. Schedule F is you have these bureaucrats in the government, like these civil servants in the government, who are basically totally apolitical, and they're there from administration to administration.
It's specifically this. It's this side. Like if he just shaved this off, he would look fine.
They're the people who dot the I's and cross the T's and do the day-to-day grunt work of the government, right? These are career civil servants, career bureaucrats. These are not supposed to be hyper-partisan people with hyper-partisan beliefs and acting that way, right? And so Trump already decided, I'm gonna take a wrecking ball to Schedule F. He signed an order on that on literally day one. And so now the idea is all of these apolitical civil servant bureaucrats, let's just get rid of all of them, destroy the administrative and regulatory state, and to the extent that we hire more people, make them all MAGA devotees. And that's already what's happening. Trump officials have made no secret of their intention to fill the administration with hires sharing the president's vision. They began checking potential staffers shortly after Trump launched.
Oh, I used to rock a goatee. I literally, I would shave all the way, up here. And yeah, no, I agree.
And have continued since he won. An application form on the Trump Transition website, for instance,
Pet Talks where we discuss politics and critique hairstyles and haircuts.
candidates what part of President Trump's campaign
I do
message is
that
the most
more than
appealing
all
to you and why. Jesus
than
Christ.
most. Yeah,
According to a link
good
obtained by
observation.
the AP, it also asks how they had supported. It also asks how they had supported Trump.
By
in
the way,
2024
guys, we
election,
are
with choices
officially
including volunteering,
about a half hour
fundraising,
away
door-knocking,
from
and making
420.
phone calls, and to submit a list of their social media handles. Jesus Christ! So, guys, this is, you know how the Republicans always say, "Why is the left politicizing this? Why are the Democrats politicizing that? This is get politics out of here." This is politicizing explicitly government jobs that are supposed to not at all be political. Quote, "We are interviewing every single one of these individuals. If you're working in the federal government in a political appointee position, that comes through the White House now." Jesus Christ. See, this is Project 2025. This is what it is. Trump, he said, has been very clear of who he doesn't want to include in his administration, and so those are clear guidelines that we adhere to, and we bring the best people possible into the White House and into every department across the land. No, what's going to happen is exactly what they pointed out, which is he cares more about loyalty than competence. And so there are going to be people who have no clue what the fuck they're doing, but they're loyal to Trump. Also, as we pointed out, they want the complete and utter destruction of the entire regulatory and administrative state. And that's what, effectively, they're going to get. Now, at the same time, I have to show you this. A time analysis has found that nearly 2/3 of the executive actions Trump has issued mirror or partially mirror proposals from Project 2025. The majority of his executive actions on day one are directly from the Project 2025 playbook. Guys, duh. This is, again, it's an I told you so moment. Because when you vote for somebody, you're not just voting for an individual. Yeah. You are voting for an entire apparatus, a pre-existing apparatus. And it just so happens Trump is a Republican, and Trump is enmeshed in that world of right-wing think tanks funded by the Koch brothers, funded by right-wing robber barons. They're the ones who give money to the Heritage Foundation. They're the ones who give money to the other right-wing think tanks that have existed for decades and decades. And this is the end result. You just picked an entire apparatus of billionaire-funded right-wing ideologues. This is who Trump staffed his administration from in the first term, and now he's doing that on steroids and human growth hormone, because now even the apolitical bureaucratic positions are being axed, and he's bringing in the loyalists. Now, at the same time, again, directly from the Project 2025 playbook, you guys have all heard about this by now, but Trump fires inspectors general from more than a dozen federal...
Somebody in Discord literally brought it up where they're like, how come we're still calling them the inspectors general instead of just inspector generals?
Agency. So what are the
I was like,
inspectors general?
that's a good point.
They overlook the agencies and check for waste, fraud, and abuse and malfeasance. They're supposed to be independent, right? And they check for waste, fraud, abuse, and malfeasance at the various federal agencies. He comes in and he goes, I'm axing every single one of them. Gee, I wonder why. It's the same day, by the way, he signed that executive order, which increased corruption in the executive branch, where he said, hey, bribes, lobbyist gigs, everybody in my cabinet, it's a free-for-all. You do whatever the fuck you want. So he increases the corruption level and then immediately goes, hey, the inspectors general, let's fire all of them so that they can't check for waste, fraud, and abuse and malfeasance. This is from CNN. President Trump fired the inspectors
I'll
general.
still try to clown, or I will still clown on Kyle for trying to bring back 1999.
For more than a dozen federal agencies in a Friday night purge, according to the Trump administration.
Back streets back, all right.
Administration official, paving the way for him to install his own picks for the independent watchdog roles. Agency inspectors general received an email late Friday from Sergio Gore, the head of the White House Office of Presidential Personnel, informing them that changing priorities had led to their positions being terminated effective immediately, according to a person familiar with the matter. The shakeup affected a broad swath of the federal government, including the Department of State, Energy, the Interior, Defense, and Transportation. During Trump's first term, he gutted the administration of independent government watchdogs he saw as disloyal in IG conduct investigations and audits into any potential malfeasance, fraud, waste, or abuse by government agency or its personnel, and issues reports and recommendations on its findings. An Inspector General's office is intended to operate independently. Partly in reaction to Trump's last IG firings, Congress built new guardrails.
Does he have a piercing? Yes, he does.
Them. A 2022 law requires the White House to provide substantive rationale for terminating any inspector general, so there has to be a reason to fire them. The firings have prompted concern for some GOP senators, including Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley of Iowa, a known watchdog for IGs, who said Congress wasn't given the 30 days notice from the White House required by federal law. So in other words, to break that down for you, it's federal law that was put into place partly because Trump was acting up in the first term. They passed a law that says you have to give Congress 30 days notice if you're going to get rid of the inspectors general, but also you need to have a reason to fire the inspectors general. You have to provide that reason. He didn't provide a reason, and he didn't give the 30 days notice. So he's in violation of federal law, right? Now, again, guys, this is a big test. This is a big test. Because are we going to live in a world where Trump is effectively an emperor, overlord, god, king, tyrant, dictator? Or are we going to live in a world where he's held accountable in some semblance, to some extent, right? We're going to find out very quickly. We're going to find out very quickly because they could basically reject this, right? And to be fair, I think that is what the inspectors general have done. They sent a letter back saying we're not going anywhere, right? They could reject this or they can fold. And of course, the Republican Party apparatus is likely to circle the wagons and defend Trump, even though he's clearly violating federal law, right? But then what's going to happen? Are the courts going to step in? And then is Trump going to listen to what the courts say? Again, this is a test. What's the next 4 years going to be like? Can he do literally anything and everything that he wants to do, even when it obviously violates the plain face reading of the law? Or are there going to be some rules, some regulations, some restrictions that even he can't circumvent? That's the question. Trump said Saturday night that I did it because it's a very common thing to do, telling reporters aboard Air Force One that not all of them were removed, talking about the inspector general. He added without providing evidence, I don't know them, but some people thought that some were unfair or were not doing the job. It's a very standard thing to do. According to a report from the Congressional...
Liberals just need to say you and what army for once. Yeah, no shit.
Research.
Yeah, like this is the part that really gets me is like the Democrats like tried to act like they actually had a backbone with this last election, and then they just, once they lost, they were just like, yeah, you know what? We do suck.
Service practice has disfavored removal of IGs during presidential transitions.
Oberman
After President Ronald
already feels that Trump has committed impeachable offenses already. Dude, let's not do this again. You know how many people that aren't even into politics, like they were just like, oh, see, they went after him unfairly. Even like
Reagan removed all inspector general in a controversial move following his 1981
it's not going to go anywhere.
inauguration.
Honestly,
Since
the power of
1981,
impeachment has just lost its.
IGs have remained in their positions during each presidential transition. The Washington Post was first to report on the Trump administration's firings. The chair of the Council of the Inspector General on Integrity and Efficiency said in a statement Saturday that the law regarding removing inspector general must be followed. IGs are not immune from removal. However, the law must be followed to protect independent government oversight for America. There you have it. They sent a letter saying, we're not going anywhere. Trump was like, oh, yes, you are. You're going somewhere. Federal law is very clear. You need 30 days notice and a reason why they're being fired. And he's going to be unable to provide that. He's going to be unable to provide that because the reason he's getting rid of them is because he wants waste, fraud, and abuse and malfeasance at the government agencies. He wants to shake down the government. This is MAGA. This is the plan. This is what Trump's already done. That's what he wants to do. Him and his little loyalist, his gaggle of loyalist pirates. And so here we are. Here we are. Project 2025 is already in full effect. It's in full swing. And they're implementing various different parts of it. They will continue to implement other parts of it.
Yeah, 2 years. If we can get through the 2 years and flip the House and Senate, then yeah.
And week one, man. Week one. And there's already been about 48 I told you so moments. Hey, y'all, do me a...
Yeah, at least it only took that first week. Somebody actually brought that up, and it was a really good point that at least we don't have to do 4 years of just like, yeah, you see, and like go and nitpick each one. Excuse me. Oh, man. I am not feeling great. You guys cannot tell. Man. Surprisingly, though, like, I'm not feeling awful. Like, I'm not, like, cancel stream, like, feeling bad. This just sucks, dude. I cannot get comfortable, and I have a feeling it's going to be like that all night. There's nothing worse than trying to sleep where it's just like, you're hot, you're cold, you're hot, you're cold, you're hot, you're cold, you're hot, you're cold. Ugh. Especially when you sleep with a fan. Which, I don't understand people that don't sleep with fans. Even though I am literally married to somebody that she's just like, how do you sleep with the fan on? You got cooties. Yeah, man. Yeah. Covooties. Either that or just a wee bit of a cold. I'm hoping that's all it is, though. Man, whatever it is, my body is fighting it. I can tell you that right now. So that's the good part, is my system is just like, yeah, get the hell out of here. Do you think, I'm not so sure. I think he's trying to pass all these shitty policies so that when midterms come around, he can just say, well, the world is still spinning. So these policies can't be as bad as you say. Honestly, it really does depend on, like, the economy. Because, like, here's the thing, guys. We have to start playing on their level. And that means optics. That means you have to push the bad optics, like, that they have created. And you have to push it hard. Actually, you gotta push it good. Push it real good. As I said, man, damn. This is one of those, this is one of those days that I dreaded when I started streaming. I'm just like, oh, there's gonna be days that I am on, and it's just, the streams are gonna be fire. And they're gonna be hilarious, and all the hilarity will ensue, but then you got ones like today where I'm just like, I'm struggling. I don't feel great. But I will stop complaining. I'm sorry that you have to watch somebody who is, so sick. 207 weeks to go. Oh my god, 207 weeks. I did not need that. Feels weird that the rest of the world is worried about us, but the rest of the government is like not doing nothing about Trump. Yep. Yeah, trust me, man. It's so weird to just watch the Democrats go like, what can we do? What are we gonna do? They control everything. There's nothing we can do. It's not like we can push back or anything. We just got to prepare for the next 4 years, or like we got to prepare to win in the next 4 years. Ooh. Hey, I mean, if you need to take a sick day, go ahead. This community is about the love we got for you. I appreciate that, Alva. Depending on how I feel tomorrow, we'll see. I'm really hoping that I wake up and I'm in a much better place. But yeah. I do appreciate that. No, I'm not in a... The thing is, I'm not even in, like, a sick day place. Like, I'm just kind of voicing, because I'm annoyed. Realistically, I'm inconvenienced right now, guys, by my own body. Like, my own body's just telling me, like, you feel... Like, right now, I feel ice cold, but I'm sweating right now. Like, this sucks. This just sucks. 47 months and 3 weeks. Let's show my stars. They're on it. It was planned. The Dems are in on it. That's my headcanon. Bloodstone, I actually think you're dead on. I kind of said that yesterday about, like, Biden, the way that he just, like, Homer Simpson into the bushes, where he was just like, oh, weird, right? This oligarchy thing that it kind of popped up. Weird. Yeah, all right, have fun. Good luck dealing with that. Don't know how that happened, guys. That's nothing but a good old cope laugh. Let's sneeze again. All right. I don't understand streamers that are just like, I'm gonna try and act like I never get sick. This just sucks too, because as I said, man, it was not even a month ago. I took a test and it came back positive, so I was just like, oh, great. Alrighty. It's 4:02 into the stream, so we're going to move on here. All right, guys. Time for the drama. I'm sorry to whoever's not interested in the drama part of the stream, which I don't think there's too many of you that are actively against it, but I do know there's a few. But let's get the update on the Destiny situation that is so much worse than I thought it was before. Which, dude, okay, for real? We've all kind of known that Destiny was, you know, a creep that got away with a lot of this stuff, but this kind of exposed just how much he's been getting away with, but also how he had help. Like, he definitely had some people, no baby mama drama, we be okay. Cool. Depends on the drama. Oh, we are, it's Destiny. But it's covered by the surf, so this is, I always think that Lance has a good way of covering drama.
Sex offender list, I'm taking another 20 streamers with me. Okay, lol. I mean, okay. If you have evidence of 20 other streamers who have done similar crimes to yourself, yes, release it. Why would you sit on that?
Yep.
How is that a defense of anything?
Yeah, that's not a defense of... That's not only is it not a defense of anything, but it's also actively going to damage the hell out of, like, all of these online communities. Like, what the hell, dude?
If something more horrifying comes out about this man, whether it be the people defending him and protecting him, or more women coming forward to say that they had porn filmed without their consent, and then that porn was distributed to another person, or he has effectively been lying.
Destiny is a sex addict. Yeah, textbook.
About this. So,
sex addict, and he also has this weird thing where he has like ego affirming, that ego affirming thing where it's like he always needs to like be told how great he is.
If you haven't been following the story, Destiny has been accused by 3 women of illegally sharing revenge porn of them. His ex-wife was the first person to do it a while ago. Subsequently, since that, Pixie has come forward, and I am happy to announce that Pixie has raised, I believe, the amount that she was trying to in her Give, Send, Go. If you have extra dollars to spend and you want to see someone effectively trying to sue Destiny in civil court for illegally sharing revenge porn of her against her consent, that's would be the place to go. And so that was the first part. Then another content creator named Cherry, who had, worked with Destiny in the past, came forward a couple days ago to say that she was unfortunately the victim as well of Destiny not only recording her without her knowledge or consent, and then sending the recordings of them having sex to a third party, and she has filed charges. Both of these women are doing it, with a lot of bravery because they're obviously getting a lot of false accusations online, which I will get to in one quick second. But this was a post made by Destiny on... Which,
coming from the .gg community, like, these are the same people you go back just a few years ago and talk about any right-wing streamer. Andrew Tate, actually, would be a good example, and they would be very, oh, yeah, believe... we got to believe all women. We got to stand behind them. And then this happens to their hero, and immediately they're just like, well, what did they do? Well, was there was a plot there? There had to be.
His DGG chat stream.
I might get a head start on the 420 aspect of the show.
Care.
Yeah, I want. Trust me, I want to.
Like we did in 2024. My only real.
I'm being very good right now.
Area of interest is politics.
I wanted to, but
I've been out of the drama.
Actually, I should pack it up. Give me one
time. They can do all that on the streams. Bans people, bans more people. Someone accuses him of needing sex therapy. He says, "Lol." Like I said, if I need quote sex therapy, then so do like 100 other streamers.
Yep.
I mean, if they are doing the shit that you're doing, yeah.
Wow.
That or criminal charges pressed. The reality is, ever since I've started my Venance, lisdexamphetamine, Venance, amongst others, is a stimulant medication that is used. Oh, it's an ADHD medication, but it's also used to treat severe binge eating or disorder. Common side effects include loss of appetite, anxiety, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, irritability, nausea. All right, so either way, since I started this medication, my desire for any of these types of interactions has fallen off a cliff. That's why all of this shit is pre-2024. It's so long ago. so long ago. Like, oh, did this happen such a long time ago? Of course they would like drudge this back up last year.
Wait, if this was a year ago, then there might actually be some merit to the whole like cucking angle with loaner bucks.
Trias, the naturalized citizen one, is pretty sweatstony, but I haven't read what any legal scholars are saying about it. It's a little spooky that the Supreme Court is going to be evaluating so many constitutional matters, ban more people, ban more people. Anyways, like I said before, I definitely made mistakes and fucked up. All I can do is promise to do better and change behavior going forward. I'll figure out and settle what needs to be settled in the background. If it's too much, then leave. If not, welcome to 2025. Ban another person. In fact, it's actually super epic and hilarious when vids of guys gets leaked, or if you tweet out random sexual details like 5 to 2 and epically
Think that's
own them
Xanax?
publicly.
No. Vyvanse?
No, that's not true.
Wait, is Vyvanse?
Men are never damaged by any of this stuff.
She might be right.
Pixie and the people behind her just want money, so there's no point in going after the hacker. He's probably just some broke loser anyway, so they haven't even mentioned him. To the Destiny defenders, by the way, I want to add that whether or not the person who ended up hacking the person who leaked the material was hacked, that hasn't changed the fact that Destiny leaked it to a third party, and it's alleged to be a 19-year-old without the consent of all three of the victims in this case, and he has confirmed that in the text messages back and forth from Pixie.
Yeah.
So
Yes, it is a form of Xanax apparently.
So that's not a defense.
Or works the same way.
It's not a defense of anything. It's certainly not going to hold up in terms of like, a criminal.
Why do all the greats have to be pervs?
Here. You have already committed a crime if you are illegally sharing revenge porn to a third party without the consent of the person for whom you made the porn with. In the other case, the other person didn't even know that you were filming them. You were secretly filming them, creating this material. Anyways, I dumped all of my Israel vids in August, so those can finally get uploaded again. Pepe, ban another person. There is a huge, quote, revenge porn angle for sure, but that's from the guy who dumped everything publicly. Anyone saying anything different is actually fucking Arsler. I've never... okay, so here's the last one. I've never done anything maliciously, or as any of the fucking insane, lav other people allegations say, that's Arsler. My only crime is being too much of a gooner in 2023. And earlier, 100% sure. Though, again,
Power
I can't say anything
corrupts.
specifically because everyone wants to...
Yeah, ish. I don't know, man. No, because like, dude, I hate that whole thing because that's insinuating that it would happen to anybody. Like, trust me, I know where it might corrupt me a little bit, but it's like I would use even that to try and make it so, okay, well, if it's going to corrupt me, then I'm going to do it in a way that screws over the other party, or like I hide my intentions from like, it's reverse corruption almost, where it's like, yeah, I'm corrupt because I'm hiding the fact that I'm a far leftist from the Democrats.
To come at me in
kind of
court
thing.
now, I guess. This is, I guess, going to be the defense either by, the last remaining people who are still willing to listen to what he has to say and take it at face value. This is not you being too much of a gooner, people who want to fucking...
No, and the fact that he's reducing it to that is kind of gross.
Get extra
Like,
tit
what?
skin costumes in Stellar Blade are too much of gooners.
Yeah.
That's an example of that. These are crimes. These are incredibly serious crimes. In all three cases, there are three examples of women coming forward and saying revenge porn of them was distributed to a third party without their consent, and one of the three accusations saying that she was recorded without her knowledge or consent.
We need a Howard Stern stream like yesterday. Yeah, trust me.
Very disgusting stuff. So Pixie said today
trust me, I
to
know.
people claiming that I, quote, only care about personal profit and that, quote, Destiny tried to make things right. Here are some of the DMs.
Once I get the Patreon up. Ooh. I just thought about that. I could totally actually cover some Howard Stern stuff.
Between Destiny and a close friend of his. Destiny knew about these DMs and never got back to me. And I want to add, no one should be in any...
Only the strong can keep with their moral values when at the throne of absolute power.
way, shape,
Yeah.
or form attacking the victims.
Well, according to Nietzsche, I don't know about that.
What the fuck is wrong with the internet sometimes? I've had my own personal fights online with Sherry in the past, back when I was like, battling Lauren Southern, battling Destiny, battling a lot of people.
Xander Hall. No, actually, I remember that drama discourse, and Cherry was going hard after Lance.
Who were trying to fucking, promote white supremacist rhetoric like the two of them were doing at the time. And because Cherry was a fan of Destiny, she was obviously, quote tweeting and attacking me online. None of that fucking matters. Who gives a fuck? That's all just petty internet beef. There's no such thing as a perfect victim. People need to fucking get that into their heads. The most important part about all this is that there's very serious crimes committed against multiple women in this case, and that their stories, people should have not only the freedom to tell the world of the things that happen to them, but also not be attacked for it. And that's it. There's no much more to say about that.
Uh-oh, Nietzsche is ruined. Guys.
Here's some DMs between Destiny and a close friend of his.
Yeah, got me into philosophy. Uh-oh.
DMs never got back to me. It is that I don't think if Steven faces consequences, he will change and he will do.
I'm also going to be applying some Sun Tzu to everything. Guys, we're in it now.
Again, if he wants to, he can donate the money to some charity
Plot
or
thickens
organization. I just think that other than jail, or even more than jail from the studies I've read, money is the strongest reinforcer and losing it is the strongest punishment.
I just remembered.
I do not believe he will stop his actions unless he faces some level of punishment. This is someone who suffered, as a victim of Destiny's sex crimes here, allegedly, and as a result of that, forever will know that strangers on the internet will have access to pornographic material of her, and so the idea being that immediately the same kind of scapegoating that you always hear, people going forward and being like, oh, she just did this for the money, look at the DMs. This was a narrative that was even being pushed by Destiny himself, who was posting messages of her having suicidal ideation, of her clearly being.
It is that I don't think if Steven faces consequences, he will change, and he will do this again. If he wants, he can donate the money to some charity organization. I just think that other than jail, or even more than jail, from the studies I've read, money is the strongest reinforcer, and losing it is the strongest punishment. I do not believe he will stop his actions unless he faces some level of punishment.
Being distressed, and him in those messages stating that he acknowledged that he had shared it with a third party, whether that third party was a 19-year-old that he was also trying to prey upon, because this seems to be a pattern of him being a predator, where he would intentionally try to form relationships with either fans of his, people within his inner circles, people who were trying to either work with him or were trying to be orbiters or get boosted by him, whatever the case may be, rather than simply form either platonic relationships or enjoy their politics and want to help out their careers or something to that. He was intentionally forming relationships with them for the purposes of having sex with them. Some of these people have been receiving sexual material by him, and that material was being sent to third parties without the consent of the people with whom he filmed that material. And so in this case, if the narrative is...
Did that come from his online appetites beforehand? Because this really does kind of come off like sex addiction, like the way that somebody was saying earlier.
Pixie's just doing this for money. Here's direct evidence of Pixie saying, well, yeah, I'm not trying to extort him to get rich. I'm trying to do this to get him to stop doing this to other people. The money can go to charity if he wants. I'm not even sure about the specifics regarding money and or punishment. I believe rehabilitation, but part of rehabilitation is penance. The person understands what they did is wrong, takes corrective course of action and actions to help pay penance to the victims and do right by them. I just want to know if Steven agrees with this and is willing to figure out what this means for both of us in a manner that makes sense to both of us. I don't want to cause unnecessary harm or suffering to Steven. I want to know that he will never do this again, and I think this would be the most effective method to do it, or jail. But I don't want Steven to go through criminal court because, one, our justice system is horrible at getting people to change their behavior, and two, I feel like it would be overkill on my part, but I totally understand. So that's the proof on the behalf of Pixie. Cherry is also having to state this out loud. I will not be posting my own revenge porn online. I showed parts of it to my friend to show him what was sent to me and asked for help. He is now being harassed for supporting me and believing me. I submitted my report and my evidence to the police this morning. It will be filed in 3 to 5 days, and despite trying my best, there was no certain way to submit the report and keep my identity anonymous in filing. Being public is the only reason I was able to find out what happened to me, but I'm worried about harassment moving forward, and I'm doing my best to do the right thing and also protect myself. I mean, it's a really sad state of affairs that, the women, the victims in this case, have to put out statements like that. Destiny goes, bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking another 20 streamers with me. Okay, lol. I mean, okay.
It's DeepSeek.
If you have evidence of 20 other streamers who have done similar crimes to yourself, yes, release it. Why would you sit on that?
Oh, 3 minutes. Okay.
How is that a defense of anything?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, your terms are acceptable. I do not care if we are friends, enemies, or strangers. If we disagree politically, debated harshly, I do not care. If you've dismissed me, wrote me off as mentally ill in the past, or if I've made brutal criticism of your behavior, I do not care. These are not unforgivable crimes to me. I empathize with anyone who is insecure and concerned to throw stones in glass houses. Do not let this man scare you or threaten you into thinking that you are the same as him. Do not let destiny make you think your silence or support of him up to this point or any point is a scarlet, A on your name forever. I know what was done to me, and I know who did it. And I guess that would be a big warning to people who are still trying to just basically take this as memes. Like, this is so far beyond, like, if people are honestly going to be on the internet either attacking the victims or publicly stating things like, he's just too much of a gooner. Didn't you hear what he said? He said his only crime is being too much of a gooner, bro. Well, not under the state of Florida, apparently. Destiny was was going to be in an event organized by this creator called Pisco that was apparently going to be collaborating with a couple politicians as part of the Democratic Party in the United States.
Certain leaks, accusations,
it's been canceled,
and other information that has come out and have been made about Stephen Bonnell, Destiny, a streamer who I've collaborated with a lot, including prominently recently
1 minute
on major sort of political content. You know, recently we were doing more mainstream content as well that some of you were able to see. Hopefully you learned a thing or two out of it.
Stories like this make Republicans think they're the party that cares about women. Yeah, honestly, this is kind of one of the things that really bothers me is the fact that it happened with Destiny. Destiny has been held to such a high standard in the debate circles and in these political circles. And then, I mean, I like how at first the biggest egregious thing that he was being accused of was cheating with Lauren Southern, and then this came out.
And there have been sort of additional accusations in recent days as well that I think you guys by now have some familiarity with in terms of the underlying facts. So I'm not going to bore you with a recitation of the facts. So first and foremost, I want to let you guys know that the New York stuff is done. That content initiative, we're not doing that. For those that like that content or enjoyed it,
cheers.
Sorry to break it to you, but there are some things that make that impossible. I and others have been organizing this New York content initiative, and it's like I said, it's done. But there were a lot of moving pieces, a lot of vendors, a lot of things we had planned, a lot of politicians that we've spoken to. Part of being a responsible adult is exiting things gracefully. My friendship with Stephen is well known. I generally, liked him a lot. Still, viewed him as a friend, and obviously it's tough. But what occurred and what I've seen is completely unacceptable and horrible. The underlying conduct.
I mean, it's a good thing to basically recognize immediately how horrifying this is and not continue to be like, well, let's wait until more information is available. No, let's wait until Steven formulates his defense. Let's wait until Steven gets a chance to stream again. Although Dan, one of the, I would say most frequent content collaborators with Destiny, one of his close friends, and one of the people who's been trying aggressively to get Hassan taken off the internet for the last little while, apparently has been hiding all replies that mention his sex offender co-host Destiny. So these are all hidden replies on his Twitter account. Hide. Dan Saltman shades Pisco for deciding to leave DGG and suggests that Destiny will recover, much like the PDF file streamer, Dr. Disrespect. So this is in Destiny's own chat. Dan wrote, and he's talking about Pisco, the guy I just showed you, who canceled the New York event and responsibly said that I can't associate with Destiny anymore based on what I've both seen and, the evidence that is already available for everyone. Pisco was all about that New York shit a few days ago. For now. Pieced. So Pisco, full on pieced, eh? DMAC, lol. I've been busy. So what's happened the last 12 hours? It's changed forever. Hey, Dan, can you give your percentage chance right now that Destiny actually restores his reputation after this? He says, Dr. Disrespect is still alive and streaming. Fucking horrifying thing to say rather than actually condemn any of this behavior. But that is factually correct. And if Destiny faces any jail time, you know, for the potential crimes, you know, the potential felonies that have been committed here. And it's first-time offender. He spends a year in jail, or maybe he does, you know, a year of house arrest or community service, or he spends a significant time in jail and decides to quit streaming, or does a little bit of, you know, a prison stint and then tries to turn the whole thing into content, calls it the prison arc, and then gets out. Yeah, sure. There's clearly a viable, like, you heard it here first. You might be surprised, but it may be that his politics become a little more radically, openly far-right. He might suddenly be on Rumble. He might suddenly be like, well, you know what? I made fun.
I hate when they do this. I literally hate when they do this, because they did this with a few more of his scandals, because this one is an actual scandal. But every other one, it was like, it was so like within the community, or he said something, or he like did something that was viewed as like, you know, not as not becoming as of a leftist. Holy crap, I can't get this out. But now it is kind of like, oh, well.
Fun of Republicans in the past, but I got to say, this Trump guy is looking pretty good. I'm going to be kind of pro-Trump now. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
He might go full Tate and say the government is suppressing him. I mean, he didn't really. That was my point before, is he didn't really do that before.
But that has shown itself multiple times with people who commit sex crimes to be still a lucrative and viable pathway forward, because it seems like the right doesn't give a fuck about any of this kind of shit. It's not as if there is not, because Destiny's not a leftist. I know people were like, why is the left cannibalizing itself? It's like, Destiny hates the left, and he's been one of the most vocal pro-Israel pieces of shit on the internet over the course of the last year, consistently utilizing and weaponizing his community to go against anyone who suddenly disagrees with daddy or daddy's opinion, when he happens to be pushing for and rooting for and doing apologia for a country committing genocide. Like that's been him for the past year. So yeah, it's been abhorrent and disgusting. And so in addition to that, if you have people who are suddenly like still following him or still deciding, well, we're going to stand by no matter what, even if he's suddenly going to be producing some, you know, different or less political kind of content or stuff like that, everyone should be taking.
New bet on Polymarket: will Destiny be destined to jail? Is that real? Or are you just making a joke? Because honestly, this is the sad state of affairs that we happen to live in. Is I don't know if that's actually true or not.
A moment, like, it's not as if anyone's like, if you were a Destiny fan in the past, suddenly you are, you know, above salvation. Like nothing can happen. No, like there are so many better content producers who do coverage. Go watch Sam Cedar. I'm not here trying to.
But it is. I always said that the right wing pervs hide their perversions, and the left wing pervs are open about them. Probably not true, but interesting to think about.
To be like, I'm canvassing. No, I understand this. Y'all don't want a goofy ass person like myself. You don't want someone like Hassan.
No, actually, because you can even go to like guys like Vosh. Like a lot of these streamers are very open with their sexuality. They're very open with like what they do, who they do it with. No, like that's why it is so jarring that Destiny was not only like this bad, but I'm thinking back to it because like during the Vosh thing, he had some things to say about that, and he made it kind of seem like he wasn't part of that, or he could never do that kind of thing.
Hate him. You don't want like
anyone. Oh yeah, that was during the Professor Flowers thing.
Like that. Now. You want a debate lord? Go watch Sam Cedar.
Wasn't Professor Flowers that accused him of doing like a exchange with what was the other creator? I forgot her name.
Debate lord who's not a sex criminal. So you can watch someone who's going to educate you, who knows a fuck ton of what he's talking about, who does, yes, destroy people in debates all the time, and also isn't a sex criminal. So there's a massive ass bonus, but also has his head on straight and seems to be pretty consistent in understanding the problems of dramatic wealth inequality and what they create in society, about not supporting genocidal regimes, stuff like that. It could be a very, very interesting direction that you could go in, but it honestly, it would, to anyone who's like, there's people who have formed a parasocial relationship with him who are not going to leave no matter what, who are basically, he can do no wrong. And you know why that's true is because how many other fucking big ass streamers have been caught doing horrifying shit and still have careers. Like on the left, Andrew Callahan. Like there wasn't a single, leftist creator that I respect that didn't once upon they learned that call him out. Because yeah, there's sexual predators on the left. Absolutely there are. There's sexual predators in every fucking ideology because there's sexual predators fucking everywhere. So the difference being is that the right wing kind of just allows this to be amongst their midst, or they believe their conspiracies. Like Russell Brand can do the most fucked up shit in the world, and then all he has to say is that this is the deep state trying to silence him for telling the truth about Fauci. He's the only person who came up with the idea of calling out people who use vaccines. Sure, Russell. But if that's the course, then fine. People can go watch, Russell Brand on Rumble. He didn't even get taken down or demonetized off YouTube permanently, I think, even though, that guy's got a well-documented history of fucked up shit. This one, I have no, way of knowing whether it's true or not, but this is someone testifying that apparently even his work that everyone considers to be the most important part of his streaming, his canvassing, may have also been simply running cover for his predatory behavior.
There are 2 videos involving Pixie. There's one
Hold on,
that's solo,
guys.
and a threesome with another orbiter, which is Straight Raid. People are claiming, basically based on the evidence, that at least one of those videos occurred during a canvassing event. The link in this Reddit post right here, if you click it, it leads to a stream where you and Destiny are talking about the harassment claims, and it seems like Destiny didn't want to make overt rules about flirting with co-canvassers. And people are kind of speculating that the reason why this is happening is because he'd no longer be able to use canvassing events as vehicles to have sex with fans and orbiters. This, to me, is tying into this greater idea of like fucking fans is one thing, but he's fucking fans and then unconsensually sending videos of fans to other fans, and it's at the canvassing events, which is part of his political thing. So it's all kind of wrapped up. So I guess I'm just once again, this leads into my whole thing about taking it seriously, right? It's what is going on here? What's going on with Pixie? It's not like you can just divorce these two ideas. This is the political.
Does Charles do circuits around channels? He pops up and fades away saying the same shit. Yeah.
Commentary. This is what is going on here. This is all tied.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I saw him in Majority Report.
Obviously there's no confirmation if that's actually true, and the reason I want to stress that is because a lot of the things that have been accused and levied at Destiny so far are fucking horrifyingly serious crimes. But if this one turns out to be, if there's more people who are either going to come forward or more people are going to talk about this, and someone's eventually going to come forward saying that yes, it is in fact true, that even the things that he was doing on the surface that people were trying to defend, right, were basically just more venues for him to keep being a predator towards people who were either his fans or fans of his political project or any of that kind of shit. It's I get the cover that doing all of this behind the veil of they're fighting the Republicans, because that's the defense I've seen from a lot of people, even people who are I know what he did was bad, but Donald Trump's in power, so now it's it's more important than ever to have someone like Destiny who's going to be able to use his massive platform to be able to help us canvass for politicians and stuff like that. Destiny was a debate lord on the internet for such a long time, and as a debate fetishist and someone who was just basically consistently going after right-wingers, he got a lot of victories and wins, because so much with the right and the worldview of the right, they base themselves in complete, demonstrably false lies. And it's very easy, if you're good at speaking rapidly and getting people to expose their own hypocrisy, to get them to say out loud or get them to realize out loud that they're actually completely wrong, and their viewpoints are, again, it's just like a house of cards, right? You have to keep on building lies upon building lies upon building lies to be able to justify a worldview that is effectively going to be not only completely not based in factual reality, but promote hatred like the right often does. And then he also realized that he wasn't having the same kind of efficacy when he was debating a lot of leftists or a lot of historians or scholars, because they happen to know what the fuck they're talking about. So it's two completely different scenes to watch a Destiny debate,
actually,
early Lawrence Southern or
that was what Bob Ross calls a happy mistake. I just made the most tender chicken ever by accident.
Jargon of a cad versus Destiny debating any number of academics on topics of which they were very, very well educated and well read, and in all the fast, rapid.
Oh, Squish, you missed it. My bad.
Talking, debate tricks.
Well, my bad. Wait, you're bad.
All that kind of stuff. It doesn't work when you're up.
Effing fans is also wrong and a gross abuse of a power dynamic. Yeah, it is.
Against someone who actually knows
it really
what the
is.
fuck they're talking about. But if you associate yourself with the political movement as well, if you stop just treating the whole thing
as a content creator, I'm very uncomfortable even thinking about it.
He did, a video
it's just
game,
right?
He's a professional, or he was a professional StarCraft 2 player. He evolves from being a StarCraft 2 player to being this fucking political debate lord on the internet, and then you evolve from one to the other, and then all of a sudden you just love debating to debate. Like, that's just the thing, right? Like, I remember a long time ago, on the last one we ever had, I was trying to explain to him, why is it that a lot of your talking points in relation to Israel and Palestine were almost the polar opposite when you were debating Lawrence Southern? And then his justification to that is like, oh, well, when I'm debating someone like Lawrence Southern, who's on the far right, obviously I'm going to be using a lot of the talking points that would probably come from a more leftist perspective. But if I'm debating someone who's on the left when it comes to Israel Palestine, I'm going to have to use talking points that come from either center to center right perspective. And it's like, so it's a game then, right? It's just like,
no, that's why I can't stand his debate style. Like, the fact that it's all about winning. It's about, like, yeah, it's the fact that it's a game. It's the fact that there is no actual learning. There is no movement. Like, there's no trying to grow a political party. Like, dude, he's one of the most cynical kind of people in this type of space as far as like trying to do political commentary, because at some point you think, oh yeah, I would like to try and have more discussions with people or move them like towards my way of thinking, but no, apparently not.
I just want to battle people and defeat them.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is what the whole point of this is. We're fucking doing the Zerg rush of ideas and grounding our axioms in real time and all that kind of shit. Well, if you go from that to associating...
Oh, also, random question. Does anybody in chat think that there's anything, any such thing as too much garlic? Please sound off.
Yourself with the political movement, and you start branding yourself as a political movement, and you start saying, well, we're more than simply just a bunch of debate perverts on the internet. We're actually trying to stop Republicans from coming into power by not only having me do high-profile debates with a lot of big figures, like Jordan Peterson, for example, but I'm also going on, like, Jubilee, and I'm debating a whole bunch of high-profile, like, you know, right-wingers at once and stuff like that. Simultaneously, I'm canvassing. I'm doing these canvassing things with a whole bunch of my like audience to try and knock on doors and get people elected and fundraise for politicians and stuff like that. Well, then the people who would be following you think that it's no longer just I'm watching my debate pervert daddy. I'm watching my debate pervert daddy.
Okay, Alva cooking right now metaphorically. No, as an Italian, I'm gonna hear it. I'm the authority here. No, only if it burns.
Trying to...
Oh, maybe if you're a vampire. No, I did not burn the garlic. The garlic is
to change the world. He's trying to make the world a better place.
Recipe called for 4 cloves. I used 7.
So he can do no wrong. And yes, there's been a long history. It was 13 years ago was when the first accusations of Destiny actually, you know, sharing, was it explicit content with another person that he didn't have the permission to do without someone's consent. There was, you know, the videos that have now surfaced of him admitting that he was sexually attracted to a 15-year-old who had sent him a picture. There's the multiple accusations of his ex-wife coming forward saying that he had leaked revenge porn of her without her consent. And now there has been multiple women coming forward to saying that not only has revenge porn of them been sent to a third party without their consent, but that one of them was not aware that he
raw garlic with olive oil. Do not talk to me.
Secretly records people, and that does that without their consent as well. It's like it's been this long kind of history of him being a predator online and getting away with it in large part due to the mythos and the size of his community and the aggressiveness of his community. It's so dangerous to go after Destiny, or at least it was in the past before everyone's abandoned him because of how fucked up this all is now. But in the past, that entire Reddit that he had, that subreddit, it could be weaponized against you so powerfully. I know because it happened to me multiple times where all of a sudden you have all of these people from around the world, thousands of people mining for clips and moments of you. And where did you slip up? Where were you hypocritical? Where did you say something that contradicts the thing that you said?
Yeah, that's kind of, that's actually how I did it. I minced most of it, but then I took like, for the top of the chicken, I put some just like, the way that you're kind of describing it, like they're chipped.
The time, how many times have you actually, right? And then all of a sudden it gets flooded with all this shit because you're the enemy of the day, and that, you know, cycles to someone else at another time. For some people, they can stomach it and take it for a while, even if it includes false accusations. He falsely accused me of fundraising for Hamas, and man, did I ever get a world of hate and hate mails and death threats from that shit, because so many people, and this was before, by the way, the events of October 7th, but this was just so many people, and I fundraised money for a verified Palestinian charity. That's what had happened. He falsely smeared me, said that I was fundraising for Hamas. And yeah, his aggressive network of fucking a lot of people who would otherwise be in, like, you know, I'd assume right-wing communities, because it's using the same tactics, are doing all of this fucking horrifying shit. I can't imagine what it's like to be someone who's smaller, someone who's maybe part of a vulnerable community, someone who doesn't even have, like, you know, a significant following, to get that level of all of a sudden vitriol, anger, and hatred. Not to mention, later on, they were doing full-on campaigns where they would be like, let's do mass email campaigns. Let's try to get this Kotaku journalist taken down for supporting Hassan or misreporting on it the way we wanted. Let's try and get Hassan.
If you like disrespecting the French, is a Jimmy John sandwich technically disrespecting French bread, but also in technically a very tasty way? Also, I hate the fact that the guy's just so like, ugh, you know, that the actual guy like Jimmy John sucks. Like that guy, he's a trophy hunter, which I already like. But I hate to say it, I like me a Jimmy John loaf.
I'm taking down
of bread.
Look, he's been doing anti-Semitism. Here's the evidence. Go.
I was like, wait a minute.
Go do brigading, all that kind of shit. And yeah, Asmongold, XQC will launder a lot of that shit or regurgitate it. Or what you're seeing, like the whole saga that's going on right now with H3, and releasing an upcoming content nuke on Hassan.
Oh yeah, I forgot to check on that.
Is going to be based on information that was curated on Destiny's subreddit. You know, a subreddit now that has been completely changed because, you know, it's not.
Imagine being an old immigrant that doesn't have social media and just watches TV shows and getting randomly rounded up. That's what's happening.
Now supposed to be politics and memes, not related to Destiny, not related to Destiny related
loaf
drama. You know, we're gonna have to wait and see how this all plays out, kind of shit like that. But it's fucked up. So I guess now Deserto can't keep just basically trying to bury the story. This wasn't on the front page, but it was on well, it wasn't at the top of the front page. You had to scroll down basically past a handful of stories until you got to this one that is now saying, police report filed as Destiny accused of sharing intimate recording of woman. I think it's still using passive voice and still trying to downplay the severity of what happens. The true headline of the story would be multiple women have accused Destiny of sharing illegal revenge porn of them. One of them said she was filmed without consent. That's what's happening here, right? To frame it like this, all of a sudden it's like, in quotations, as if that could not be true. Twitch streamer Cherry, who accused streamer Destiny of sharing private content of her without permission, says she filed a police report of the incident. On January 21st, two women accused Destiny, real name Stephen Bonnell II, of sharing pornographic content of them online without their consent. Content creator Pixie was the first to go public and said she would be taking legal action against Destiny. I will be suing him for violating U.S. Federal Code 15 U.S.C. 6851, civil action related to disclosure of intimate images for the publication of private facts in Florida. A second woman known online as Cherry revealed that she too discovered Destiny had shared an intimate audio recording taken of me without my consent. Destiny has denied the allegations from Pixie, claiming that the content was stolen from him and that he had no control over it being distributed. The leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. This, by the way, is also misreporting the leak of the content online. But he admitted in those DMs when they were going back and forth that he had shared it with a third party. And that's what Pixie said, that was done without her consent. Already that alone, it's like, okay, well then everyone can admit that's wrong and illegal and that you can't do. But then to be like, yeah, and then that other person, well, they were hacked. And then it's the hack that got leaked. And so
be right back. Need to go gargle battery acid to get rid of the garlic breath. Dude,
I'm
I can tell you right now, I'm about to have that real bad.
A hack here, more than anything.
But I can't wait.
I submitted my report of my evidence to the police.
Got another
this morning.
about half hour.
Be filed in 3 to 5 days. Despite my best, there's no certain way to submit the report and keep my identity anonymous in the filing. Being public is the only reason I was able to find out what happened to me. I'm worried about harassment moving forward.
Crap.
I'm doing my best to do the right thing and also protect myself.
Probably tell
I will not post my own revenge. We already read that. In a post the day previously, Cherry stated her intention to file a report, as well as revealing Destiny had blocked her and banned me and people supporting me from his community. I've not done anything besides asking for an explanation, as I was assured this was something he didn't do to me. When I was given one privately, I spoke publicly. She accuses Destiny of recording her. Quote, while we had sex without my consent and no regard for me, also shared the recording to others. At the time of writing, Destiny has not responded publicly to Cherry's accusations. Yeah, that's about all there is right now. Ideally, hopefully this will be the end of anyone having to talk about Destiny up until, you know, maybe there will be a court date, a court trial. You know, I have no idea what the future holds. There's going to be both the civil lawsuit from Pixie, which she, I think, successfully has fundraised on her Give, Send, Go to be able to pay a lawyer. And the other one taking place.
Well, that sucked. Oh. I almost did fuck up the recipe. I forgot to put in one of the last pieces there. You're supposed to put some lemons in for the last hour of cooking. I hope that I did not just screw that up. I'm telling you, keep a couple 9 volts with you. Hell? That's very, very bad advice. Do not listen to him. No, if you're gonna, I mean, actually, just keep a lemon nearby. That helps. Suck on a lemon. "10 life lessons from Nietzsche." You know what? Why not? Let's see what 10 life lessons we can take, since he's the philosopher of today. I kind of figure that's how we'll do this, is I'll focus on certain people for certain days.
Friedrich Nietzsche was a German philosopher, poet, and cultural critic of the 19th century.
I think I got it now. Nietzsche
is considered to be one of the most daring and greatest thinkers of all time. His work is revolutionary, aiming for a...
I don't like when people do that, because it's so, like, as long as they're, like, equally critical. Like, if he just, glazes him, I could have an issue with this.
Re-evaluation of all values. He was one of the biggest precursors of existentialism, which emphasizes the existence of the individual person as a free and responsible agent, determining their own development through acts of will. By his famous words, "God is dead," Nietzsche moved the focus of philosophy from metaphysics to the material world.
Well, that explains why he was the main one that my school was just like...
And the individual as a responsible person for his own life. Nietzsche wrote several books, and his teachings have shaped the lives of many people, from psychologists to poets, dancers to social revolutionaries. So with that in mind, here are 10 important lessons that we can learn from Friedrich Nietzsche. Number 1. Be a harmonious totality. Nietzsche says, "One must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star." According to Nietzsche, each of us have 2 main sides to our personality. A rational one, the conscious, the
Oh, he was totally on there, as well as Dostoevsky.
The Apollonian side, and an instinctual one, the subconscious, emotional, Dionysian side. In Nietzsche's view, the way to achieve greatness, the way to achieve a harmonious totality, is to balance the 2 parts of yourself. The Apollonian side, Apollo being the Greek god of sun, of knowledge, and the Dionysian side, Dionysus being the complete opposite, the god of wine, fertility, and madness. There's a strong analogy between the duality of Dionysus and Apollo and the duality of yin and yang. Dionysus being similar to yin and Apollo being similar to yang. To have a balanced life, you
That seems kind of insensy.
have to be organized, responsible, logical, but at the same time leave room for the more artistic part of yourself, your creative side, your emotional side. To really shine like a dancing star like Apollo, the god of sun, you have to embrace your inner chaos. Learn to explore it, listen to your feelings and intuition, and listen to your Dionysian side. Sometimes we use one side of our personality to excess at the expense of the other.
Gee, I wonder which one I use.
Example, perhaps sometimes we can be too organized, We don't leave enough room for any creative moments or moments of inspiration. Other times, we might be too chaotic and lacking structure. While both are essential, we need to know when best to use them. Life requires us to be organized, for example, to make sure our house is tidy, our children are fed, and our finances are in order, and so on. Other times, we might want to shake up our routine, go on wild adventures, or to get in touch with our artistic or more sensitive nature.
Guys, I just want to be so spontaneous. I'm going to give in to my Nietzschean side, or my Dionysian side.
Even in our jobs, we need both sides too. For example, an engineer must use the Apollonian side to execute the work, but he also needs the Dionysian side to discover great insights and invent innovative solutions. We have to take care of all sides of our nature, to nurture them. Don't fight against your duality. Instead, learn to use it to your benefit. Number 2, avoid having a reactive life. Nietzsche said, most humans distract their thoughts to cease to be aware
Hell
of
of a
life.
mustache.
According to Nietzsche,
kind of looks like, oh my god, what's his name?
We are too passive, too reactive. We don't act as ourselves. We're not honest enough.
Timothy Oliphant.
And we're not noble enough. For Nietzsche, to be passive is not the same as inactive, but rather it means to have a reactive life. You can be active, indulge yourself in entertainment activities or in a meaningless job, but in essence, you're empty inside. You have no goals. You move without purpose. Nietzsche invites you to be more honest with yourself, more reflective about your goals in life, to be brave enough to face reality and fight the obstacles that are blocking your path from getting what you want from life.
If this is like how people, like what most people take out of his philosophy, I can't necessarily agree or disagree with it.
Nowadays, with so much technology and amazing ways to indulge ourselves in aimless entertainment,
I'll be honest, it's not exactly what I took out of it.
But according to Nietzsche, the worst thing you can do is to wait for life to happen to you as you distract yourself with these meaningless activities which don't benefit you in the long run. We're all afraid of reaching the heights we're capable of. And to justify that, we keep lying to ourselves by saying things like, I've never wanted to make a lot of money. I wasn't really interested in that person, or I didn't really want to visit that place. Nietzsche advises us to stop being a passive spectator and take our lives in our own hands. You can start by avoiding too much TV time, internet time, spending time with toxic people, or staying in a job which isn't beneficial for you in the long run, but instead ask yourself the hard questions.
Just ignore that last part.
And focus on what you want to get out of life.
Not that one.
Number 3.
The internet part.
Avoid holding resentment towards others. Nietzsche tells us to be incapable of taking one's enemies, one's accidents, even one's misdeeds seriously for very long. That is the sign of strong, full natures in whom there is an excess of the power to form, to mold, to recuperate, and to forget. Such a man shakes off with a single shrug many vermin that eat deep into others. Resentment is a poison, and it can consume us deeply. According to Nietzsche, resentment is a trademark of a slave mentality and a sign of weakness, and it harms no one more than the weak person himself. In contrast to a weak person, a noble person has an excess of life in himself. He is strong enough to forget and recuperate. However, his revenge can be strong and fast though, and he doesn't hold on to the memory of a painful episode for too long. If you're weak,
yeah. Actually, I mean, I learned a lot of this in therapy, so that's interesting.
It might be too difficult to avoid resentment. The secret is to replenish your soul with positive things, to live your life to the fullest, and not to mind the small people having a negative impact on us from time to time. This doesn't mean you won't keep others accountable for their mistakes, and that you won't act against them if justified. It just means that you won't let this affect your inner nature. If somebody close to you hurts you badly, you should see the reality as it is first. Accept the person as they are. Take the immediate and necessary steps against that person, and afterwards, move on, forget, and don't hold on to any resentment. Also, on a more mundane level, don't complain about the bad things you encounter every day. Don't complain about the idiots, the government, crooks, bankers, malicious people. Instead, build your...
Well, how's this play, like, with his views on women? Like, in not holding resentment?
yourself up. Face them from your superior ground. Be the better person, the noble person. Avoid arguing for your limitations and keep going towards your goals. Number 4. Don't blindly follow the masters. In the words of Nietzsche, don't just swallow the wisdom of the past masters of philosophy. Rather, strive to build your own path. Appreciate
that's damn good advice.
the masters from the past. But
oddly, that kind of makes him a little bit more palatable, because you can just like take the good with the bad.
Follow them blindly.
And then just be like, yes.
Nietzsche was an avid reader of past philosophies.
This is like self-help.
Starting from the ancient Greeks to more modern
Well, I mean, this is literally 10 life lessons from Friedrich Nietzsche.
Philosophers like Arthur Schopenhauer. However, at one point in his life, he denounced the past philosophies or reformulated the past philosophies into his own philosophy of life. He believed that finding his own path, his own philosophy, his own style...
There's also absolutely nothing wrong with a little self-help. It's where sometimes it turns a little bit new agey.
...of writing was crucially important. Sometimes in life, we have to make major decisions, like denouncing some old ways of thinking or working, even at the cost of losing our status in society. To follow our own path often requires sacrifices, putting us in conflict with the authorities of the present or of the past, the masters. But according to Nietzsche, in order to live an authentic life, we have to give up the comfort
heard the masters, and I'm just like,
blindly, break away
Doctor
from
Who
the
immediately,
masters and work on our own philosophical principles of life and work. Of course, we still have to gain knowledge from the old philosophies, appreciate the wisdom of past philosophers, but in the end, we have to build our own philosophy for our own lives, our own wisdom. We should use the wisdom of the masters only as a source of inspiration for our own philosophy. Sometimes in life, you find yourself at a crossroads and you have to choose between 3 paths. The first is a safe path with a guide telling you everything you need to do. The second is a dangerous path that you have to walk alone, going from potential failure to potential failure. And the third is the most effective path, the one where you think for yourself, analyze what the masters or experts are really telling you. You take into account their credibility, and you take from them only what is important and useful to your life. Nietzsche urges you to take the last path, because it's the path that will lead to the greatest rewards in the future. Number 5. Find your why. Nietzsche says, "He who has a why in life can tolerate almost any how." For Nietzsche, the measure of success and freedom in life is to be able to look in a mirror and be proud of yourself, not ashamed. The only authority you should really fear is your own consciousness, which screams at you to be always true to yourself and to always follow your North Star, your why. When you follow your why,
is that like a thing?
It is not that relevant.
Following the North
The
Star.
amount of pain which comes with how, you'll be able to endure it because you'd be living an authentic life, a life in line with your core values, your inner self. Nietzsche demands you to leave conventionality
I
aside.
didn't necessarily say he was a nihilist.
Or the other.
I mean, I think you said that other people do.
The people who keep you down because there's a path only
you did.
can
My
go.
bad.
Your life purpose cannot be found unless you find yourself first. And after you find the reason to live, you can tolerate any hardship life throws at you. To find your why, your path, start
And
by
that kind
looking
of
at
ties into Dostoevsky, like the way that he saw, like with when like breaking down like prisoners and giving them mundane tasks, and that like taking away, like even that was taking away their like will to live.
Yourself in the mirror and see if you're ashamed or proud of yourself. Did you betray the one on the other side of that mirror, or did you honor it? Have you always been true to yourself? Did you really cultivate the talents life gifted you with? What things must you do in order for you to be proud of yourself and make you feel more powerful? What do you have
Don't complain about the government,
to
LOL.
accomplish? What milestones? And
I don't think you could see.
what would be the most exciting goal you can think of for
I'd say-
yourself? This most likely would be your North Star for you to follow. You might not reach it during your lifetime, but at least you'll know at the end of your life that you did everything in your power to come closer to it, and you won't mind the hardship you've been through. Number 6.
I just love that guy.
Suffering
Yeah!
can make you stronger. Nietzsche says, "What does not destroy me makes me stronger." Nietzsche advises us to be like the phoenix, always ready to rise up from our ashes. To evolve, we sometimes must destroy ourselves in some way, to rise anew and be stronger. Suffering makes us stronger. It transcends us if we really know what to learn from it. Life is a journey, and each stage is a level we must pass. In Nietzsche's view, a real thinker sees life as a knowledge quest, each event being an opportunity to learn something new. The outcomes, no matter how painful, are lessons to learn from, and the process of learning is transformative. Nietzsche believes that we must keep ourselves apart from the outcomes. It's not relevant if it's a success or a failure. What really matters is what we learned from it, how we evolved from it. The biggest lessons we can get are from our biggest tragedies, because they present us with our biggest vulnerabilities, our biggest fears, and our biggest desires. We have to dive into suffering and let ourselves rise again from the abyss, just like the phoenix. As an exercise, try to think of the most painful episodes you've lived. Make a list of them. Think of what vulnerabilities these episodes revealed in you. Why have you suffered? What illusions about life or people have you lost? Accept the loss, no matter how painful, and try to see the episodes as an observer. What knowledge about life or about people have you gained? In case you lost illusions, what knowledge have you gained which can replace these illusions now? How can you make this knowledge useful? How can this knowledge prepare you for similar events? Those tragic events haven't killed you, and as long as you remain alive and capable of learning, you'll grow stronger after each painful episode.
Suffering,
Number
succotash.
7. Avoid being just busy. To quote Nietzsche, men
Oh my god, the modern American, like this one, woof.
fall into two groups, slaves and free men. Whomever doesn't
Oh boy.
have 2/3 of his day for himself is a slave, whatever he may be, a statesman, a businessman, an official, or a scholar. According to Nietzsche, people are either slaves or free. The free people, or the masters, are strong, creative, they can do whatever they want, at least 2/3 of their day.
This is somehow like easier to understand than every other video that I've watched.
Slaves cannot do whatever they want. They work for others more than 2/3 of the day. They follow other people and society's rules blindly.
I don't
having
know.
little con-
Kirk, you seem like to really know his writings. Like, is this too reductive, or is this kind of nailing it?
Control of their lives. One should earn his bread, and to work 8 hours per day is oftentimes inevitable. But this should be the limit somebody should accept to work for others. Any more than this, and you're at the mercy of other people. Or you're the slave of your own money. You cease to own your own life. The anxious feelings people might feel when they think they don't work enough, or they don't push hard enough, or work more than 8 hours, is more a consequence of the slave mentality. You have to make the distinction between working for others and working for yourself, and you shouldn't work more than 8 hours of the day for others. If you do, no matter who you are, a president, a businessman, a scholar, an official, you are still a slave. Even if you're a businessman and you claim that you work for
Is there any chance you build a moat around your current living situation? Be honest, don't hold back.
yourself, you have to ask yourself, am I working for making more money, or am I really working for myself? If you work for your money, you're still a slave. If you really work for yourself, this means that the work you do nurtures you, makes you happy, and gives you energy. Society is designed to make you envious, to make you want more, to consume more, and chase the things you don't really need to keep you a slave. Nietzsche advises us to break this chain and learn to live for ourselves at least 2/3 of our days.
Denali.
Number 8. Live dangerously. Nietzsche says, the secret of harvesting the greatest fruitfulness and greatest enjoyment is to live dangerously. We should all try to make from each day the best day we can. Danger is the test bench of ourselves, and it makes us feel alive. We should test our limits in order to overcome ourselves, and we should learn to enjoy living out of our comfort zone. Nietzsche urges us to stop being prudent and regular in life. Rather, we should be overjoyed heroes, living dangerously, expressing our individuality freely, masters of our own lives, and we shouldn't listen to ordinary people who are often feeling threatened by such...
Oh my god, it's literally like what do you call them? Like those like fitness instructors that do like promotional videos. Guys!
A life lived dangerously.
How great is life?
There's a huge number of people.
Come on, we got energy. Oh, this hurts just doing it because I have no energy and
risks in life, avoiding any danger. They always try to copy others rather than express themselves as they really are. Don't be someone like that, because in this way you'd waste your life and you'd miss a great opportunity to enjoy this life to the fullest. In order to start really living your life, try this test. Ask yourself, would I be willing to relive this day 1,000,000 times forever? Would I be happy or sad?
Oh man, this is an unrealistic standard. Why would you do that to yourself? You know how many days you'd answer no? Like, this reminds me of Jordan Peterson a little bit.
If I lived the same life...
Clean up your room. You just gotta make your bed. If you make your bed, then you know that you've done at least one thing good with your day.
Over and over again.
Which I hate to say, that's like the one thing I took from any of his, like, BS, and I went, all right.
The answer to this question would help you to assess your current life. Make the appropriate changes until
also it shows no middle ground in this philosophy.
You're willing to relive every minute of your new, joyous adventure.
As I said, this is like the most palatable version of his work that I've gotten to yet, but at the same time, I feel like it's missing a lot. Too much.
Life.
I almost dare I say
Number 9.
This is a little
Become
simplistic.
A superhuman.
Ah, here it is.
Nietzsche says,
the Übermensch.
Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the
that one.
superhuman. A rope over an abyss. A dangerous crossing.
Sounds like a recipe to being just a knee-jerk contrarian.
Wayfaring. A dangerous looking back. A dangerous trembling and halting.
Not necessarily, because it does have like a good message as far as like, no, embrace the day, you know, carpe diem.
What is great in man is that he's a bridge and not a goal. In Nietzsche's view, the purpose of humanity is to overcome itself, to create a superhuman, an Übermensch in German.
Übermensch.
We are a bridge
Main character
to
syndrome.
Greater.
Yeah, a little bit.
No matter who we are.
It's definitely, this is a little...
social status, our wealth, our physical appearance, our intelligence, our race.
Maybe that's the reason that I'm responding to it, because as a streamer, I'm kind of like,
all contribute to this purpose of human species to overcome itself and to create something greater. Our struggles in life, our traumas, our successes, they're all transmitted to our children.
How's it going?
And beyond this, the things we create,
Hello,
the
I am
events,
Bisky.
the science, the technology, the arts, they all prepare the arrival
Nice to meet
of
you.
a new species.
Thank you for
of
joining
humans,
the
superhuman
chat.
species. Our real goals in life are not individual goals, but rather they're collective goals, all pushing humanity forward. By being a parent or a teacher, by developing a...
Are we going to survive the next 4 years? By doing streams like these and having fine people like you joining them and building a community where we have a good idea of where to go next and how we can actually organize. That's how.
Product through your work or a scientific theory.
Also, Trudeau left. Well, Trudeau wasn't exactly what I would call great.
By creating a piece of art, of literature, of philosophy, your contribution to the evolution of the human...
By having a wig. Start the day by completing a task. Wow.
Species can be extremely significant. Always see your individual goals as part of the collective. Harmonize them, and your life
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Jordan Peterson in a nutshell.
will suddenly have much
get it? Nut.
more meaning. Number 10. Happiness is the way you approach your goals. Nietzsche invented his own formula for happiness. My formula.
I'm suspicious of any philosophy that tells both the poor and the rich alike to be content in their lot in lives. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's a good take on that.
For happiness. A yes, a no, a straight.
No offense. Wasn't that knowledgeable back in the day. I was just a kid. It's okay.
Line.
We all grow.
Goal. According to Nietzsche, happiness is not something
Also, Bisky, if you are not already, follow the channel.
you find at a destination.
I think you do.
And
I think I've seen you
consists
before.
of 4 steps. The first step is to say yes to experiences and people, to be able to take risks and to learn from the environment close to you. Then, at the
Taking things one day at a time is fine. Yeah, actually, inverted mystic, that's not a bad way of doing things.
second step, you examine
Well, I would, but I need to tell you something.
the value
Uh-oh,
or
what's
the
that?
usefulness of these experiences and
Ruh-roh.
people. You learn to say no to the useless or not valuable ones. You become selective. The third
No.
step is to draw the necessary conclusions and principles
You have
for
2
those
confessions.
particular events or people.
Wow.
To
New
draw a
chatter.
straight line.
New chatter with so many confessions.
Then, finally, at the 4th step, you will formulate your goals.
I mean,
we all think we work to become happy, and by happy, we usually mean the great satisfaction we get from a big accomplishment.
Okay, I
The
actually
great
remember this, yeah.
moments
I
without
watched the inauguration. I kind of had a crush on 2 of the people there. Okay.
family and friends, entertainment.
Nothing wrong with that. A lot of people in this community were just saying, like, Ivanka or... Oh, God, is it Ivanka? They were saying that she was well-dressed.
Traveling to our favorite locations. We often trap ourselves in an endless circle of suffering and happiness in the form of work and rewards.
Who is
But
the other
real
one?
And long-lasting happiness is
Wait, I mean, who were they? I should ask.
not the reward at
Not
the end
assume.
of the process.
My bad.
It
Ivanka's
is
pretty,
the
but
process.
it ain't Ivanka or any woman.
You have
Oh, it's
to
okay.
see happiness as a way to live your life or approach your goals. The happy moments are the flowers you pick up along the way on your endless journey to becoming a superhuman.
Thank you, guys. I've enjoyed listening to you. Good night. Oh, good night, Robin. Thank you.
So, if you enjoyed this video, please do make sure to check out the full Philosophies for Life channel and for
Yeah, definitely so. Oh, I am already subbed to Philosophies for Life. God, I'm gonna go back into Aristotle too. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Man, I actually have to thank you, Kirk. Making me do a little bit of the study stuff. It's all right. The first one is better, so I'll say that that one is Baron Trump. Oh, ew. Sorry. Whatever. I mean, the thing is, there's like people that are like technically good looking, but they're so like Candace Owens is one of those where technically she like conventionally is a pretty lady. She's a pretty lady. But yeah, she's just so just the person that she is. It makes her so ugly. Take it back right now. He is a good person. He is what? He's a good person. Ow. He got his dad to watch frickin' Fresh and Fit. How is he a good person? I'm the same age as Nietzsche when he died of a stroke. Oh, he had a stroke. Man, I actually just had a conversation with somebody about like how I'm at that age where I have to be more aware of that kind of stuff. He's perfect, and he even shook Biden and Kamala's hand. Okay. You can have your crushes, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm also just saying my point of view on the matter, and I just think he's Bit too much like his dad, and that's all we need is just another one of those. Like, we need the favorite son. Although that is hilarious, the fact that he became the one, like that everybody just like they ignore all the other kids, and they're just like, look at him. He was definitely jacked up on the happy pills. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I didn't watch it. I watched clips on it, and that's about it. Second one is Musk. I don't even know about this one. That one's weird. I don't know. I mean, again, if you're into plastic, like the man has billions of dollars and still couldn't get like really good, plastic surgery. AOC is pretty, and people I know say she has horse teeth. And wow, dude, no, I was about to say no. I got a little crush on AOC, but it's wholesome. I don't like when people simp in chat. Like for I actually had an issue with that where like somebody just kept doing repeating the how like hot AOC is thing, and I was just like, nope, that's enough of that. Candace Owens has 3 kids. Those poor little rats. All right, that's pretty funny. You don't like simping? I don't understand it. Plus, I don't get it. Like, I don't like, it just leads to weirdness, especially in chats where, I don't understand what's so odd about calling out somebody making their entire existence about sexualizing somebody. It's a little odd. Because when somebody has a crush on somebody, they are perfect to them. What? Again, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm more asexual than I thought. I don't think that way. Like I can always think that there's gonna be issues. Like I'm not gonna pretend that I don't have physical attractions. But yeah. I'm also a wrestling fan, so if there's one contingent that's way creepier than the political simps, is wrestling simps for female wrestlers to the point where it's uncomfortable. Yeah. But simping is rubbing yourself in public. Yeah, it kind of is. I could actually, that's actually a good But also, I've been very open about how I don't understand stan culture either, where I don't understand putting somebody on this pedestal where they could never disappoint you. What's your favorite wrestler though? I bet it's Lita. No. No, as far as my wrestling crush, no, it's Sasha Banks, or Mercedes Moné is what she's called now. But no, I got a thing for her. I'll admit that, and I also like oh my god, why am I blanking? Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan's she's something. Go by Hassan's rule. Don't be weird. That's the thing. Yeah, exactly. I don't understand the whole, even what I just did there. She's something. I just kind of thought about her. Well, if my dad said that, I would just be like, okay, Dad. I'll coke in his tickly. Ew. No. I don't understand 80% of anime. Lolly as a... What? Lolly? How are you talking about lolly? As a genre seems redundant. I've never understood it. The way that I remember breaking it down was I'm wait, so you're telling me that this is hentai, but the difference is Sasami and Tsunami from Tenchi. I'm well, Tsunami, I'm okay with. Sasami, I'm not okay with. That's disgusting. That's literally how I came to terms with that. A lot of anime is like that. Oh, dude, I mean, Chobits. Like, Chobits at just alone, I was like, looking back on that. What about Alexa Bliss, though? I had a... yeah, she's... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Used to have a little crush on her, but then... I don't know, I just outgrew that one, I guess. Anime isn't all lolly people who say they are not really anime watchers. Yeah, there is like there are like weird animes, but not all animes are even sexual. Yeah, I don't like people that do that. I hate people that think that all anime is hentai, and like then they like, oh, that kind of conflation is weird. Also, like, it's just like the jocks literally be like, I hate to go here, but it's the jock mentality of, this anime stuff's weird, but then they don't recognize that it's watched more than football. So, it's kind of projection. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, man. Time is it? 9. People who are super obsessed with PDFil. Yeah. Well, I mean, haven't you guys noticed that the ones that focus on trans and gay porn and all that stuff, and even that, they tend to be the ones that get caught with it? Like, come on. I learned that one way sooner than the general populace because we had so many pastors, man. Like, we used to call it the apology tour because we used to have like chapel on Wednesdays, right? And every Wednesday we would have a bunch of like these, speakers. And I remember one time we had like it was like these gym dudes, like these Christian gym guys that like they made like videos, like pump up videos, but they were the Gladiators. They were like they were like a Christian version of the American Gladiators, but they showed up all the time. And I gotta say, I was always excited for that one. I was just like, hell yeah. But yeah, man, like I can't tell you how many times we had like just this random pastor that's just like, well, I'm here to say I'm sorry because you don't want to live a life like me as a hypocrite where I did this. And, well, it turns out that I have a product. Like there was one guy that had an addiction. There was another guy that was, essaying people in his congregation, multiples. So, yeah, man. The people who say gay, be bad are super gay. Yeah. I got somebody in my life that like they hyper fixate on it, and I swear to God, it just makes me think like, okay, like how am I not supposed to just think that of you when it's like, dude, you think about gay people way more than gay people even think about gay people. It's got to be wild to let it just like run your life though, and then on top of it to use religion to tell people low key he might be gay. No shit. No shit. You're kidding me. You're telling me he likes peepees? No. The motto of all religions is one up the one up the pub, no harm done. Oh shit. Okay, that's pretty funny. I mean, a little descriptive, but also hilarious. God, that is funny though. If you do a quick Google search, femboy is the most searched in West Virginia. Yeah, I think we covered that here at one point. Men are afraid to be gay. Men would be so much happier with their homies. Earthy babies. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't like the way that like certain dudes like. I'm so happy about like my friends circle. Like, we're very healthy about even like between my straight friends, where it's just like, no, we're very, I love you, man. Like, we give the little side hugs, I also like, I don't know, like, not a big hugger sometimes, but you know what, I get in mood sometimes where I'm just like, screw it, you only live once, come here, I love you. Like a king size. Dude, I swear to God, like, again, that reminds me of that, I forgot who did the bit. I think it might have been Bill Burr. But they were talking about, watching prawn. And just the whole, okay, so when you're watching it, do you like, do you always just watch, girl on girl? No. It's like, okay. So when you're watching the guy, do you want him to have like a little, or do you like a nice big? And they're just like, no, I like a big throbber. It's just like, I don't want a dude grabbing my veiny bang stick. What the fuck? Or if you read stories of men being oblivious that they are cheating on their spouse with their bros. Really? What? Like, that's a real thing? Like, they're just like, yeah, man, there's nothing gay about sucking off another dude. Like, is that what it is? I swear to God, if that's what it is, that's hilarious. I'll be honest. Okay. I just realized that. Well, I think you guys just saw it. Like, if you guys are in general on Discord, then you might have already seen it. I think that I'm going to be doing a debate on Thursday, so. I just realized that. I was like, oh. Well, that's some boomer shit right there. Men are not good partners usually. Women tend to be easier to live with in my experience. Yeah. No. Yes and no. How about them Chiefs? Go Birds. Go Birds, baby. Women are not easy to live with. I was about to say, I don't like doing this. Like, no, some people just are they're just a lot to deal with. Who am I debating? I can't say too much. I just, the thing is, I realized that we already made it public by putting it in the general Discord. And I missed one of his things where he's like, "Oop, I meant to PM that." I was like, so, we don't know. Or, well, okay, so, not ready to divulge. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, yeah, let me just take a look here. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Okay, no, that's funny. Yeah, Alabama. Oh, wow. Okay. So apparently Alabama likes some trans porn. Huh. Interesting. yes, plenty of men would be with their bros if they unpack some stuff. More emotional cheating than anything, but yeah, bromance sometimes leads to thing. Oh. Well then. Man. Oh, by the way, that's an Opieism. If you guys know Opie and Anthony. Drink can lead you anywhere. They were just a couple bros hanging out on a fishing boat, you know? There we go. Alabama's where all them, Oh, really? Interesting. Inverted Mystic. That's hilarious. So do Alabamans fantasize about their cousins turning to the opposite gender? That's really funny. Real Dapperton. Number 1, hello. Welcome. Appreciate you joining the chat. What's your political side? Just curious. I'm a lefty. I'm a lefty, but if you acknowledge that trans rights are human rights and you are just generally cool with, 420-age, then you're in the right place. And yeah, obviously, if you are on the left, then yeah, you definitely got a home here. So follow if you haven't already and you want a good political stream. Man, I just realized I've been on for 5.5 hours. And my chicken's still not done. Also, don't say Godzilla is stupid. That is... I'm about to say I'm fighting words. Oh yeah, actually that is... Yeah, that's... Yeah, you make fun of Godzilla, then I might actually have a bone to pick with you. Man, say what you will about this situation going on with Trump, but you make fun of Godzilla. His sister's stepmom used to be his uncle from... Okay, I like how you guys are just doubling down on this one. It's pretty funny. Also, no, what is it? Real Dapperton. Since you are new here, and also missed the front end of stream, I am fighting either a cold or a bit of the vid. So, don't know. But yeah, my brain's a little foggy, and trust me, it's not the fun type of foggy. And I also have that awesome thing where I'm just like hot, cold. Great. I'm libertarian, but I made a game that doesn't take political sides. It makes fun of Trump. It makes fun of Bernie. You can play as them. I made it in 6 months. First game I ever made. If you want to check it out. Oh, that's interesting. Although I think Bernie is based, so I mean, trust me, I'm not above making fun of a little Bernie Sanders. It's just admitting that he's a little intense sometimes, okay? It's on Steam. Yeah, send me the link. Or actually, here, you know what? I'll do you one better. Well, first off, follow over on Twitch. And I will give you the Discord link so you can join our Discord. And yeah. Then you can send it in the community. Second. There we go. You're over on Twitch, right? Yeah. Yeah, for some reason my Discord link doesn't work when I try to share it on my my normal stream. I have to go literally into my phone to send it. What the hell was that? Interesting. Non-fun. It's called Skull Stompers. Real Dapperton, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Non-Fun is an interesting guy. Yeah, he actually, so is Cosmic Protocol. Yeah, Non-Fun actually, I rated him and he ended up following me. I just haven't been able to check out his content. The reason why Nordic countries are so successfully social democratic is that they have this thing where if you leech on society and commit fraud, you are treated poorly. Nice. Yeah. God, that just reminds me of like the way that universal basic income works in The Expanse, where on Earth everybody has basic, but it becomes almost a thing where they treat it like a slur, where you're just like, oh, so you're just okay with basic. Which again, basic is just enough to like you have your own little, you get your own little closet type house, like home that is like it's like a compact home, but it has everything that you need. Yeah, I love The Expanse. It's a good show. But definitely one of those ones, if you got the time and you want a good sci-fi novel, read the book. It is, I mean, I'm on book 4, so I can only speak up to book 3, which I hate to say it, man. Like I'm like 4 or 5 chapters into book 4. I'm like, okay, guys, like, what the hell? Why is this taking so long? Avian bird flu out there making out. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow, American Patriot. I really appreciate that. That's what I'm saying, though. If you are on basic, you'd have to work to have more luxuries, but those luxuries would be actually be obtainable. Yeah. And that's exactly what it is. So, like in Expanse, like you have a job, like the way that trucking works. Actually, it's kind of like Alien, where they go and they pick up like just tons and tons of ore from like Titan, and that's like the big thing because like they do have a way of hyperspace and all that kind of stuff. So, or not hyperspace, it's called a jump. It's like a jump drive. Like imagine you could buy a new gaming PC if you didn't have to pay for food, mortgage, rent, etc. Yeah. I mean, the luxuries of life. Although, man, I never thought that I'd actually have to like look at a PC, and then with streaming and all that, where I'm like, oh yeah, it's definitely important to have a decent setup or a decent rig at least, because man, when I first started this, I couldn't even go live. It couldn't support it. I was barely able to upload videos. I tried to make the game include politicians, but make fun of everyone equally. That's interesting. That's interesting that you're a libertarian and you did that. Let's make him nerd out. Do you think the Xenomorphs could survive Dead Space? Yeah. Yeah, they totally would, because the problem is you kill one of the Xenomorphs eventually. This is the problem with the Xenomorphs, and the fact that it is a space-based like property is they really covered this well in Romulus when the acid just melts through the hull. So, oh, you sent me a link. Thank you. Here. Oh, here. Yeah, also got this introduction. Hello. And here we go. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll check it out after stream. Man. Almost just bit my tongue right there. The U.S. model would have to be everyone is employed by the state, then you can get contracted out to the employer. That's kind of, yeah, that's actually how it goes. Except it's not like, because the way that the nations work there, it is essentially just like all nations are just one nation on Earth at that point. But it's because Mars and the Belters have their own stuff, so they got other people to worry about. Libertarians hate all politicians. That's why I was able to do it. LOL. Nice. Libertarians are anarcho-capitalists, and anarcho-capitalists aren't anarcho-capitalists. You should put a movie group in the Discord. Oh, I should. You know what? I'll work. You know what? I'll do that. I'll do that tonight. No, I really should, because I got a few things that, yeah, I want to recommend to you guys, and then definitely get some recommendations from you. And then we can do watch parties. That's the big thing I've been wanting to do. Also, we're going to be doing a group D&D. If you guys want to get down on that, I will have more information. Thinking it's going to be a members-only game, though. So you will have to be a member of the community, well, over on YouTube to do it. Did I just stutter there? I think I did. I'm very hungry, guys. People say it's not possible, but it's about trust and being on your toes. It's taking so long. Yes, D&D. Yes. Yes, we're setting it up. You got to give me a minute. I have to write it. I have to write out some stuff, especially, I'm DMing for an entire community of people. That'll be interesting. That'll be fun though. I've never done this. Done it over stream or digitally. Libertarians are only anarcho-capitalists for the rich. Yeah, it's always been my problem with them. I used to for a hot minute I was like, yeah, I mean, I voted for a libertarian in Ron Paul. I'm so glad that I didn't vote for him during the actual election, though. I voted for him in the primary. God. Ron Paul was had some good ideas. Just sucks to see Rand Paul have absolutely none of the same charisma or good ideas. So alright. Evil Dead. Wait, Evil Dead is my favorite movie. Evil Dead 2 specifically. Oh, nice. Okay, so Evil Dead the remake. And I'm not talking about the newest one. I always love how Sam Raimi was just I wasn't really happy with the first version. Let's do it again. I mean, the balls. Yeah, Army of the Dead's always been fun. I love some Ron Paul. Yeah, but anarcho-capitalists. Dude, Jesus Save Justin, how you doing, dude? It's good to see you. I've not seen you in quite some time. Wait, Gage Skidmore. How's it going, man? Hope you've been well. All right, I got 20 minutes. I gotta go check my dinner real quick. Even the dog is just is that dinner almost ready? Although he's always like that. 1 second. Still can't believe I forgot the final part of that. Oh, cheers. Nice. I was in a chat and I thought, and we were debating things people thought I couldn't be. Wait. Like monarcho-communism. It's kind of funny. To the moon, my lovelies. To the moon. Ugh. God. I just kind of I hate like how our profit incentives have just ruined this country. It's basically the monarchy exists to be the face of communism. It exists for no other purpose than to enforce the communism. If they abuse the power, they are replaced. That's actually not the most unpractical thing I've ever heard. That's for sure. Inverted Mystic, you never cease to amaze me sometimes with some of the stuff that you add to chat. Because honestly, that's it's like I'm sitting here thinking like that could actually be a good idea, but remember when I called Destiny a C word? My bad. It was Vosh. I heard was a C word. Oh, yeah. I should make a webcomic with this. You do it, 100%, man. Like, if you got an idea and you think that you should, or like you have an ability to do it, you should. Wait, what? What? Hold on.
All right, I've got a crazy story coming out of my home state of Indiana, but let me walk you through a quick thought experiment first. Take a man who has been prone to radicalization throughout their life, who has a history of violently attacking police officers, and imagine that they get arrested for attacking police officers. They get thrown in jail, and
I'm about to eat a burrito.
For 1 second. You pardon them.
I've got lemon garlic buttered chicken breast in my crock pot right now, but I screwed up. I forgot to add a final touch to it where you're supposed to flip it and then you're supposed to put little pieces of lemon on it. I totally screwed up, so it's doing that now.
And you tell them that their actions were
Very
patriotic.
You know, it
they
sucks
were
what?
amazing. They helped save the nation. Do you think that they'll, one, reflect on
it's going to be amazing.
their actions and chill the hell out, or two, continue attacking police officers because they were just emboldened by the message that what they did was good? Well, we have this story right here. It's not even that funny. It's kind of just tragic. January 6th rioter, recently pardoned by Trump, was killed by Indiana Sheriff's deputy while resisting arrest. And he did the exact same thing he did on the Capitol at January 6th. He had a history of committing crimes. Keep in mind, Donald Trump, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, they've been claiming that other countries are emptying their prisons.
I think he's getting sick too, man. Dude, it's going around.
Meanwhile, Trump on day one emptied prisons across the country and let a bunch of proven criminals out. Let's break down this story and some other stories. Make sure you drop a like.
It's funny. I actually I got my conservative friend that I was talking to yesterday. She was just saying how like she did not agree with this at all. She thought it was messed up. She's like, Why would you even make us have to fight this battle?
Subscribe for more breaking news content and watch this clip of Trump. It's only about 20 seconds, proving that he doesn't even know anything about the people that he pardoned.
You would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
So then if I can, among those you pardoned DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything.
We'll take a look
but I can
at
say
it.
this.
I already did it. I already signed the piece of paper. He's already out of prison, but we'll take a look at it.
Murderers today are not even charged.
Wait, this dude did not even know who he had pardoned. And then he pivoted to saying murderers aren't charged. Like that's some sort of defense. Number one, that's not true. But also, it's not a defense. Before we jump into
The
what
rioter forgot that the pardon didn't make him immune to dying.
happened literally this morning. Do you guys remember like 5 days ago when the same thing happened? Man pardoned.
You know you're thirsty when you're drinking milk by itself and you're like, damn, this is good. Yeah, I wish I could do that. I mean, I've had a lactose intolerance for a while now. Which, by the way, spaghetti, when you're having a nice spaghetti, milk with spaghetti,
for role in January 6th attack.
Yes or no?
Rearrested on federal gun charges. It's almost like these people aren't actually patriotic heroes unless patriotism equals getting arrested for attacking police officers and getting arrested for gun charges over and over, which I guess it could. But I never want to hear Republicans claim they back the blue ever again. I never want to hear Republicans say they're the party of law and order. I won't even talk about Trump himself being a felon, but what about all of the people he pardoned? Like, have you guys seen this awkward video that's going incredibly viral saying a dad finally returns home after being pardoned by Trump? It's got like 20 million views because it's supposed to be this almost military dad coming home type of video where they're all happy, but the kid really doesn't care. Someone even said, that kid does not give a fuck about his dumbass dad. Let me play this clip.
This kid's on a phone.
You missed you a lot, buddy.
The kid literally does not give a shit at the end. And really quickly, if
All
you're
right.
like me and you've been
I don't
locked
even know
into
who you are,
politics
bud.
nonstop, especially after the stressful year that was 2024, then
By the way, is Uncle Tommy going to be coming over? He said he was going to be bringing his PS5 over. Wait, who's Uncle Tommy? Who's Uncle Tommy?
you need to chill out a bit in this new year, and you can absolutely do it in a sober
You know,
way.
there's a lot of that going on.
You need to find ways to relax. That's where Via Premium Hemp comes in.
Ah,
See,
come
I've
on,
been
bud.
covering Trump rallies here. I've been leaning on Via, are a game changer. Whatever you need, way to chill. I have a little to Via for making this honestly incredibly awkward. But let's go to the main story. January 6th rioter recently pardoned by Trump, shot and killed by Indiana sheriff's deputy while resisting arrest. Surprise, surprise.
I like living in a swing state. How could you?
Just resisting arrest.
You don't feel like all the pressure is on you? Like, that's got to suck. I don't know. I kind of like the protection of at least having enough people knowingly going to vote the same way.
An Indiana man
There's
recently
something
pardoned
nice about
by
that.
Trump for storming the Capitol is dead after being shot by a sheriff's deputy while allegedly resisting arrest. Matthew Hustle, 42, of Hobart,
He didn't hustle enough.
was shot and killed during a traffic stop near
Hey,
the Jasper-Pulaski
oh,
County
oh.
lines on Sunday.
Wait, huddle. It's not hustle. You made me get a joke in there, and it wasn't even warranted.
Afternoon, a deputy with the Jasper County Sheriff's Department pulled him over at approximately 4:15 p.m.
Well, perhaps they huddled over his body.
The traffic
Wait, that was dark.
stop led to the deputy attempting to arrest Huddle, but Huddle allegedly resisted and struggled with the officer. This altercation led to the deputy firing his gun and killing Huddle. Putting aside the irony of
This kind of runs into that whole thing where it's just like, how dare you? How could you laugh about something like this? It's just like, because this is objectively funny.
what happened here and that Trump pardoned this guy, it is a really tragic event. It's tragic that somebody died, somebody likely with kids died after resisting arrest when this guy could have been getting help or some sort of rehabilitation.
Okay, here's your merit badge. You got your badge. Or do you feel better?
And he's obviously easily prone to radicalization. I mean, look at these photos of him. on January 6th. He had been to multiple Trump events, but federal sources confirmed that
Because people are like, they have a unique perspective and capable of being Democrats, being like Biden sucks, Trump sucks, they both suck. Yeah, we have that in Chicago too.
Huddle was recently pardoned by Trump. Huddle and his uncle.
I spent like 5 years studying politics outside of the mainstream. That's how I'm capable of investing in inventing
Dale Huddle
monarchism.
of Crown Point were arrested for taking part in the J6 Capitol riots. Matthew Huddle ended up being tracked down and arrested in Boise, Idaho. The FBI said Huddle was inside the Capitol for roughly 10 minutes, but remained on the Capitol grounds for several hours. Quote, "I have no regrets. I will not say sorry," Dale Huddle said about him and his nephew, Matthew, taking part in the riot. These were the comments after that happened. Both Huddles were sentenced for storming the Capitol, but were spared from the full consequences after Trump issued a pardon to all of the rioters. U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, a key ally of Trump, spoke out against the pardons and said, quote, "I have always said that I think when you pardon people who attack police officers, you're sending the wrong signal to the public at large. And as much as we disagree with Lindsey Graham, he's absolutely right here. When you pardon somebody who attacked police officers, you can't be surprised when they do it again, and it leads to stuff like this. Matthew Huddle isn't the first Capitol rioter to quickly face trouble after his pardon. Last week, a Florida man who took part in the January 6th riot was
It's always Florida, man. Like the second that they released a Jan 6er, it was always going to be a Florida man.
arrested on federal gun charges one day after being pardoned. We already covered that. You know, I've heard a lot of experts say that a second Trump era could lead to a renaissance for right-wing militias as they feel more and more emboldened. And this is honestly just step one. I read an article a while back about some dude who went undercover into a right-wing militia, and he said they were filled with doctors. They were filled with lawyers. They were filled with sheriffs. I mean, there are a bunch of people who are participating in these militias, and they hold a lot of structural power. So when Trump pardons people, as long as they do his dirty work, as long as they do stuff for him, it could get scary, especially with the Schedule F executive orders that he just put into place, saying that he doesn't have to hire or fire people based on skill, like I said earlier, but only based on loyalty. Now, if they commit any crimes for him, they can be pardoned in a similar way that the January 6th insurrectionists were, because that's the message it sends. That's the message it sends to people in right-wing militias. If you commit a crime for Trump, you can be pardoned. And I'll leave it at that. Make sure you drop a like. Subscribe if you appreciate.
Yeah, also, if you guys haven't already, please like the stream over on YouTube. It really helps me out. And sub to the channel if you haven't already done that. That also helps me out. It's free, and it just makes you that much more cool. At least in my book. And also follow on Twitch if you haven't already. You know, a crime that is sort of exclusive to white women, being a teacher and having... yeah? I always just think of the South Park episode. Wait, telling me it was a female teacher? Yeah. Nice. Nice. Oh, God. Yeah, it is definitely exclusive to white women there. Although, did you hear about the one recently, the 5th grader, where she got arrested because she ended up carrying the 5th grader's child to term? Yeah, man, that's wild. Ugh. I love the world we live in. Ooh, we got some new Kirk music. That's right. I forgot about that. Does the 5th grader have to pay child support, though? I don't know. It's actually a really good question. I know that she's, like, in jail. Like, in jail, so... I built a Sonic in Twin Falls, Idaho last night in town. Went out to the bar. Ended up going back to some lady's house with my buddies and her friend. Turned out to be the chief of police's wife. Oh. Ooh. Scandalous. That's wild. Oh man. But then it's like the question is it, do you do you child support judges are kind of no nonsense, so they like, I don't care if you're incapable to pay it, work or go to jail. Oh yeah, like who's got the kid though? Huh. I'm guessing that it'd be the grandparents. Oh man, that's gonna be one of those situations where it's like it's essentially raised like it's his brother. I did. I'm a dog. Yosh! Rome, I'm proud of you. Very proud of you. Oh, man. That deserves a nice little pat yourself on the back there. Imagine raising your son and he's only a few years younger than you. That'd be wild. I know, that'd just be wild. That'd be absolutely wild. Yeah, because what? 5th grade? That's like, what, 10? Maybe? Yeah, 10, 11? God, how old? Yeah, actually, I don't even remember. I think that's about right. Yeah, because I was like 9 in 4th grade. All kind of blended together for me. Essentially just same old, you know. That was the like weirdest part, was we'd always know like the next year we just same kids. Occasionally we'd have a new one and it'd be like, all right, let's see, are you impressionable? Are you going to be part of our friend group, or are you going to be part of like the popular kids? And yeah, although I will never forget when a kid in 5th grade, his last name was Solt with a S-O-L-T. And I just remember that. I was like, uh-oh. And then it turned out that we did not like each other in the slightest. So everybody was just like, you guys should be, you know, friends. It's like, I'll never forget the one time I met somebody, their last name was Cross, and they like no BS. They were just like, yeah, this is my kid Kutta. I was like, so yeah, that was I really hoped that they were joking with me, but they never corrected it, and they sold it well. So my naive ass was just like, okay. Just staring at the kid like, I feel bad for you. Although, I've also met a kid named, what was it, Muggsy? Like, your dad named you Muggsy? Yikes. Alright, where are we at? Cat thrower? Dr. Phil gonna blow away some illegals? You know what? I've had it just about up to here with these illegal immigrants. I'm going full McGraw on these assholes. These are my guns. I call them I call them border protection. Dated a gal with 2 kids named Jaguar in Kansas. And I'm sure that she's not a stripper. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't want to say that because, well, wait a minute. If they do they use their real names? That's the big conundrum there. You give them such perfect names for the business, but you can't even use them. That seems like a waste. Had a high school math teacher that kept coming on to me. She was fresh out of college. Nothing happened, but if she would have had longer hair, it was the 80s. God, I couldn't imagine. Like, I literally can't even imagine that kind of stuff. Like, the teachers I had. No! Maybe my Spanish teacher, because she was, like, the older sister of, like, one of the girls I went to school with. But even that, I was like, she was a manager of Elephant Bar and Grill. I don't know what that is. I just thought of DR.PHIL. I'm about to go round up some immigrants. I'm gonna catch them outside. How about that? How about this national anarchism? There is no country, but the country materializes when the country is attacked. I was wondering today how many strip clubs in Jerusalem. That's a good question. Actually, I wish Ryan was still on. He might actually be able to let us know that. I don't think any. At least sanctioned. It's literally run by Gene Simmons. Did you know that this is the first unsanctioned strip club in Jerusalem? And also, did you know that I also was the lead singer and bassist of Kiss? Kiss with a K. Yeah. I worked as a gentleman's club when I was 19. Lived in Vegas. I learned early on not to date a stripper. DR.PHIL doesn't tolerate border crossers. I still love it. Catching them outside. The fact that, like, I didn't see that joke until, like, I first said it today. That made me a little happy. I was like, yeah! I beat the rest of the internet to it. Woo! What are we at? 6 hours? Alright, guys. I'm gonna raid over on Twitch, and then I gotta go eat some dinner and go to bed, because I feel like absolute garbage. We should hire all illegals to be in the NBA because they can. Oh my god. Rough. rough. Thanks for the stream. Oh, thank you, Squishmallow. I appreciate that. I hope you feel better. Yeah, me too. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Definitely look out for your notifications, but very worst case, I will at least try to either drop on or drop into the community page to let you guys know what's happening. But I'm planning on being on tomorrow, hence why I'm calling it a night early tonight. So here, I'm going to raid over on Twitch, so I'm going to shout you guys out real quick. Cat Thrower, thank you for stopping by real quick. Jesus Saves Justin, it's good to see you. Inverted Mystic, I appreciate the conversations. Yeah, Squishmallow Dragon, you know that you always hold it down there, so I Squish, you're the best. You're the VIP. I really do. Raid some homies. We got Proudly Radical. Looks like it is on, so here. Yeah, we got Proudly Radical. We're gonna go to them. Man, it's got 38 live. Nice. All right, I'm gonna send you to Proudly Radical.
His replacement, Mahmoud Abbas, was more cautious and sought to strengthen ties between the Palestinian Authority and its Israeli intelligence handlers, like a good little lapdog. When all was said and done, over the 8-year campaign of the Second Intifada and the resulting Israeli operations, 6,600 people were killed, 70% Israeli. It can always get worse.
Okay.
In the subsequent years, Israel kept tightening.
All right, guys. And yeah, over on YouTube, Bandit, Bloodstone by Stars, Jeff, Squish, you're over there too. I just saw that. Rome Dog, Sean Old, Nilbud, Ruben's Train, and Legend of Sean, and then Kirk, Scott, Robin, y'all rule. I really appreciate every single one of you. I always